Great engineering managers practice an inclusive management style. What does that mean? And how can you cultivate one? Well, in this episode of the Engineering Career Coach podcast, Jen Bunk, career coach for tech managers, is going to tell us exactly how to do it. She's going to list the points that you can use to create and cultivate an inclusive management style with your team. Let's jump right in. All right, and now I'm excited to welcome in our guest, or I should say welcome back our guest for today, Jen Bunk. Jen is a career coach for tech managers, and she is the CEO of the People Stack. Jen, welcome back to the Engineering Career Coach podcast.
Thanks, Anthony. So awesome to be here today.
So for our listeners and our audience that maybe didn't hear the last episode with you and aren't familiar with what you do, maybe in your own words, give them a little bit of a background on how you spend your days.
Yeah, well, how I spend my days, my mission and our mission at the People Stack is to help technical managers upgrade their careers, to really walk the path toward whatever it is that their dream career is. And that means commanding a premium salary of at least $200K a year if you live in a high cost of living place like, say, San Francisco or the Bay Area. It's going to be higher than that. Maybe it'll be a little bit lower in certain parts of the country, but it's really getting paid for the value that you're adding, and doing that with a Zen-like work-life balance. So that's really what it is that we do. We focus exclusively on coaching technical managers.
That's awesome. And like you said, everyone can give some kind of value. And I think a lot of engineering managers, technical managers, they're giving value, but they're not necessarily getting in what they should in return. And sometimes they're just not comfortable, making it clear what that value is. And I don't think you need to do it in a way that is, necessarily like they're bragging. But I know even like in my life as a consulting engineer, it was important to kind of let the clients understand the value that we provided to them, so that they knew that what differentiated us from maybe other consultants or other engineering companies. And some people are uncomfortable with that, but if you're uncomfortable with that and your competitors are not, then you're kind of going to lose out. So I think what you're doing is very, very important, and I'm really happy you're doing it. So thanks for doing it.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
All right, so we're going to talk today about an inclusive management style. We're doing a lot of research at EMI. We've identified kind of 4 key drivers of great engineering managers being an inclusive management style, providing career growth opportunities for their team, interpersonal engagement, and the ability to manage projects. And we're going to talk to Jen today. We're really going to touch on 2 of those, the inclusive management style and interpersonal engagement. We're going to focus a little bit more on the inclusive management style. And so, Jen, let's kind of dive right into this, because it is an interesting topic. It's certainly something that listeners out there can start to do in their careers if they want to, kind of create that kind of atmosphere that's much more comfortable for their team. And I know that one of the first things that you like to focus on, or kind of in the list of points that we're going to go through, is building trust. So maybe we can start with that.
Yeah, absolutely. So it has to start with trust. So when I think of inclusive leadership, I think of how do we include everyone who we possibly can. And that means not only making sure that you're communicating to everyone that you possibly can and including them in conversations, but it also means empowering everyone that you possibly can. So if you're an engineering manager and you have a team, that means empowering everyone on your team, and hopefully even everyone in your organization to do what it is that they are great at. So you can't do that, and you can't create that space for making sure that everyone's included and has their room to shine and show their superpowers. You cannot do that if you don't have trust. So it has to start with building trust, and it's not just a one-time thing. That's the other thing that I would add for now. That we can talk about this more and unpack it even more. But it can't just be one conversation that builds trust. You got to start somewhere. And so it starts usually with one conversation, but it's really about a series of conversations that are going to happen over weeks and months and often years. And that's how trust is built.
Yeah, that's great. And I like that point there at the end of how, it can't be a one-time thing. I think that with these 4 key drivers, we can tell an engineering manager, a technical manager, like, here are 4 drivers that if you do these things well, you're going to become a great manager. Your team's going to love you. So that's great. But you can't then take those 4 things and go through them like an engineering punch list and just say, done, 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 done. It's more like something that you need to cultivate habits. Like I always tell my kids, build better habits, always build better habits, build better habits. So you got to cultivate these habits around these 4 drivers all the time in your career, and all the conversations with your team, and all the emails with your team, and all the correspondence with clients and different things. And so I think that's an important thing to highlight here at the beginning of Jen and I's conversation, because as we go through some of these different points, these are things that have to just become normal for you, that have to just become all the time things. And it happens for great managers. It happens even if you go into sports and you look at the teams that tend to win consistently over and over. It's because they're building better habits and doing all the right things. So that's something to keep in mind. So Jen, the next point that we want to dive into a little bit is, getting to know your team. Talk about that.
Yeah. So a lot of times people say, okay, great. I understand that I need to build trust. How do I do that? And there's no easy way, like we just talked about. It's about developing those habits, and that happens over time. It's really about thinking about your career and building the path to leadership mastery as a marathon. But how you start is with conversations, and how you start is really by getting to know every single one of your team members, every single one of the people who you work with, all of the stakeholders, all of the decision makers for the projects that you're working with. And so when I say know them, often what I tell my clients is know them to their bones. And what I mean is like know them, like know their soul, like see the inside of them and enter their world and really understand where it is that they're coming from. And then you even take it to the next level and you say, okay, I can actually even appreciate where they're coming from. Like, because it's one thing to keep an intellectual and say, oh yeah, I get it. Right? Especially if you've been there before, right? And you've experienced something that they've experienced before, or been on a similar project before, or have a similar personality. It's really easy to build trust with people and to know people, and to appreciate people who are the same as us and have similar backgrounds and who have been on similar projects as we have, or if it's a kind of project that you've been on before. That's really easy. The challenge comes when it's people who are different backgrounds, or maybe there's something new and contextually, it's a new kind of project or a new kind of challenge to tackle. So it's really, then it becomes even more important to really know where everyone is coming from and appreciate that, like really understand who they are as a person, their personality, their beliefs, their values, their experiences, their triggers, like what might trigger them, like the negative and the positive triggers, like what might trigger them to like just be very, to get angry or to get maybe even hostile or aggravated or demotivated. And then also like what are the things that tend to put them in those kinds of states, but then also the positive side of it as well. What gets them motivated? What really gets them in a place of joy, and I want to do this, and let's do this together, team. And so that happens over time, but the only way that you can really do that is through a series of conversations and a series of communicating with people and really asking the questions and listening so that you can really appreciate where it is that they're coming from.
Yeah. And again, it's another one of those things, as you can see, which is a pattern here that, you have to do on a regular basis. You have to continue to do it. You're not going to get to know someone overnight, right? So you're constantly doing the learning. And another thing that this, I think, really kind of highlights is one of the bigger challenges of engineers and technical professionals becoming successful managers is the variable that gets thrown in once you become a manager, which is people. Right?
Yes.
People are like totally different. It's not like an engineering equation. It's not like a problem you can solve. Every person is different. Everyone acts differently. Everyone has different communication patterns, different responses to different things. And so unless you know people and you get to know people well, you can't learn their different patterns and work with them the best that you can. I mean, part of management, in my opinion, is you have to know kind of the strengths of each person on your team, the challenges they have, and things that they like to do or don't like to do, so that you can kind of manage effectively. And so, to Jen's point, when you get to know people, you can much better manage kind of the relations between you and the different team members and really get the most out of everybody and put people in the best positions to succeed, which I guess kind of goes in well to our next point, which is making assumptions or not making assumptions. Maybe you can talk about that a little bit.
Right. Right. And so to sort of dovetail out of this, like we're talking about, and to tie it back to the larger idea of inclusive leadership, right? There's no way that you're going to empower others to be their best and make sure that they're actually included as part of this game, as part of this fabulous journey of building whatever it is that you're building together. There's no way that you're going to be able to do that without trust, without really knowing that. And if you make assumptions, so a lot of the times when clients come to me with challenges or problems, it's not all the time, but there's a pattern that comes up is they're making an assumption about what other people are thinking or feeling. When really the way to kind of solve that problem and just nip it in the bud is just ask, like, I'm curious, why did you say that? I'm curious, why did you make that decision? You can get all up in your head about like, oh man, they decided to put this other person on the project and not my team member because they hate me and they're against me, right? And we go there, right? But you could, and that's fine, and you recognize it. We're human. We feel things like fear and anger and disgust sometimes, but to move out of that, a lot of times the best way is to just not make an assumption about it and ask the person with curiosity, with compassion, hey, I'm curious why you put this person on the project and not my team member, because I thought my team member would have been a great fit for this project. That's cool. This other person is going to rock it. It's going to be awesome. But in the future, I'd love for you to consider my team member for this. So can we start a dialogue about this? Sometimes it's that simple. But like you were mentioning in the beginning, Anthony, that sometimes people feel a little bit weird or don't want to open up these conversations, like especially when it's around like self-promotion or anything like that, but anything resembling self-promotion or talking about like even promoting somebody else who's on your team. But it's often about saying and asking the hard thing, that thing that you don't want to ask that person, right? That thing that you don't want to ask, that conversation that you don't want to have is very often the exact conversation that you need to have.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that goes into the next point. I guess just to drive it home a little bit more was ask a lot of questions, which is, kind of what you're framing out there. But I think, this is something, again, that happens consistently. Like if you get into a staff meeting, what happened on this project? We had some trouble. Let's talk through it a little bit. Tell us, what worked, what didn't work. And you have to keep asking questions. I think one of the challenges sometimes with leaders is that we tend to think like maybe we reached a certain level, which means we know more than the people that we're leading, but a lot of times they have more answers than us.
That's definitely part of it, right? And that's definitely part of not making assumptions, especially as we get more and more removed from what our team is doing. And that just naturally happens
Right.
as you become more and more experienced as a leader. Like it may start to be, it's 2, 3, 5, sometimes even 10 or 15 years since you've been doing what they're doing on a daily basis. You're developing as a leader, for sure. You're developing leadership skills, but not making assumptions about, the way that something should be done or how it should be built, for example. But it's also about just, it's really a key to building that trust is asking more questions than making more statements. And really, like, my favorite question to ask, if you're like, okay, I want to ask more questions, can you just give me one? It's why, right?
Right.
Because often what's missing from this whole equation of making sure that people are truly included as part of a mission is that there's no mission.
Right.
And there's no way to include people in a mission if that mission isn't there or if it's not clear. And yes, the onus is on senior leadership to make sure that that mission is there and that mission is clear. But the onus is also on the managers and the team members to if they're not sure what the mission is, to ask, right? Why are we doing this? Okay, I get that that's why. Why are we doing that? Like the 5 whys, you know what I mean?
Right.
And you can really get to the heart of, why am I here? The existential question of, why am I here in this seat 8+ hours a day? Like, it's not just to build stuff.
Right.
There's a larger mission here. And if you could help people get connected to that and ask those why questions more often to team members, to senior leadership, to everyone, then that's also going to create a more inclusive environment as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think a big part of an inclusive environment is including your team in the bigger mission or vision of the company or of the project that they're working on. So if you tell me to go and, design this roadway or portion of a roadway, and I'm doing that all day, 3 weeks in a row, it can become monotonous. But if I understand that this roadway is going to, get people safely one place to another, or whatever the case may be, it takes on a bigger meaning because I'm being included in what the overall picture is. And I know that that's an important part of it. Ties into a bunch of these 4 drivers is, connecting people with, the bigger picture of what they're working on, so that they do feel really a part of that. So I think that kind of all comes together there.
For sure. And then the other thing that I would add on there before we move to the next point is that what a lot of people miss, because folks like you, folks like me, we talk a lot about organizational mission, like know the mission of your organization. Like why are you going to work? Why are you building the things that you're building at the end of the day? But the other thing that I would add to that so many people miss is, what's my mission in my career? What's my individual mission as a leader? And knowing that's going to help you show up better as a leader and be a more inclusive leader as well, because you're going to be able to behave according to that mission and get people on board with that mission as well. And you're going to be more motivated to do better and to always show up as the best leader possible. So that's the other thing that I would add in terms of mission is, yes, know what your organization's mission is, but also make sure you know what your mission is for your career and what kind of leader that you want to be.
Yeah, great point. And that's something too that I can see for managers that can fall through the cracks, because you're thinking about your projects, you're thinking about everything else, and you're thinking about maybe you are thinking about the bigger mission of the company, and you're not thinking about, what is this person interested in specifically, and where do they want to go?
Right. Yeah. And the more that we get connected with our own missions, then that's how we're reminded, oh, wow, people on my team have career missions as well. Like, I know one of the pillars is about career development, right? Like really making sure that you're talking about the career development of your team members. So that's going to overlap with this. And so if you don't really have a sense of how you want to develop your own career, and you haven't done that intentionally, you're not really going to be able to help somebody else do that. But if you're doing it for yourself and you've been on that path and you've made some mistakes along the way, like that's actually even better, because then you can help your team to do that as well and be empowered to have the careers and build the careers that they want to build.
Yeah, which is also goes to a larger point that if you are a manager and you're focused on these 4 key drivers and you are practicing them, your team members are also by habit learning them, and they're going to exhibit those drivers and their management styles, and they're going to become great managers as well. And then, that's how you cultivate, a very positive leadership culture throughout an organization. It starts with, the managers building habits. So, all right. So Jen, talk about compassion and empathy and how they're tied into an inclusive manager or management.
Yeah, they're tied into it because of trust, right? So we started out talking about trust. How do you build an inclusive team, an inclusive organization? Well, it all starts with trust. How do you build that trust? You have to have empathy. And this kind of touches on what I started to talk about before around, you have to know them, you have to understand them, but it has to go beyond, I get it, right? It has to go beyond the intellectual understanding of, yes, I get it. I can give you a 5-step plan on how to get through this, right? That's important. Like that's the strategy and that's the tactics. But when we're talking about empathy, it's really about that heart-to-heart connection, feeling their pain, like literally for a second, feeling what it is that they might be feeling, because then that's really when you're going to be able to enter their world and say, oh, wow, I don't just get it up here. I get it here at my heart as well. And now we can move forward from a place of having that heart-to-heart understanding, because especially with engineers, right? Engineers, you're super smart, right? You're super motivated, but we live up here most of our day because we have to, right? Because if we make mistakes, then then the bridge collapses. Then the road isn't built as well as it could be, or whatever else it might be. And that's an important part of our jobs as engineers and as people who build stuff, right? Like safety is important, and mitigating risk is important. So that's why we stay up here, why we stay up in our heads. But it's really kind of cultivating that muscle and that habit of learning how to move out of your head and into your heart, and having that empathy and having that feeling for another team person, for another team member, or for another person. That's, if there's a number two thing that clients come to me the most with, it's, how do I deal with this person? I don't get it. Right. So number one is don't make assumptions, but then number two is really kind of feel what it is that they're going through, right? Like, for example, a team member might be underperforming, right? And for some people, where we might go is, oh, man, what's going on? Like, you're not motivated. You gotta just start working harder, and like you might start to get frustrated with them, or who knows, right? They're underperforming, and you just start to blame them, and it just becomes this whole thing. So you notice how you might be making assumptions there without having a conversation with them. But when you do have the conversation about, okay, you're not performing up to par anymore, what's going on? It's really about listening to them and understanding where it is that they're coming from. Now, I'm not saying to make excuses for anyone. Like, we have performance standards that we want to meet, right? And it's about getting them back up to those performance standards. Like, for example, they may be going through something at home. Like, maybe their mom just died and they didn't tell you, and you don't know that. And by the way, they're not going to tell you that unless there's that trust. But let's say something catastrophic happened in their family, and they're dealing with something outside of work. You want to create that space for them to be able to share that with you. And then you could say, okay, I'm going to give you, a couple of days off so that you can go grieve and spend some time with your family. My heart goes out to you. And then you can come back, after a couple of days. And so we can all, sort of experience that and feel that in our hearts, because even if you haven't experienced that exact thing, we have that capability as humans to have that heart-to-heart connection. So that's what the empathy is really about.
Yeah, and I think while empathy can be, difficult and you need to really practice it, I do think that what engineers have going for them often is that in most cases they've been through the engineering ranks, like the people on their team are going through now. So they kind of do have somewhat of an understanding of what they're going through in terms of the career ladder, and, what they're dealing with on some of the projects and with some of the clients and some of the stressors involved in that, which I think for me was always helpful in management as an engineer, because, I felt like in those ways I could relate. But I agree with Jen in that getting to know them also more on the personal side will help you even more with that, because you'll be able to relate to some of their other situations and circumstances. So that's very helpful.
For sure.
So our last point here, Jen, before we jump into our take action segment, is talking about controlling people, what we can and can't do. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah. One of the things, so if we're talking about inclusive leadership, and really the larger goal here is, how can I be the best leader I can possibly be? How can I show up as that superhero leader and make the largest impact that I possibly can? And one of the larger concepts that often comes up when people ask questions around this is control. And often where people get stuck is they're focusing on things that they cannot control. Right? Oh my God, my boss hasn't given me a promotion, right? I've tried and tried and tried for the last 3, 6, 9 months, 2 years. My boss just won't give me a promotion. And if you focus on it from that perspective and have that internal dialogue going on, what you're focusing on is, in the way that you're looking at it, is what you can control. Because at the end of the day, let's just say in this case, it would be your boss's decision whether or not to give you that promotion. You cannot control your boss like a robot and just make him give you, and reprogram your boss to give you a promotion, right? But instead, you can focus on what we can control, which is how we show up. So what we can control is how we respond to other people. So yes, your boss may say, yeah, I'm not really sure. There's still a few more skills that need to get upgraded before you get a promotion. So you can choose in that moment to play the blame and shame and how dare you game. But if you do that, then you're focusing on what you can't control. But if you say, okay, I get it, there's still a few skills, there's still a little bit more measurable impact that I need to give and show in these areas, what can I do? How can I show up? So like that's one bigger example that has much more higher stakes, potentially higher stakes results there. But even if it's just like, I don't know, someone like blows you off or something, like you're supposed to meet with them, right? You're supposed to meet them at 10 o'clock and you're sitting there and you're like, where's Jane? Like Jane's supposed to meet with me. Right. If you play the blame and shame game, where's Jane? Oh my God, Jane's always late. I can't believe it. Ugh, she's so terrible. How can she do this to me? But like, you can't control whether or not Jane's on time. Like that's Jane's choice. You know what I mean? Poor Jane. If there's Janes out there, we love you. But instead you can say, all right, gee, I wonder what's going on. Like, again, turn on that compassion and that empathy. Oh, wow, I hope Jane's okay. I hope everything's okay. And then just focus how you can respond in that moment. All right, cool. I can spend 15 minutes. I can respond to some Slack messages. I can respond to some emails. And if she's not here in 15 minutes, I can just decide that she either forgot about it or something else came up. So it's focusing on what we can control versus what we can't. We can't control other people. We can control our reactions and how we show up.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I'm actually rereading this book that I like a lot right now called Zen and the Art of Happiness by Chris Prentice. And there's a great line in the book where he says, stress doesn't come from the events that happen to us. They come from how we respond to those events. That's how stress is created. So, exactly to your point, something happens to you inevitably, especially in the world of engineering, on engineering projects, things happen all the time. And, the way that you respond to those will have a major impact in terms of your success overall.
Absolutely.
Certainly the way you interact with people too.
Yeah. And then the other thing that I would stack on top of that is there's a difference between reacting and responding. Because where a lot of people might go here is well, I'm going to feel angry. Like if Jane's late, I'm going to feel angry, right? Like that's okay. You can, there's that knee-jerk reaction, right? Like when the doctor hits your knee, there's going to be a reaction. It's almost physiological. And to a certain extent, we may not be able to control that because we're human. We feel things, right? We can't always control what it is we're going to feel in a given moment. So it's like allowing yourself to have that reaction of, yeah, I feel angry. I feel sad. I feel worried. I feel fearful. I'm scared. Like allowing that, sitting with it for a moment, giving it a label, like, yeah, I'm scared. I don't know if I can swear or not, but right. But like, I'm really scared out of my mind right now. And then you can choose how you respond to that, right? That's what we have control over. We can then say, all right, I can respond to this fear and like curl up into a ball and cry and like never come out of it, right? Or I could say, all right, the fear's there. Why is the fear there? How can I turn that fear into an opportunity? Or whatever it is,
Sure.
So it's really like distinguishing between the reaction, that knee-jerk, like gut reaction that we're gonna feel because we're human, and then what happens in the 5 to 30 seconds after that and how we respond.
Right. And I know probably a lot of listeners are thinking like, well, that's impossible. Everyone's going to have that like knee-jerk reaction. But what I found myself in just working on this specifically is that it is, again, the cultivation of a habit. It's a mindset, actually. You're changing your mindset so that when things happen, there's like a little bit more space for you to, respond and say like, okay, let me think about this. Maybe there's something really great that I could take out of this as opposed to not. So it's, again, none of this stuff is easy. If it was, everybody would be doing it. So the idea between Jen and I having a conversation here is to bring some points out that you can try to work on if they work for you and integrate them into your management style.
Yep.
So with that, Jen's going to stick with me and we're going to come back in a minute and we're going to wrap this one up with our Take Action Today segment and give you something actionable that you can take and try to become a little bit more inclusive in your style. All right, we're back with Jen Bunk. Jen is a career coach for tech managers and CEO of the people stack. And today we're talking about an inclusive management style, which we found to be one of the 4 key drivers of successful engineering managers. Real quick, I just want to recap some of the points that Jen ran through here, and then we're going to wrap it up with you and give you something that you can do immediately. Jen talked about, building trust with your team members. It's something that you have to do all the time, not just something that you're doing every so often. You need to build that trust with them. You need to really get to know them, kind of enter into their world so that you can, build that kind of level of engagement and that inclusive management style. Don't make assumptions. That's something you need to ask and flush things out as opposed to making assumptions. And in terms of asking, ask a lot of questions, because the more information you can get, then you can have that inclusive style. You don't have to guess at things and have people think you're not, connected with them necessarily. Jen talked about compassion and empathy, really putting yourself in your team members' shoes. If you want to become inclusive and include them in things, you need to understand how they think and what they're going through. And then lastly, we talked about controlling what you can control. You can't control what other people do necessarily, but you certainly can control the way you respond to it. And so kind of cultivating that mindset. So all great stuff, Jen. What we want to do now is give our listeners maybe one thing. They listen to this and they're maybe on their way into work. They're on the bus, on the train, on their commute. When they get there, they want to start to be more inclusive. What can they do?
Ask more questions. Ask more questions than statements. Right? So take a look and be more mindful of, okay, what I just said there, was that a question or was that a statement? And set a goal that in any given day, you are going to ask more questions than making statements. Because when you ask questions, then that allows you to then build trust and get to know people and not make assumptions and have empathy for people and control what you can control. It gives you that perspective that you're not going to have if you didn't ask the questions. Very often we get into statement making mode. So that's what I would challenge everybody to do, is get out of statement making mode and ask more questions.
Awesome. And again, that is something you could do today when you get to the office. You get into a staff meeting, get in a conversation with someone, ask some questions. And to Jen's point, you do have to be careful, because sometimes we go into it saying we're going to ask more questions, but we start asking a question and we end up with a statement, like we ended up saying something. So all of these things are things that what you need to just do is be aware of them, right? Changing anything begins with awareness. And if you catch yourself and say, okay, I'm making a statement instead of a question, let me make an adjustment. As long as you can stop yourself, you can make that adjustment. And I think that's what management's all about. It's continually improving, continuous improvement, refining your tools, your strategies, the actions you take. And if you keep working on it, there's no doubt that you can develop these 4 key drivers, or developing each one of them. And I think the inclusive one is important because it ties in closely with some of the other ones, like we talked about, the engagement, the providing career growth, right? They're kind of very layered together. So Jen, thank you again for coming on the podcast for a second time. We're really taking advantage of all of your insight here, and we do appreciate it and how you really laid those out for people. And real quick, before we let you go, if our listeners want to learn a little bit more about you and some of the programs or the coaching that you offer, what's the best way for them to do that?
You can check out our website. It's thepeoplestack.com.
Awesome. Jen, thanks so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Anthony. Had a great time.
I hope you enjoyed this episode. Please leave your comments and/or questions in the comments section below this video. Also, if you'd like to view the full show notes for this episode, visit engineeringmanagementinstitute.org or see the link in the video description. There you will find the key points discussed in today's episode, as well as links to any of the resources, websites, or books mentioned during the episode. Until next time, I wish you the best in all of your engineering career endeavors.
Yeah, so I was given 6 questions to answer, and that's a lot of, they're big questions, and I have 15 minutes. So I'm going to talk fast. So this is a little kind of summary of my path. Luxor is my most recent company, and it really draws upon all of the experiences that I've had, and I say 15 years in Silicon Valley, but the truth is that it's more like 20. For 5 years, I was an editor of a video games magazine, and while that's not web stuff, it does count as being in Silicon Valley. So, but it makes me feel younger to say 15 years. Adaptive Path is now 12 years old. It's internationally famous in its industry. It's one of the leading companies. And Netscape, at the time that I was there, it was the fastest growing startup in history. It was kind of like the Facebook of its time. When I started at Netscape, there were 2 buildings. I was employee 750. And when I left, 14 months later, there were 35 buildings. 35. So it was quite an adventure. I'm also currently an advisor to a number of startups, and these are some of the companies that I advise. Please feel free to follow me on Twitter. Clever Girl is my name pretty much everywhere on the web. I've been Clever Girl since 1997, so be careful. I'm going to be 85 years old with dangly arms, and I'm still going to be Clever Girl. So choose your usernames wisely. That's my advice to you. So one of the questions that I was asked to answer was, what do I do in my spare time? I'm an entrepreneur, and entrepreneurs do work, and we're kind of consumed by our work. And that's true, but the truth is that we also have lives. And this has been my life for the last 10 years. I got pregnant 3 months after starting Adaptive Path. My husband and I had just moved into a house, and there you go, and you start a company, and then you have a family. So that was him a long time ago, and that's him last summer. He's now 10, and I would rather hang out with my kid than go to Paris. Like, I can't tell you like that. So for me, that's right now what my life is like. Before that, I did other things. I had a social life. I also had no idea that I was going to do this, but I started the PTA at his elementary school when he went into kindergarten. And I'll tell you, that was much harder than starting a company. Yeah. I'm also an artist, not a very good one, but it is how I keep my feet on the ground. I will lose myself in artwork. I paint and I do collage, and so that's how I spend my time. I was asked to tell a little bit of the story of how I ended up in technology. I was an English major in college, but only for my senior year of college. Before that, I really, really wanted to be in biotechnology. I thought, DNA was it. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. This was a very long time ago. This was I went to college in 1984. So probably before your parents were born. So in a very few slides, here is the story of my professional life. I went to college and I thought, hey, DNA is really cool and you can do stuff with it. You can break it apart and recombine it, and I can make a career out of that. And then, I had junior year, I got a great internship in a lab, and I absolutely hated the work. I hated it. I loved the science, I hated the work. So, oops. So I finished my degree in English because I could. It didn't add a lot of time to leave the college that I was in and end up in the English department. So I finally graduated, whee! And you'd think, the well-planned career over here, or me. I took the only job that was offered to me. I got paid $19,000 a year, and I lived in rural Ohio at a small bank. And it turned out I was a really lousy banker. Yeah, not a good fit. So a year later, I followed my boyfriend to New Hampshire, because who doesn't want to go from Ohio to New Hampshire? So it turned out that was not necessarily a bad idea, because I got really, really lucky. And you want to know how I got lucky? My fiance's coworker was fired for sexual harassment, and I took his job. So it was it was actually a proofreader position. Like, I actually had to proofread computer code because it was a computer hobby magazine, because that's all you can get in New Hampshire. So I had to proofread the code that was going into the magazine that then some hobbyist would then type into their computer and run a program. It was mind-numbing work. I was actually not very good at that either, so they promoted me. But it turned out that being in publishing was a great fit. I had a fantastic career there. I got to start a new magazine. This was right about the time Wired was started, and we launched a competing magazine, and while that one didn't go, it was exciting to do something new. And that's where I can start to see the origins of my entrepreneurial zeal. But I found my passion. I found my drive completely accidentally. I want to emphasize that none of this was well planned. All of this was just being open to opportunity and saying yes. I found my way into high tech. Who knew that an English major would end up in high tech? I have no idea. Like, I would never have chosen that, but I was really, really lucky. Again, I was very lucky because I was on a list to be laid off. My magazine was dying, and I was number 30 on a list of 30 people who were going to get laid off. And so there you go. But it turned out, you'd think it was a bad thing, but it turned out to be really, really lucky, because my husband got a job offer to go to San Francisco from New Hampshire, and we said yes. So we okay, literally he got a job offer December 2nd, and we were here with all of our possessions by Christmas Eve. So, and I had never been west of the Mississippi River, and it is a big freaking country. So I just said, I don't have to live in New Hampshire. I can get in a car and go over there. We had no apartment. I didn't have a job. I just believed that I could figure it out because I'm that person. So he gets a job offer. That was luck plus plans. We were looking for opportunities in Boston and San Francisco. So there was a little bit of planning there. So I can start to feel like I'm taking a little more control over my life. I ended up getting a job offer from a magazine here in video games. And that's how I ended up starting my career in Silicon Valley. It was awesome. I doubled my salary instantly. It was a fantastic opportunity. I got to start things. It was impressive. I did really well, and about 3 years into that opportunity, my boss got promoted away, my new boss came in, and he hated me, and he gave me a terrible evaluation. Just pulled the rug out from under me. I thought I was doing a great job. I had had all 5s on a scale of 1 to 5 every year until this guy came in, and then I was 2s. And if you ever get a 2 on an evaluation, you're like, oh my God, I'm really awful. I should just die now. And it turned out that is yet another negative that turned out to be a really good thing for me, because I had to figure out what to do. So I was over the Christmas holiday, I contacted some friends, some women actually, who were in my book club. And one of them was in HR, and I was like, well, what do? I got this terrible evaluation. And she's like, I don't know, what do you want your life to be? And I got really strong. And I wrote a rebuttal to my evaluation. I got myself made an assistant to the webmaster. The web was brand new then. So I turned this negative into this tremendous opportunity. I learned HTML, and I called a friend of mine who had gotten the job as editor-in-chief of the Netscape website. And I arranged for my own layoff. So I got hired at what was then the hottest startup in history. I started at Netscape in January of 1996. I already told you about the going from 2 buildings to 35 buildings. It was such a profound shift for me. I was finally working with people who wanted to reinvent the future. Now at this point, I'm 30 years old. So you guys are probably, 15, 16, 17, I don't know, something. I was twice your age when I found myself in the situation you're in now. You're surrounded by people who are interested in changing the world by reinventing what is possible. And that's the hope of the future, right? You have in your hands the ability to reinvent the world through whatever startups you invent yourself. It took me a long time to find my way there, but I did, and I'm grateful. So again, woohoo, huge pay increase, awesome. I felt lucky, lucky, lucky. I was surrounded by brilliant people. I found my way to a new career. I shifted from magazine editing, which was fine, to the internet. And the internet was new and amazing, and I knew that I wanted to be part of it forever. So after a year in Summit Netscape, I had to figure out, do I want to stay, get a different job? It was kind of time to move on. So I took a big risk. I quit my job to become an independent consultant, which is actually done really frequently now. But at the time, I only knew 2 or 3 people who had ever been an independent consultant. And so for me, it felt like jumping off a cliff. And hey, look, this is me flying, not falling. I jumped off the cliff and I found out I can actually do this really well. So I took this big risk and it paid off. And one of my clients said, hey, let's start a company together. So I was like, sure, okay. And we got sort of acquired, and it was a terrible, terrible deal. And I got burned, and I called my attorney, but then I moved on, and awesome. The next thing I did was start Adaptive Path. So I have had this series of like crazy difficulties and shifts in strategy and shifts in career, and yet every time a new door opened. You know, they say, close a door, a window opens. Well, it really was more like, I'd close a window and, some big, huge, grand door would open and invite me in and give me a tiara, right? So what I want to share with you, if there's one point, it's to follow your gut about who you are as a person and what makes you thrilled to be doing it. What gets your brain fired up, and pursue that. And that's how I ended up in technology. And this is what I believe in. What's most important is that you be yourself. I think that you should work at the edge of your ability. Really push yourself, and that's what you're here doing tonight. And I think that's fantastic. I love the work. I live in this world, not because I'm making big fat bank, because I'll tell you, entrepreneurship is not the easy path to get rich. If you want an easy path to get rich, go work on Wall Street. This is an easy path to work really hard and make some money occasionally. So this is who I am. I really like it. And I hope that that gives you some framework for imagining what a future could be like for yourself. So that's the answer to some of my questions. So first, what's my personal story in starting Luxor? Two of my investor friends asked me on the same day to make a design program for their startups. I went, okay, I can do that. I'm not doing anything else interesting right now. So I did that, and it's turned into a really, really successful company. We launched a new product a few weeks ago, and I've already sold $10,000 worth of units, which I had no idea would happen. So, it turns out, after 18 months, we're an overnight success. What do I like to do outside of work? I hang out with my kid. I start the PTA, which blows my mind still. What was my path to career in technology? You've just seen. Why do I think it is great to be a woman entrepreneur in the tech industry? Well, here's the thing. I think it's great to be an entrepreneur in the tech industry. The fact that you're a woman is incidental to that. It might sometimes feel uncomfortable to be the only girl in the room, but you know what? That really doesn't matter because you are up to the challenge, right? So I think being a woman in technology is exciting and fulfilling, and it allows you to kind of live out your values and make the world what you want it to be. So, I think technology innovation there's no other career I could imagine having at this point. I can tell you quite honestly, I would do it even if I wasn't getting paid. And you know how I know that? Because I haven't gotten paid in 6 months. So, there you go. How big is the opportunity for mobile apps? Well, as big as the universe. There is no limit, I think. It is burgeoning. It will continue to be huge. Mobile is, desktop computing is, fine, all well and good. Billions of dollars will be made in companies doing desktop computing, but mobile is new. It's still evolving rapidly. We have no idea where it's going to end up, so it's a limitless opportunity space right now. So that's my answer to that. And finally, number 6, I have 1 minute left. How do you know that you have a product that your users will buy? Oh my God, this is such a good question. This is the good question for any early entrepreneur. And the answer lies in a method called customer development. And I don't know if this is something you go over, but you will go over. So you will learn the answer to that question. What customer development says is that you get to know the people you're making your application for. You find out what their life is like, what their needs are, what their goals are, and you begin to imagine how your product vision can help them to have that set of goals and needs met. So your value proposition, it's one of the things that you put in a pitch deck, your value proposition. So the value proposition is the intersection of a real person's real needs and goals and your vision for business. And finding that intersection is the core of customer development. So that's a lot of jargon, but basically what you need to do is understand a person who you want to make a product for by interviewing them with open-ended questions. You learn about them, and then you imagine the kind of thing that would help them solve whatever that problem is or take advantage of whatever opportunity is in front of them. So product market fit and pivots and all of that is just a bunch of startup jargon. What it just really means is understand people, make something they need and want, and then they will love to buy it. So I think I did it perfectly in time. Good? Thank you.
So why don't
Back to
we
you.
take some questions for Dennis?
Any questions? Yes. What is Luxor? Oh, that's a great question. I forgot to answer that one because it wasn't on my list of 6 questions. So Luxor stands for the Lean User Experience Residency. It started as a 10-week program. I would have 5 companies come to my studio 1 day a week for coaching as they develop their product. The teams would pay $13,000 for this, and we'd have 5 teams together. So we start one on Friday. We have a residency beginning on Friday, and they just come and get a lot of coaching and a lot of methodology about how to do product development. What we've now launched is a series of lessons in a box. So we're taking everything we've learned from the residencies and making it available in a broadly distributable format so that anyone anywhere in the world at a much lower price can purchase a lesson or a set of lessons about how to make your startup. So that's what Luxor is. Yes? Was there ever a point in my career when I felt like giving up? I can't tell you how many days I felt like giving up. You know, yeah, it's a very, very hard thing that we're doing. Every honest entrepreneur will someday feel like, how do I keep going? Nothing I'm doing is working. I should just go get, I should just go get a job. That's always, I should just go get a job. Then I could pay my mortgage. It'd be fine. But I have a great husband, and I have great friends. I can't tell you, the network of people who are doing this are so kind and generous with their time and their love. And so, I go have coffee with someone, or I meet a friend for a drink, and I complain about whatever's going wrong. And I once raised a lot of seed money for a company that I started in 2007. I raised $800,000 from some of the best people on the planet. Mitch Kapor being one of them. Somebody here I was talking about Mitch Kapor. And I lost all their money, gone. I laid off everybody. I loved this product. These people meant so much to me, and I let them all down. And that's what it's like to be the CEO of a company. You bear that responsibility and that burden. And you know what? Everyone understood. Everyone, including my investors. They know the risk they're taking better than I did. And it felt horrible. But you get up and you're like, all right, well, that didn't work. Okay, let's try something else. And it was in the aftermath of that it was Mitch Kapor who approached me and one other investor to start a design program for their companies. So out of the bad things that happen, something wonderful happens in turn. So that was like the window closed. I was sad. I licked my wounds, and then a wonderful opportunity opened up for me. So, yeah, it's not an easy life. So, yes, another question.
Yourself in a couple of years changing into a new career?
Will I ever change into a new career? No. There's just, I work 6 blocks from my home in this really kooky studio. I bring my dog to work with me. My partner is my husband. My other business partner is a dear, dear friend who I've known for 12 years, and I feel incomplete when she's not working with me. I get to work with the most innovative people literally on the planet. Like, I can't imagine doing anything else at all. And I've considered getting a job, like, because the money would be a lot better. But the only reason I would consider getting a job is because the money's a lot better. I would rather be broke in a startup reinventing the world than anything else. So I'm a little idealistic, it turns out.
In this lecture, we're going to be talking about emotional intelligence, how to control and manage your emotions. A lot of you are familiar with the term IQ. What if I tell you that nowadays there's also something called EQ, your emotional IQ in a nutshell? This concept of emotional intelligence that back in the day wasn't that important is becoming one of the most crucial factors when it comes to our daily lives. In one of the best books written by Eckhart Tolle, The Power of Now, and you might be familiar with it, I was reading the book, and then there's something about emotions that really grabbed my attention. The author says emotions are a disturbance. Whatever you want to do, whatever you want to say, if it's affected by emotions, it will be completely different. I gave an example in previous lectures where my marketing professor said, if you ever feel depressed or sad, of course, depression is not an emotion. When we talk about emotions, we talk about fear, anger, sadness, joy, disgust, surprise as well. So in this case, we're talking about sadness, for example, or anger. And what the professor said, don't work on anything related to marketing if you're feeling angry or sad. And the reason why is because when you're having these emotions, they block your creativity. When you're stressing out about something and you keep thinking about it over and over and over again, even if you're writing a test, even if you're trying to study, even if you're trying to write a book, you have days where there are things that whatever you do, you can't stop thinking about them. And the reason why is because they are triggering emotions inside of you, which is causing disturbance. It is disturbing whatever you're doing. It is disturbing your tasks, of course. It's disturbing your stream of thoughts, and it's disturbing your body chemistry. If you have feelings of joy, you're going to feel a dopamine rush inside your body. You're going to feel euphoria. When you feel surprised, you might have feelings of being overwhelmed. You might, if something surprised you in a scary way, your heart might be beating fast. Of course, when you have the emotions of fear, you might get sweaty, you might start trembling. All of that to make you understand that emotions are not just random feelings that you get. Emotions are powerful. They can change everything. If you wake up every day feeling emotions of joy, no matter what's happening in the world, you wake up and you're feeling joy, your life would be so much better. But if you wake up every single day and you have emotions of sadness, your life is not going to be as good. You're not going to have the same motivation, the same drive, the same work ethic that you would have if you were feeling happy, if you were feeling emotions of joy on a consistent basis. And the thing about emotions is that, to an extent, you can't always control them. But what you can do is that you can be intelligent about it. You can know how to use your emotions to your advantage and control them to an extent. Nobody will have emotions of joy when they break up with somebody they love. Of course, unless the relationship was toxic and they wanted to break up. But if the person was in love and they wanted to stay with the other person and then they break up, you can't avoid feeling a bit sad. Even if you have a lot of emotional control, it gets to a point where you're going to feel some emotions, but you need to know how to be smart about it, how to overcome it, how to not let it affect you. Now, adding to that as well, organizational behavior theories and research that basically deals with all the factors that can contribute into having a better organizational structure, keeping the employees happy and keeping them effective and efficient so they can finish the work really well, finish the work faster, and at the same time be happy and be comfortable where they are. And when I was going through different organizational behavior studies, I ran across something really important. In organizations, and of course, in life, there's a difference between emotions and mood that people usually mix up. Emotions are short-lived feelings that come from a known cause, while moods are feelings that are longer lasting than emotions, of course. And there's no real starting point for its formation. Emotions, as we said, can include sadness, joy, feeling happy, feeling sad, while moods are kind of different. You either have a positive mood or you have kind of a negative mood. And sometimes you can experience both of them at the same time. Even when you have a bad mood and you feel like you don't want to do anything, you're being very negative about everything around you. And then your kid or your partner or your friend looks at you with a genuine smile and you feel happy, you feel joy for a second, you feel this warmth in your heart. Even though you're in a bad mood, you still feel the emotions of happiness, even if it's for a brief moment, but you did. And of course, in contrast, when you're in a good mood and something bad happens, you find out that the exam that you wanted to get an A+ on, you got an A-. So you're kind of a little bit disappointed. And even though you're in a good mood, you might feel a little bit sad, but your good mood will help you boost it up. And usually, you can explain your emotions. You can explain why you're sad. You can explain why you're happy, because you know what's going on. When you feel emotions, there is always a source where these emotions came from. There's always something that happened that triggered these emotions. But moods, when somebody is in a bad mood and you ask them, why are you in a bad mood? Most of the times, the answer is, I don't know. Most people don't even know why they are experiencing this bad mood. They have absolutely no explanation and they can't seem to control it most of the times. And because moods cannot really be linked to any specific cause, at one point, a lot of people mix between being a moody person, which means a person whose mood fluctuates a lot, and somebody who suffers from bipolar disorder. People can't explain moods where it got to a point where they put them on the same equivalency as a mental health disorder. A lot of times, I know a lot of people who referred to people who have a lot of mood fluctuations as people who are bipolar, when in fact, it is not true. Mood fluctuates a lot. Of course, some people experience it more than others, and this, of course, is linked to different factors that includes the environment where you're living, even lights. A lot of people during winter, they get these bad mood phases because there's no sun and they feel like everything around them is dead, especially when it's cold and there's nobody out in the streets. They feel bad moods and they can even experience a lot of emotions, like they might feel sad, they might feel lonely at one point. And to top it off, there's also a difference between emotions, moods, and feelings. There is a difference between being angry and feeling angry. There's a difference between saying, I feel cold, and I feel cold. One of them is physical, and the other one is emotional. Feelings are usually things that we feel. We feel on a physical level, not just on an emotional, psychological level. And another thing about feelings is that it can be influenced by your own personal experience, beliefs, cultural beliefs, and memories and recalls. And the worst part is, most of the times, it's subconscious. Your personal experience, your beliefs, and your memories are not things that you're consistently conscious of. They're things that are in your subconscious mind that you can't really control or see unless you do a lot of introspection. And what happens when you have some emotions that are triggered, then your subconscious mind spurs out all of these personal experiences, beliefs, and memories that are related to this feeling. Emotions, I mean. Your brain will spur out all the memories, personal experiences that are related to the emotions you're feeling. And based upon that, you will start feeling. Your brain will interpret these emotions and turn them into a physical phase. And of course, this is where neuroplasticity steps in. We have our mood that is influenced by a lot of factors. And of course, the influence of all of these factors on your mood depends on past experiences, on how each and every one of these experiences is wired in your brain. If every single thing, every single experience that you went through in your life triggered feelings of joy and excitement, nothing can put you in a bad mood. Of course, we're not talking about body chemistry. When we talk about body chemistry, you might get to a point where we're talking about mental health problems, and that's a completely different issue. When it comes to people who are suffering from mental health issues, and we are not talking about some very rare examples and cases. Mental health, let's go according to statistics. We're going to go through the statistics of Canada only. The Canadian Mental Health Association states all these different things on their website. Mental illness indirectly affects all Canadians at some time through a family member, friend, or colleague. I'm going to include this article in the course for those of you who are interested in knowing more about it. Moreover, in any given year, 1 in 5 people in Canada will personally experience a mental health problem or illness. And approximately 8% of adults will experience major depression at some point in their lives. To top it up, about 1% of Canadians will also experience bipolar disorder or manic depression. The total number of 12 to 19-year-olds in Canada at risk for developing depression is at a staggering 3.2 million. And unfortunately, only 1 out of 5 children who need mental health services would actually receive them. And the problem is not the health system. In Canada, there's a lot of mental health awareness, and all the health services are free. You can get a psychiatrist, a psychotherapist, or a psychologist for free. And I know that this is not the case for a lot of countries. There are a lot of countries who culturally disregard the concepts of mental health illnesses, who consider mental health illnesses just as any mood or emotion and feeling, and can't really differentiate between all these different factors that can have different experiences on the human brain and the human body. So for those of you who are experiencing some symptoms of mental health disorders, if you have feelings and you feel like you just can't control them, you feel depressed and you feel switching in mood that is abnormal, you need to see someone. It's for your own good. Otherwise, you will live with this problem for the rest of your life, not being able to change it. Sometimes, very rarely, a change might happen without any use of medication or without talking to a doctor. It just happens through experiences and, of course, wiring. There are a lot of experiences that can affect you that would get you out of where you were. But the safest and best way to deal with it is to see somebody who is a specialist. Mental health disorder can disturb your emotions, your mood, and of course, your feelings. Now, going back to our topic of emotional intelligence, question is, after 30 minutes of talking, what is emotional intelligence in big? What is the big picture behind emotional intelligence? Well, it's basically the capacity to be aware of, to control, and express one's emotions, and to handle interpersonal relationships in an emotionally intelligent way. So emotional intelligence is not just about your own personal emotions, it's about the emotions that are coming from external stimuli, which means the emotions that other people are emitting. When you walk by someone who is angry, you can feel the emotions of anger. You can see it in his eyes sometimes. But when you pass by somebody who's smiling, has his head up, listening to some joyful music, well, you know that this person is probably experiencing emotions of joy. And the thing is, we're not going to go through feelings and we're not going to go through moods because both of them are mainly affected by emotions and experiences. By dealing with your emotions, you will deal with the experiences, and then automatically your feelings and your mood will work accordingly. So by now, you know that neuroplasticity is affected by emotions, big time. And we talked about this before. First time experiences. What kind of emotions you felt during this first time experience. This has a huge impact on what this first time experience will do to your brain. This plastic brain that is vulnerable, especially when it comes to first time experiences, if there's a huge load of emotions involved, there's going to be a strong wiring right there. And now the big question is, what kind of emotions did you feel? And we gave the example of going to the zoo before. When you went to the zoo and you got bit by a snake, you got emotions of anger, fear, maybe sadness. And what that did is it developed two fears. First, a fear of snakes. Every time you see a snake, you will have emotions of fear. And of course, emotions of doubt around zoos. You're not sure if it's a safe place for you anymore. And most probably, whenever you go back to a zoo, you'll feel uncomfortable. That's if the emotions were so strong, you might not even want to go to the zoo anymore. You might feel such a high level of discomfort that you just don't want to go at all. And the second idea is, it's not just about first-time experiences. And I know we already talked about this before, but for those of you who were not paying a lot of attention back then, this is crucial. And really, if you didn't listen to it before, go back and listen to it again and again until you really grasp the concept. Emotions are one of the most important concepts when it comes to neuroplasticity. So emotionally charged situations. I'm going to give a really far-fetched example that is, of course, it's reality. In case you have somebody who's really close to you who dies. This experience will have a lot of emotions involved. This is exactly what an emotionally charged situation will be like. There was a huge fight between Mike Tyson and Douglas. Douglas's mother died a few days before the fight, and she told everybody that he's going to win. That he's going to win against Mike Tyson. When his mom died, and there is, of course, a lot of articles and YouTube videos that talk about this experience because it's absolutely inspirational. After his mother died, he was so emotionally charged in a positive way. He didn't dwell and get sad. He felt a lot of motivation. He felt like he needed to make his mom proud. And in fact, he beat Mike Tyson. And afterwards, when reporters asked him how did he do it, he said, before my mother died, she told everybody that I'm going to win. And when I was in that ring, I had one of two choices. I either die with my mom or I live on to make her proud. Even though it was just a few days before his mother died, in these 3 days, a situation that is highly emotionally charged can start wiring your brain. And now, one of the obstacles that might stand between emotions and neuroplasticity is emotional instability and failing to keep up a consistency. And of course, we talked about this. Not being consistent will fail to ensure the linking between the different neurons and ensuring proper neural networks forming because of it. But emotional instability, which is exactly the opposite of emotional intelligence, is also one of the biggest problems, and it causes problems with consistency. When you have a lot of different emotions and you're unstable emotionally, you will experience a lot of different behaviors from yourself that can stand in the way of consistency. Now, emotional stability can be caused by current situations, by stress and anxiety and thoughts that you're having in your mind, so problems that you have to deal with. And of course, it can be caused by mental health issues, and we already talked about this. You need to find a professional that can help in case you feel that the problem is bigger than just controlling your emotions and it's something deeper, it's something on a mental health awareness level. But if it's something random, something that's causing you stress and anxiety, something that you're experiencing because there's a certain problem that you want to solve, don't focus on working and breaking your head over finishing work when you're feeling emotional instability. Deal with the problem first, finish the problem, and then move on to work. And in case you can't really find a solution for the problem, maybe you're waiting for something and you're anxious, you don't know what the result is, I would highly recommend a book called How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. The biggest enemy of emotional intelligence is worrying, and which of course brings us to emotional instability. And this 352 pages book cannot be summed up in a few simple words. If you also feel like worrying is one of your biggest problems, getting this book would be a good idea, or looking at some articles to help you cope with this problem can be also a really good idea. I'm going to include an article that also talks about worrying and how you can overcome it. But I read the book, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living by Dale Carnegie, and that's why I'm recommending it. One of the best practices in the book that I always use is to ask yourself the following question. How bad can it get? Or what's the worst case scenario? Now, once you know what the worst case scenario is, you can't overthink it anymore because it can't get any worse than that. This is how bad it can get. And you need to know and understand that it can get to this point. And of course, you need to accept and understand, especially if it's something that you can't do anything about it. If you already wrote an exam and you're waiting for your grades, you can't do anything at this point. So look at the worst case scenario and accept it. This, of course, works when there's something that you're not very, very worried about. But as I said, the article will give you way more information and will help you way more if you want to cope with worrying. Now, once you really understand the concepts, the techniques, and the exercises of emotional intelligence, you can use emotions to your advantage and ensure emotional neuroplasticity enhancement. If you want to try to make working out a lifestyle, and every single time you go to the gym, you have emotions of sadness and irritability, you're most likely going to drop it and not go there because your emotions are not helping you. They're wiring bad ideas, bad experiences, bad emotions to the idea of going to the gym. But if every single time you go to the gym, you have these positive thoughts in your mind, how you want to look, what's your goal, where you want to get, and you keep this image in your head. When you have a certain body and you have a certain aspiration, a certain future body that you want to attain, keeping that in your head, thinking about it, thinking about how you would feel about it, having these emotions of joy and a lot of motivation linked to it, then you'll be linking neurons in a different way. Your neural structure and network will actually start to encourage you to go to the gym more. That's exactly why, before the gym becoming a lifestyle that you don't even have to think about, you're going to experience days where you just say, you know what? I don't feel like going to the gym anymore. But because you have a lot of emotions of joy involved with it, one of two scenarios would happen. One scenario would be that because the wiring is already starting, you will not stop going to the gym. You will just say, you know what? I don't have to skip. I can't skip. I have goals and I need to attain them. I need to achieve them. That's why I'm not going to skip and I'm going to go to the gym. And this is mostly willpower. Neuroplasticity is more automatic. When you're thinking about it and you have different ideas in your head, should I go or not? You did not reach a point where neuroplasticity has been perfected and working out became a lifestyle. Now, the other scenario, and this is also not linked to neuroplasticity, we're talking about the phase before neuroplasticity, you trying to reach the point where you're using your plastic, flexible brain to make out of exercising a lifestyle or consistent automatic behavior or habit. So in the second example, you feel emotions of sadness, you feel down, and when people feel down, you're not being lazy. That was the first case scenario. You were feeling lazy, you didn't want to go to the gym, but you used your willpower to go there. Now, in this scenario, you're feeling emotions. You're feeling emotions of sadness, emotions of fear, anger, whatever it is. And you just say, I don't want to go to the gym. These emotions will give you feelings, and the feelings might put you in a certain mood, and then you don't have the motivation and the willpower to go to the gym. And when that happens, this is exactly where emotional intelligence would step in. You have two solutions. One, you say, okay, I am sad. I don't want to go to the gym. I want to sit at home, watch Netflix, and eat ice cream. And the second scenario would be closing your eyes and thinking about why you started going to the gym, thinking about your why. Nietzsche says, he who has a why can bear almost any how. There was an entire book and an entire field of science based on the question, why? There's a book written by Dr. Viktor Frankl. The book is called Man's Search for Meaning. It's one of the most fascinating books you can ever read. It sold millions of copies, and it talks about prisoners' experiences in concentration camps and how the people who survived are the people who had a why. In concentration camps, usually you can't have positive emotions. You're always feeling anger and sadness. You're always having these bad emotions that would affect you in a negative way. What's the only thing that can give you good positive emotions at a concentration camp? Your why. What is your why? And just like worrying, figuring out your why is not that simple, especially when we're talking about the big image, the big question of why. Why do we exist? And of course, this gets us into existentialism, and it's an entirely different field of study as well. It is one of the most common problems nowadays. People are thinking about their existence and they're asking themselves a lot of questions. Back in the days, religion was way more reinforced, and the why was always explained through religion. But now that a lot of people are switching towards atheism and other stream of thoughts that don't follow religion, they started asking themselves the question, why? Why do I exist? What am I doing in this world? And when they don't find an answer, of course, they will feel empty. They'll feel like there's nothing to do in this world and they're just gonna live and die. And then a lot of people would suffer from depression. Some of them would even get to suicide. When in fact, it's not that complicated. From my experience and from what I've read, and I can assure you, I read a lot about a lot of books and a lot of articles, and I watched a lot of videos that talk about the question of why in life. Putting the concepts of religion aside, having a why in life, not just to know where you're going, but to know what you need to do every single day. But on a smaller scale, you can always figure out what your why is. Why do you have problems in relationships? Well, maybe because you're not ready to be in a committed relationship. Maybe you had past bad experiences that are still affecting you. You can figure out what your why is. Why are you going to the gym? Maybe you want to have a better body. Maybe you want to prove somebody wrong. Maybe you want to just improve your health and take care of your health more. Whatever your why is, when you go to the gym, you have a why. There's a reason why you're going to the gym. People do not just wake up and say, oh, I should go to the gym for no reason. So when you feel these emotions of sadness, close your eyes and think about your why. Letting go of the scenario where you would just sit at home and avoid going to the gym. And this is where most people, when they do this, they say, I don't feel like going today because I feel sad. Their brain gets adapted to it. The thing about neuroplasticity is that it's happening every single second. So when you drop the gym, when you say, I'm not going to go because I'm feeling sad, this is wiring your brain in a way that affects your willpower in a negative way. This will not give you a better mental state for you to be able to go to the gym tomorrow and be way better. In some cases, in some very rare cases, it is when there's highly emotional charged situations that you encounter that day and you just couldn't focus and just couldn't go to the gym, it's fine. But I'm talking about people who just do it as an excuse. When you close your eyes and you think about your why, you will start having feelings of, and emotions, of course, of joy, of hope. And what you do is you just go to the gym. There's a lot of exercises that we're going to talk about in the section where we talk about habits to be able to push yourself and go to the gym. One of them, and of course we're going to go more through details later, the bracelet technique, where you have an elastic band on your wrists, and every single time you feel like you're trying to establish a habit of going to the gym and making it a lifestyle. And every single time you have a feeling that you don't want to go to the gym for any reason, you just close your eyes, you think about your why, and then you snap the bracelet on your wrist in a way that it hurts a bit. Of course, you don't want to cut yourself, but in a way that hurts a little bit, and then you just go to the gym. You stop everything, whatever you're doing, whatever you're thinking, you just stop everything and you go to the gym. And I can assure you, if you do this, if you have a goal of going to the gym and you have a why behind it, and you had feelings of sadness, you didn't want to go to the gym, and you were thinking about skipping, close your eyes, forget about the bracelet for now, just close your eyes, think about your why, think about it and feel it. Try to generate emotions from it, and then go to the gym. And if, when you finish the gym, if you don't feel at least 1% better than how you were before, keep it in mind that you did not skip and you're ensuring the plasticity to be working effectively. If you did not feel any positive emotions or you did not feel any better out of it, then you need to look at your why again. Sometimes your why is not strong enough. If the answer to your why is, I want to go to the gym, it's probably not a strong why. But when you have a reason, a why, and the answer is, I need to go to the gym. You don't just want, but you need to go to the gym. Then your why is on a whole new level. And when you have a why that you answer it with, I need to go to the gym, and you go to the gym, I can assure you, you are going to feel better. So what's happening right there is you experienced bad emotions, then you closed your eyes and you thought about positive thoughts that brings you good, positive emotions. A big part of it is being optimistic, of course. Looking at things from positive perspective can sometimes be hard. Most people tend to be negative when it comes to a lot of different things in their lives. There is a blog that has a lot of useful information on how to become more optimistic, and I'm also going to include it in the course. So in case you feel like you're not really optimistic, you can always go look at it. But the big picture is, regardless of what you are, if you're optimistic or you're pessimistic, whenever you feel bad emotions, one of the best things to do as emotional intelligence is to close your eyes and block everything. Block your phone, block your computer, block everything. Sit down in your room, close your eyes, maybe add some music. If you have any music that would encourage you, that would give you some positive emotions, any music that is linked to positive experiences that you love listening to, you might want to put this music, put the song, and close your eyes and think about why. Think about your why, think about positive emotions, think about where you want to be and where this particular thing that you're trying to avoid would take you. See, the thing about the brain is, the brain cannot tell the difference between reality and imagination. When you close your eyes and you imagine yourself at the gym lifting weights, your brain can't really tell the difference between, are you actually there or are you just imagining lifting weight? Of course, your body knows because you're not lifting any weight, but your brain doesn't really tell the difference between reality and imagination. So just imagining yourself at the gym is a start. Imagining yourself going to the gym and reaching the body that you want to reach, reaching the goal that you want to reach. I'm giving a gym as a general example. You can apply this on every single aspect of your life. But these emotions would reinforce the links. These emotions would ensure neuroplasticity. Even though you're not at the gym, but your mind is still getting the connection of going to the gym, and there's a reinforcement. There's a link happening between neurons, and the link is becoming stronger and stronger and stronger. Now, of course, I'm not saying you should just sit in bed and imagine yourself working out every single day and then out of nowhere it's going to become a lifestyle. This is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is bad emotions can be met with positive, reinforcing emotions, And then these would give you a little push, some motivation, some willpower that you need to use to go to the gym. And when you go and you actually do the experience, not just mentally, but also physically, because as we said, imagination is one thing, but your cortical map is linked to different motor skills, from the fine motor skills to the gross motor skills. When you go to the gym and you bench press, this is a gross motor skill. When you go to the gym and you do some exercises for the forearms, usually this is a fine motor skill. Your perception, hearing the weights drop, hearing yourself pushing the weights and then dropping them on the floor, smelling, maybe the dumbbells smell a certain way, your visual perception of everything that's going on, your touch on the bar, all of these things would reinforce the neuroplasticity. And to top it off, the emotions. And that's why imagination can be really different than reality for your neuroplasticity, even though it can help a bit, but it's nothing compared to what you will get in terms of actually going to the gym. So having emotional intelligence, having a high EQ, having a high emotional IQ will ensure better social skills, better focus and concentration, better mental wellness, and better life overall. When you know how to use your emotions, when you know how to control them, every single aspect of your life will change, and you know it. The example that we gave before, where if a person wakes up every single day feeling joy, his life will be completely different than a person who wakes up every day feeling sad, or from a person who feels sad twice a week. It's just common sense, right? So using emotional intelligence to work on your social skills. If you have social anxiety or you feel like you don't want to go out because you're being lazy, then you close your eyes and you think about your why. Why do you want to improve your social skills? You want to have maybe a bigger connection, a bigger network so you can reach more people. You have a business and you want to reach more people. Maybe you just want to make more friends. Maybe you want to become the cool kid. What is your why? And when you feel lazy and you want to have better social skills, you close your eyes, you think about your why, you reinforce it with positive emotions, and you just go and do it. And then when you're there, you're using your emotions, you're using your sensory and motor skills, and you're ensuring proper integration in your mind. Eventually, the goal is to ensure neuroplasticity, and you're walking on the right track. Same thing goes for focus and concentration. When you're having bad emotions, you will not be able to focus and concentrate a lot. But then when you have reinforcing emotions, when you close your eyes and think about why you need to concentrate and focus on a certain task you're working on, then it's a different story. You might regroup your focus and concentration. And this, you can apply this to, as I said, every single aspect of your life, whether it's social skills, focus and concentration, going to school, going to class, writing a book, public speaking, anything. To be able to eventually ensure better mental and physical wellness. And once that happens, you are working on an effective and efficient neuroplasticity method. Now, moving on, we're going to talk about a few techniques that you can also use to ensure emotional intelligence. And the first thing is, plan A is not guaranteed. Having plan B or and C can prevent negative emotions in case of disappointment and failure. I usually listen to motivational speeches that always say, don't put a plan B and don't put a plan C, put a plan A and put all your work into it to ensure that it works. And I admire these speakers and I admire every single word they say. But if we pause for a second and we think about it, isn't there a 0.1 chance that for any reason plan A might not work? This has nothing to do with being optimistic or being a pessimist. This has everything to do with being realistic. Now, the biggest achievements in the world were made when people weren't realistic, when they thought about what's impossible and they made it possible. So I'm not saying you should be realistic in that way where you shouldn't have high expectations and aim high. What I'm saying is, being realistic, we might know, and we know, that plan A is not guaranteed. Even though there's a very small risk, it might not work. But having a plan A where you're aiming for something impossible and you think that you can reach it, you think that you have what it takes to get there, do it. You need to do it. It's people like you who are going to change the world. People who believe that the impossible is possible. These are the people who will change the world. But if you don't have a plan B or a plan C, in case of failure, you will experience a lot of negative emotions. And not just from you, but for everybody around you. Nowadays, we live in a world where social media controls everything, where people celebrate their success on social media. People go out of their houses looking like absolute shit. Sorry for the word, but it's true. And then when they want to post something on Instagram or Facebook, they make sure that they look top notch, that they're wearing their best clothing, they look happy and joyful, even though they're feeling miserable. So having to deal with your own emotions of disappointment and sadness after failing, you also have to deal with your social image, how people will look at you, how you've been talking about your dreams and you're saying that you're gonna make it, and then everybody's gonna look at you and say, here's the guy who worked for 5 years and didn't make anything. Here's the guy who worked for 5 years. When we were in college studying, he was working on his business and now he failed. He doesn't have a degree and he doesn't have a business. When we have a degree and now we're gonna find a job and we're gonna start making money and life is good, this will make you feel bad. We compare ourselves to our peers and our friends without even noticing it, because we live in a social media, Instagram, Facebook world where it's all about comparison. You see a new post, somebody posted something, it's your friend and you liked it, you would like the post, and somebody else would post something where they make you feel like they're kind of better than you, and you won't like the post. It will make you feel bad. But if you have a plan B, then it's an entirely different situation. Plan A is almost there, but having a plan B and working on risk diversion is always good, especially when we're talking about emotional intelligence. Sticking with a plan A and not figuring out any plan B or plan C is you taking an emotional risk. You diving into a puddle, not knowing how this might affect your emotions in case of failure. And I'll give you a very quick example, a very personal example actually. I started working on my business, on my social media and marketing agency about a year ago. And I was still in school. And I met a mentor that gave me an advice that changed my life. She was the one who explained to me how having a plan A and plan B is always a good choice for your emotional intelligence. I was talking to her. My business was growing and it needed a lot more work. And she knew it. And I said, I'm thinking about dropping out of college. I'm thinking about just dropping out of my program and focusing on my business. And then she asked me a question. She said, how positive are you that your business is going to work and make you a lot of money? I said, I'm very positive. And then she said, what if something happens that you cannot control and your business stopped working? Maybe you can't find any reason why your business might not work. But keep in mind, people who died never planned on dying. People who drove their cars at 120 miles an hour were not planning on having an accident and dying. They always thought that they have everything under control and that nothing bad can happen, nothing can make them die. But it's the things that you don't expect. It's the 0.1% risk that you don't look at that can actually destroy you. And then she said, carry on with your business and keep working on it, but don't drop out of college. Because if in 3 years your business fails for any reason, not saying that it might fail, but there is a 0.01 risk that it might, and if it does, you have your degree and you can find a job to save some money so you can get back up and work again on your plan A. But if your business fails, you don't have a degree to get a decent job and get good money to be able to save. You maybe lost some money and now you don't have a degree. You need to find a job that's probably paying minimum wage so you can barely afford your living expenses. And you will find it very hard to stand back up and work on your plan A. Especially because when this happens, you will have emotions of anger, disappointment, and sadness. And usually, These are emotionally charged experiences. But when you have a plan B, the disappointment, the sadness, and the anger will not be as hard because you always know that you're working on your plan B to get to your plan A. I would never advise anybody to drop their plan A because usually plan A is what you want the most and you shouldn't stop working on it until you die. Every single person has a moral obligation to work on their dreams and their goals. These are the people who live life to its fullest. These are the people who, once they're on their deathbed, will not look back and say, I wish I had done this or I wish I had done that. So even though you're feeling down, even though you're feeling sad and you're feeling disappointed because you failed, you have a plan B that's supporting you. You go to plan B and you keep in mind your plan A. You're not going to stop. You know that you're not going to stop until you get and achieve plan A. So when you have a plan B, you will get back up, you'll work again, and you'll be more likely to jump back into plan A and make it work. When I have a degree and my business fails, I can get a job that pays well, and I can invest money again in my company to make it grow, to fix the problems that I couldn't fix before, and then I can achieve plan A. And once that happens, once plan A is done, I have my business and it's working well. I always have my plan B in my pocket, which is my degree, which is the situation where for any case in the future my business failed again, I always have my degree to go back at it. And here's the beauty of it. Most people in college, they want to drop out of school because they want to focus on their business. But let's put it this way. Focusing on your business and going to college, and of course, this is just an example of plan A and plan B. Your plan A and B can be applicable on any aspect of your life, of course, just like emotions and experiences. So after following her advice, I was always in school and I was still working on my social media and digital marketing agency. And in fact, she was right. I got to a point where my business wasn't working the way I wanted to work. Things were not working according to plan. And I had to put some money into the business, but I couldn't because I was going to school, I was not working, and I was working on my business, and I had no source of income. But my plan B, the fact that I was pursuing my degree, plus all the experience that I got from building my business, got me an internship right away with one of the biggest marketing firms in Ottawa. And it all happened because I had a plan B. And once I got back into plan B, I was able to go back into plan A and grow it bit by bit. And now it's working well. It's not where I want it to be, but if I didn't have a plan B, maybe I wouldn't have the agency anymore. I couldn't get any money into the company and I couldn't grow it anymore, and then it would fail. So whatever goal you have, whatever you're trying to work on, whatever plan you have, sit down and figure out a plan B or a plan C if you can. Now, second thing is accepting the inevitable. Sometimes we can't control the situation. No matter how many plans we have, we can't fully control the situation. And then we need to adapt, we need to overcome and accept the inevitable. Because when something happens and you have no control over it, you have one of two options. You either dwell or you accept. And when you dwell, you're going to be stuck. You're not going to move forward when the rest of the world is moving forward. But if you accept and you move forward and you move on, you adapt and you overcome it, you will be wiring your brain in an emotionally intelligent way. You are learning to accept failure, overcome it, learn from it, move on, and grow from it. But if you dwell on it, you're going to learn that failure is bad, failure will make me feel sad, I want to avoid failure at any cost, and you just want to avoid failure because it doesn't make you feel good, and that's just our human nature. We want to avoid the things that makes us feel bad. And that's where most people would drop their dreams, where most people would not have such high aspirations anymore. They accept so little because they don't want to encounter failure anymore. And unfortunately, it becomes wired in their brain. The concept of not failing and the concept of security, it becomes hardwired in their brain. If your dad ever worked on a business and it failed and he dwelled on it for years and eventually started working full time, and you grow up and you say to your father that you want to start a business, he's not going to say, yes, go for it, it's going to be awesome. He's going to say, no, starting a business can be risky. You might fail, you might get disappointed. It's better to work on a degree and get a safe job. And did you ever pause for a second and ask yourself, why would he say this? He would say this because of the neuroplasticity process. His experience and the emotions that came with this experience, all the different motor and sensory skills that were involved and everything wired his brain in a way that he wants to avoid risk, aka he wants to avoid business because, well, business is risky. So even though you have a plan A or a plan B or a plan C, even though it's a very small percentage when you have a lot of different plans, but it might get to a point where all the plans didn't work and you don't have any more plans. And you need to accept your reality and look at your options. Look at what you can do to get yourself out of where you are and just start going back at it to go again to your plan A or to your plan B or to your plan C, or just change the plan entirely if you think that it's not working right. Moving on to the next exercise. Count to 10. A lot of you heard people say count to 10 before you say anything, or just take a deep breath. Nowadays it became just a slang that people would just say randomly. When they want to tell somebody to just chill down, they're like, dude, take a deep breath or count to 10, you know? But there is a lot of wisdom behind this technique. When you react based upon impulses, you are reacting based on your current emotions. And when you react towards your current emotions, you are reinforcing them. When you're mad at someone and they try to talk to you and then they start arguing with you, you know that the most probable result is that you guys are going to have a fight. If you start arguing back and you start screaming at him and shouting and having hand gestures, you're just going to get yourself more angry. The other person in front of you is going to feel also emotions of anger, maybe fear, or you might feel threatened. And you will also get affected by external stimulation. And before you know it, you find yourself having a huge argument, a fight, feeling even more angry at the person, and you guys had a fight and now you're not talking to each other anymore. But if when the argument starts and you know that you're getting angrier, you're getting more upset, and you know that most probably an argument is going to happen and eventually a fight. You guys are going to stop talking to each other or whatever. But instead of arguing back, if you count to 10, you just stare, not at the person, just stare elsewhere, count to 10, take a deep breath, and be aware of the emotions you're feeling. It's a very simple yet effective technique that you can use on a daily basis to ensure emotional intelligence. I promise you, this is one of the techniques that help me personally the most. This also applies to different examples. The example that we gave about the gym. If, let's say, we put the scenario in a way where you're having a conversation with the gym. The gym is saying, hey, come here, work out. And you're saying, no, I feel sad, I don't want to go. But then you stare somewhere and you count to 10 and you take a deep breath and you really become aware of your emotions. You're going to see that you're feeling sad. Most people never get aware of their emotions. They get sad, but they're not aware of their emotions. But when you get aware of your emotions and you know that you're feeling sad, you have the chance to change this. So when you're arguing with someone and you get upset, you're mad, you're angry, and you count to 10, you take a deep breath and you realize that you're angry, and you know that if you're angry, you're having these emotions of anger. If you're going to talk to the person more, it's going to result in a fight. And once you know the consequences, you need to ask yourself, is it worth it? Is it worth it just because you're having some emotions? And as we said, emotions are usually short term. You have a fight with your best friend, 2 hours later, you guys text back and everything's working and everything's back to normal. So when you ask yourself, is it worth it? Are these emotions worth getting me to have a fight with my friend or getting the consequences that might happen? And most probably, most of the times, the answer is no. And once you figure out that the answer is no, think about something else. Think about something positive. Think about all the good things that the person did and not all the bad things that the person did. Think about why going to the gym would help, why going to the gym would make you get closer to your goals, and not why going to the gym might take a lot of effort and a lot of energy and I just don't feel like it. It's easy and it's quick. You're not feeling okay, you're not feeling comfortable. Usually when you have bad emotions, you don't feel comfortable at all. You feel uncomfortable. And then you pause for 10 seconds. You ask yourself very quickly, what am I feeling? And usually when you ask yourself this question, you're going to find the answer right away. Once you find the answer, you ask yourself, what's going to happen if I keep having these emotions? What's going to happen if I keep being angry at the person? And also, the answer is going to be like a light bulb that lights up. You guys are going to have a fight. And is it worth it? The answer is no. And now you know that you need to switch up your emotions to avoid the consequences. And instead of screaming at the person, you would look at them, you would smile, and you would say, can I tell you something? I was really upset about 1, 2, 3 things that you did, but I love you a lot and you're my best friend and I don't want to have a fight and I don't want to argue, but I just want to talk about these things because I got upset and I don't want to have these feelings again. And I'm pretty sure that as a friend, you would understand this. Boom. Completely different scenario that can change everything. Maybe the first scenario could have led to a moment where you lost your friendship. And just because you counted to 10, you took 10 seconds, you changed the entire stream of actions and controlling your bad emotions. And guess what that does? You guessed right. It works better towards your neuroplasticity. You are reinforcing positive emotions and therefore positive habits. The goal behind neuroplasticity is to wire everything that is positive in your mind. Positive emotions, positive thoughts, positive actions, and through everything we're going through in this course, this is where you're heading. Now, the next exercise is to learn to say no. A lot of people don't know how to say no. You can trace this back to failed parenting strategies. You can trace that back to past experiences. You can track that back to guilt trips that you went through for saying no. When your friend asked you to help him with his essay and you didn't have the time to do it and you said no, and then he failed the class and he says, if you only helped me, like I could have at least passed. This guilt trip that you went through, eventually, as we said before, our human nature wants to avoid all these bad feelings and bad emotions. So when you get wired, your brain gets wired at one point that whenever you say to somebody, when somebody asks you for something and you say no, a guilt trip will follow. Even if he doesn't say anything, just when you say no, you are going to feel guilty for saying no. There's even a book that I ran across at the library at the university, and the title is When I Say No, I Feel Guilty. And of course, as we said, the way it happens is that it becomes wired in your brain. But you need to learn how to say no, and most importantly, learn how not to feel shame when you say no. And how do you do that? You control your emotions. You can use the count to 10 strategy, take a deep breath strategy, do some introspection, and understand that you're feeling shame, and simply switch back to positive emotions. Think about all the good things that you were able to do because you did not spend 6-7 hours working with your friends on an essay. And of course, you shouldn't always say no. If your friend needs your help and you have the time, you have nothing to do, you might as well just help them. But the problem is when you have some things to do and you don't know how to say no because you feel ashamed, and then you say yes at work when your boss asks you to do something and you just can't say no because otherwise you'll feel shame and you'll feel that you're not working hard enough and you're too hard on yourself, and then you got a lot of workload, and before you know it, you find yourself staying at the office till 9 at night. Why? Well, simply because you didn't know how to say no. I will also include an article about this, how to say no without feeling guilty, so you guys can take a look at it if this is one of your problems. But one of the strategies that I use is kind of different. The way I look at it is trying to help other people because eventually they will help you back. When you take 6 hours to work with somebody on his essay, if you ever needed something from them, they'll be there for you. Most of the people, of course. Some people are just full of BS and they just won't help you, even if you help them over and over again. But what happens when you want to help someone, but you're running short on time? He needs you to help him for 6-7 hours when you only have 1 hour to spare. This is where emotional intelligence would step in. Instead of going through the roller coaster of saying yes or no and feeling guilty or feeling shame or feeling pressure because you said yes, you can simply say this. Let's imagine 2 scenarios. Your friend says, hey, can you help me with my essay? I have it due tomorrow and I had to write 3-4 pages. I'm not sure how long it would take, maybe 5-6 hours, but I just really don't know what to do. And you might say, look, man, honestly, I have a lot of things to do and I can't really help right now. If you're working on your emotions, you might say this and not feel bad about yourself. You'll feel okay. You'll just think that, well, this is my right. I have other things that I need to do and I did the right thing. People who feel shame about saying no needs to work on their emotions and look at the article that I included. But the scenario that I would follow is the following. He would ask me the question and I would say, of course I can help you. There's no doubt about it. Just let me know. What's the essay about? And then he would say what the essay is about. And then you showed genuine interest that you really, really want to help. And then you say, okay, no problem. I got your back. Let me check my schedule. I'm not sure what I have to do later on today or tomorrow, but I'll let you know. Just give me a couple minutes. And then just think about what you have to do today and tomorrow. Think about if you have the time to help him or not. And if not, if you have some time to help him, maybe you have 1 hour or 2 hours. But the fact that first, you didn't show emotions of negativity. We said before how powerful the word no is. When you say no to somebody, most probably they're going to feel a little bit sad because if they didn't have a 0.1% possibility in their head that you will say yes, they would have never asked you to begin with. After checking your schedule, you might say, look, I only have 1 hour because I have this, and that to do. So how about I help you with the curriculum so you can know what you're going to write about, and then you do your research and you go from there. Now, he's not just going to appreciate that you're helping, and he's not just going to owe you and he's going to help you in the future, of course, if he's a good person, but he will feel that you went over this to check your schedule and squeeze in your schedule, and you sacrificed an hour to be with him. And of course, to help him with his essay. In this case, you feel good, you're not pressured, you had an hour to spare and you spent it with him. Next time you might need something from him, he will be there, hopefully. He didn't feel bad, he didn't feel any negative emotions. In the contrary, he felt really good. He felt like you're a loyal person. He felt like you're somebody he can trust. He felt like you're a true friend, and everybody is a winner. And even if you don't have the time to spare, you have a lot of stuff to do. After you say, yeah, for sure, man, just let me know what's going on. What's the topic about? Okay, for sure. Let me check my schedule. And you check your schedule and you say, look, I have this, and that I need to finish today. And you precise what the things are. You say, I have to write my assignment, I need to get the groceries, and I need to help my dad with something. Instead of saying, I have a lot of stuff to do. Being precise is always better. It gives you more authenticity and you seem more genuine and more trustworthy. It basically just shows that you're not just saying no because you just don't feel like it. And even when you don't feel like it, you can also use this strategy because it's really helpful. And you carry on to say, I don't think I can help today, but I will try to finish things as fast as possible. And if I do, on the right time, I'll let you know, and then we can work on the essay. Of course, he's not going to feel as good as when you said, I have an hour and let me help you with the curriculum or with the outline of the essay. But he's not going to feel as bad as just saying, no, sorry, man, I can't. I have a lot of stuff to do today. And just try it. Next time somebody asks you to do something, try the first scenario, just say no bluntly and that you have a lot of stuff to do, and see how you feel and see how they feel. You feel negative emotions, just switch back, close your eyes, think about positive emotions, what you're going to do in this time, and move away from these sad and bad emotions. And try also the other scenario. Get excited, ask him questions, let him talk, let him see that you're interested, and then if you really have the time to spare, do it. If you have 6 hours, do it. If you have 1 hour, do it. Or if you don't have time, say, look, I have this, and that to do. I'm going to try to finish them as soon as possible, and then I'll help you. Then the person knows that even though you're not helping right now, but you have him on your mind, and you're going to try to finish things fast so you can help him. And even if you don't, he will consider it as not a person who said no, not a person who just refused to help, but as a person who tried his best, but he just had a lot of stuff and you just couldn't help. You can add to it saying at the end, if you didn't find any time, you can call him or see him and say, look, I still have this to get it over with. If I don't find the time, I'm sorry, but next time you need anything, just let me know and I'll see what we can do about it. This is exactly what emotional intelligence would look like. You are taking care of your proper emotions. You're taking care of the other person's emotions in a way that, of course, the other person's emotions, if they're bad emotions, they will affect your own emotions. And we already talked about this. So you're being emotionally intelligent with your own emotions and with the other person's emotions as well. Now, going further more into emotional intelligence, some concepts that we already talked about and some concepts that are kind of new that we need to discuss real fast and that you need to keep in mind because they're also a part of raising your emotional IQ. And first things first, stop blaming others. When something happens and you blame others, you will feel helpless. You will feel that the other person had the control over the situation and you had no control over it. The reason why this happened is because of what other people did and not what you did. And you can never change what other people did, but you can always change what you are going to do. So if you got a bad grade and you just say, the professor just doesn't like me, or the professor is just too hard on the students, even when you're studying for the next exam, you're going to have these emotions where you're just going to think that even though you're going to study hard, and no matter how hard you study, the professor is not going to give you good grades. And this, of course, will affect the quality of your studying. But if you used your emotional intelligence and said, no, I don't want to blame the professor, I want to blame myself. Maybe I didn't study hard enough. Now, in this case, when you want to study, you're going to have emotions and a mentality that's saying, you need to work harder, you need to study harder for you to get a better grade because it's all up to you. And this will affect the quality of your studying in an absolutely positive way, and you know it. You can control situations way better than other people. So stop blaming others, take responsibility yourself. Even when there is some blame to put on other people, try to work it out yourself. Because as we said, you have more control over yourself than over other people. And with control comes stability, and with stability comes stable emotions. Now, working in an emotionally intelligent way will help you get these positive and good emotions and wire your brain in the way that you wanted it to be wired. Second thing is avoid making excuses. And this is interrelated with stop blaming others. When you blame others, you are usually giving excuses. But it's not just about blaming others. Making excuses can be you saying, I can't go to the gym because I can't afford supplements. This excuse right there, you are committing emotional suicide. Because first, you're not going to the gym, and this will hurt the process of wiring and making out of exercising a habit or a lifestyle. And then you're getting more bad emotions in by saying, I don't have money. And all of this just because you wanted to make an excuse. But if you did not think about excuses, you want to go to the gym and you want to make it a habit, you don't look at excuses, you just look at executing. You just look at going to the gym and you make a habit out of it, even though results are not going to be the same, for example, without supplements. But in 3 months, when you save up some money and you buy supplements, you're not going to start from scratch. You're going to start from 3 months into the gym. You have good power, your body's getting better, you can lift more, and the supplements will help you even more. Third is learn how to communicate. And one of the most important techniques to learn how to communicate is, of course, to count to 10 when you're having bad emotions that might cause bad consequences that we already talked about before. And another way to deal with it, if you find that you have a lot of problems communicating with people, you might want to get Dale Carnegie's other book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. It's one of the best books I've ever read when it comes to influencing others, communicating, and building trustworthy, authentic connections on a daily basis. It would also help you avoid these arguments and all these situations that would actually hurt the relationships and affect the way you communicate in a negative way. And because this is also a very important topic and we communicate every single day, if we don't know how to communicate properly, it can cause us a lot of problems on an emotional intelligence level and furthermore on a plastic brain level. So there's going to be also an article regarding this problem. Now, the next technique is to embrace change. Most people are afraid of change. Sometimes people are excited to change, but most of the times when a sudden change happens in your life, you will not feel comfortable at all. And these bad emotions that comes with this unexpected change, you need to be aware of them, and to be emotionally intelligent, you need to switch them into positive emotions as we talked about before. Once you become aware of them, and this will bring us to the last technique that we have, which is focus on introspection. Focusing on introspection is basically you becoming aware of your emotions. Every single time you're feeling uncomfortable or you have some feelings that are making you feel bad, look into your mind and ask yourself what's going on, what kind of emotions am I feeling, and then deal with it. Switch up these bad emotions into positive emotions that would actually help you. Look at change as an opportunity to increase your neuroplasticity. You have more experiences. That's one way to look at it. If you just look at change as an opportunity for you to enhance your neuroplasticity, to enhance your brain and build more connections and more neural networks, this by itself will make you embrace change instead of dwelling on it. And lastly, being optimistic. As we said, there's going to be an article about it to know more information about it, but it's one of the most important aspects when it comes to emotional intelligence and just kicking away the bad emotions. Being optimistic is just looking at the positive, and the positive would always give you good emotions. And this would bring us to the end of this lecture. Mastering these techniques. You need to make out of emotional intelligence a lifestyle that supports you, not drag you down. You need to use these techniques in neuroplasticity, reinforce desired actions with emotional charge and protection, and avoid network disruption by using prevention and adaptation methods. All the techniques, methods that we discussed in this lecture, if you use them and you understand them and you look into them in an emotionally intelligent way, it will not just help you on a day-to-day basis. It will not just help you with your mental and physical health, but if you are putting in the right actions that you want to wire in your brain, it can change your life when it comes to neuroplasticity. You will find yourself wiring all these actions way easier than you would if you were having bad emotions. The goal is to understand how important emotions are. And of course, that reflects in all the different examples that we gave. And to understand how to use it to your own advantage, which basically means how to be emotionally intelligent and how to focus on the good emotions to reinforce the desired actions. And a huge part of it is to also use bad emotions to prevent undesired actions. So when you want to stop something, and every single time you do it, you enjoy it and you love it and you think about every single thing that you love about it and not the things that are actually hurting you, you're not being emotionally intelligent. When you want to stop smoking and every time you smoke, you have emotions of joy and that seems that you can't really control when in fact you can, you are not being emotionally intelligent. But if when you smoke, you feel shame of yourself, wanting to stop and you just can't, you feel shame about what you're doing to your body. When you're smoking and you imagine the smoke getting in your lungs and ruining them, when you imagine yourself getting a chronic disease that will hurt your health a lot, and you do all of these things while you're smoking, instead of having these emotions of joy, you'll have emotions of anger, sadness, disappointment. And the more you do it, if every single time you smoke, you think about these things, as we said, the human nature wants to avoid bad feelings. Bit by bit, you will start to wire this in, and every single time you want to smoke, you will have these bad emotions and bad feelings. And because the human nature wants to avoid it, this will help you if you're trying to quit smoking. Now, physical dependence on the nicotine is a different story. And it can be hard, especially when you're suffering from withdrawal symptoms. You'll feel a lot of discomfort. And you're going to learn way more about this in the habits section. How, when you have a physical dependency on something, how your body on purpose would make you feel discomfort and would make you feel like the only way to feel comfortable is to go back to the thing that you're withdrawing from, the thing that you have physical dependency on. And that's where most people would give in and they would just go back to smoking or whatever habit they're trying to stop. But for now, this is more than enough for you to understand and be emotionally intelligent. Work on these techniques and be consistent, and you will start seeing results in no time.
Hey.
Hey.
I'm gonna get some feedback here for a split second, but maybe not. We'll see, okay? Still trying to figure out the Telegram situation.
Did it even work last week?
No, but I got it working now. I know how it's supposed to work now.
Cool.
So what's up? Hey, y'all. Hey, we got a bunch of you popping in here super fast. Let's rock and roll.
I thought you were going to play us intro with a different song today.
What? Why would I do that? You want to have a Nagila?
I thought it was going to be like a little, birthday jingle or something.
I should have set that up. Happy birthday, Elon. Elon, it's your birthday. Go ahead.
Someone sent me a video of these like weird monkeys singing birthday, like a birthday song. It's like some weird stuff out there on YouTube.
I actually just learned a new birthday jingle, like song, which is so much better than the run-of-the-mill happy birthday, but I haven't learned all the words yet. So by next birthday, I'll get you. 42, okay. I'll get this thing down. It's spiritual, it's sweet, it makes you feel good in your body. And like it relieves that embarrassment that you always get when everyone's singing you happy birthday.
Oh, that's nice. I actually used to have to sing this jingle at the restaurant that I served at. It was like a steakhouse.
Yeah.
And we always had to like, it was like happy birthday, like something. I forgot all the words, but yeah, there's some weird things out there.
Well, in case you guys are wondering what the hell we're talking about, it's Elon's 41st birthday. So Mazal Tov and happy birthday to the big.
Thank you.
To my bigs.
Thank you.
Still here for y'all. We enjoy this.
Happy to be here with you guys on my birthday.
On your birthday.
Being here with you.
So feel free to say hello in the chat box there, especially if you are, well, not especially, but and if you're new, let us know because we want to give you a special hello as well and welcome you to the Old Souls and Seekers community. Today we're going to touch upon kind of like a progression in transformation and mindset, and like what are these quote unquote levels that people attain, reach in their understanding and wisdom. And we want to give you maps because it kind of shows you where to look and what to reach for and what kind of work you may need to put in place in your life right now to create these habits and these foundations in your life. Because what we want for you guys, just to understand, if you're part of this community, it's not just to transform, right? Like any of us can go out and have an ecstatic experience this weekend if we so choose. You can go to an amazing class, you can go do breath work, yoga, like there's a lot of things you can do for yourself to make you feel good. And when you go home, is that sustainable? Are you applying that in your life? And that's what Elon and I really care about, is not just having transformative experiences, but the understanding and wisdom and experiences that one requires in order to have sustainable transformation in their life, to have more fluid relationships with yourself and others, to live a healthier life, to be healthier in your mindset, to be honestly more fluid, because life is a fucking shit show oftentimes, and it's not about making life perfect. It's about how you get to respond to the way that your life is arising so that you can maximize the benefit of the moment instead of losing time and then repeating the mistakes that you've repeated. So if you are new to the community, that's really what these conversations are about. It's what all our education and programs and community is here for. It's to support you in giving you tools and resources and experiences, most importantly, the experiences to create fundamentally a new place for you to live from in your life, for a new perspective to arise naturally without you having to like force some kind of outcome. So if you are new to the party or old to the party, again, please feel free to smash some likes and hearts. Let us know that you're out there, say hello, and just know that you can ask questions. You guys can probably see the comment box there, and so we can see your questions. We can interact with you. And so as we go through this, if you want clarification, if you have something specific, of course, if we have time, we'll get to as much as possible. So awesome. Anything you want to say?
Let's say hi to some new people here.
Cool.
Who do I see here?
Sharon.
Mary Elliott is new. I see Sharon. I'm maybe butchering that one.
Might be Sharon, which would be really cool.
Sharon. It's a cool spelling.
Mm-hmm.
I think those are all the newbies I saw, and then we have a bunch of.
And P.S. guys, if you see your name showing up as a Facebook user in the chat box,
Yoav, she's got to be a fellow Israeli for sure. Yeah, go ahead. Tell them about the link.
I'm dropping it right now. So guys, I'm going to drop a link for you real super fast. If you want your, if you see your name when you drop in a comment as a Facebook user, that's because we are in a closed group. So the software can't pull your name out. So I'm going to put this link in there right now, that chat.restream.io. If you click on that and you just go through the app's permission, it will then start pulling your name into the software so we can see who you are as well. Okay?
Well, welcome everybody, one and all. Again, just great to Russian Israeli. Welcome to the family then.
Yeah, totally.
Interestingly enough, before we dive in, I was with a group of people this weekend, and we were meeting them for the first time. And people always ask, like, what nationality are you? Especially because my wife and I have kind of weirdish names. And what was very strange is that I stopped myself from saying Russian, and I actually purposely said Ukrainian. And I stopped for a moment and realized that this is the first time ever that has crossed my lips, just because of the situation and everything. I think part of it is like, if you say Ukraine to someone, they're like, and where is that? Is that in South Dakota or something? Now, obviously there's more knowledge around it, and there's this big thing. It's like Russia, and Ukraine is very different. So it was just interesting for me to notice, like, holy shit, now it's almost like we got to make that distinction. And then just to give you guys like a super side funny story, we run Facebook ads, and guy was telling me that we had this ad that was working really well, and Facebook chose colors, and it was like yellow and blue.
I chose the colors, but chose them before the event had occurred and had not even crossed my mind.
Yeah, this was like, months and months and months ago this thing has been running, and the guy's like, all of a sudden there's all these like more comments than usual, and he's just like, this is odd. So he goes and checks the comments, and people were just blasting this for us, like milking the Ukrainian thing and using the colors and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, if this was like 5 months ago and you walked on the street and you were like, what colors are the Ukrainian flag? If 1 out of 1,000 people were able to say it that was not obviously from there, I'd be in absolute shock. And now everyone knows exactly what the flag looks like and all that stuff. So just interesting side notes.
Also another side note. This reminds me of when I was younger, I used to tell people my middle name, and this will probably be the first time I've ever shared this publicly here, because I don't really use my middle name. My middle name is Barack, like Barack Obama, and it's a Hebrew name. So when I was a kid, I used to tell my friends that my name was Guy Barack, but then they would be like, nobody had ever heard that name before, so nobody conceptualized what that meant, and they would always be like, what's that B name that you had? So I stopped using it, and then Barack became president, and I was like, oh, that's my name, and everyone's like, no, it isn't. Like you just can't. I couldn't win, so I was like, all right, I just won't use it again. Oh my God.
Elon Musk is like the best thing that's ever happened to me. And not even from the fact of Tesla, just like he's made my name a household name. It's a household name.
It's a household name.
It's a household name.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the meat and potatoes of today.
Let's do this.
Enough of this birthday, Ukrainian, Russian, Elon talk.
Well, hopefully Russia doesn't invade Latvia, so then you have to call yourself Latvian too. Yeah.
So we're going to walk you guys through kind of this 3 stages of transformation today. And we're going to kind of talk about it from 2 different perspectives. when we created our ascension model here, so obviously we do these calls every week. You can come and enjoy these for free for forever. I mean, we have coaches from our organization that come to these calls for free. So once someone is ready to kind of like jump in and work with us, what we have done is we've taken these 3 levels that we're going to talk about today, and we turned it into an ascension model, meaning that we can actually walk someone through the process of what we're going to be discussing today. So wherever you may have found your way into our home, you're already on one of these levels, right? And so as we're discussing this, what I'm inviting you to is to just sit and allow this kind of information and let it kind of marinate over you, and just notice where you are in the process. And wherever you are in the process, I just want you to realize like you get to acknowledge yourself for being there. Right? You know, the human mind always wants to be somewhere else. It's like where I'm at is not good enough. Let me get over there, which is fine. And just know that as we walk through this, it's like, okay, where do I find myself on the map? And no, we'll actually work with you and share with you like what are the pieces that one would need to kind of get themselves to the next one. Okay. So I'm going to describe this in 2 separate ways, and then I'll have a guy come in and interject this as well. We're just going to start with level 1. And level 1, we're going to speak from a place of awareness, and then I'm going to also map it out on your journey. So level 1 is, in the way that we describe it here in the Awareness Effect Academy, is awareness is trapped inside the mind. It's like, you know, when people kind of start to find it, it's usually they point to somewhere here or somewhere behind the eyes, etc. And as long as awareness is trapped there, which it is for basically everyone, unless you've done a lot of this work, then the world has a certain color and tint to it, because the only way that you can ever perceive the world is through these 5 senses, right? So if awareness is here, it's basically using your eyes to see, using your ears to hear, using your nose to smell. It's constantly chatting and talking to you, right? And this is where people have their first real breakthrough at level 1. And that first breakthrough, which my assumption is most of you have already had, is that this voice in your head that most other people think is themselves, you've already come to the realization like, holy shit, that voice is not me. And that was a really profound moment for every one of us on our personal development journey. I still remember to this day when I was sitting there and they were like, notice the voice inside your head. And my voice is like, what fucking voice is he talking about? There's no voice in my head. And then the guy goes, you know, the one that just said there's no voice inside your head? That's the one. And I was like, huh? Right? And then you really start to get the sense of how this thing controls your life. And so when we're in this level 1 phase, what tends to happen is we are constantly acquiring information. Like when you have that epiphany, whether it came from a book, whether it came from a seminar, whether you hired a coach or whatever it might be, you remember that moment very, very well. And if you guys do, like, share what your moment was. You know, was it a class? Was it a book? Because I want you guys to get like how impactful that first moment of awakening is.
Yeah.
I mean, like I can describe to you the moment of the day that I got unplugged from the Matrix. Guy can describe it like, you know, to the T. Like he remembers when his foot hit the stairwell, like the heel hit the stairwell, and then this light bulb moment went off. I remember mine. I was just driving down the highway going back to this class, and literally it was like someone. It felt like I was like on a mushroom experience. All of a sudden, all the trees became so bright. I had to pull over to the side of the road, and like I thought I was hallucinating. Right. So what happens is in this early stages, like the phase 1 of your growth, this level 1 phase, is everything is impactful. The next book is amazing. That next video, the next seminar, everything you take on is so juicy and so delicious. And it's just like, wow, after wow, and aha after aha. And you get so excited. you kind of probably go out and destroy a bunch of relationships by sharing with everyone, like, read this book, you have to do this program. Everyone thinks you're fucking crazy. But it's serving you so well. It's like, it's creating so much impact in your life, moment by moment by moment, that you become addicted, right? And that kind of is that in that phase 1 practice. Here's where it gets into a little bit of a shaky situation. If awareness is in the mind and only in the mind, then guess who is doing all of these practices? The mind is actually doing the practices, right? Like, people call it mindset work, and it is. You're basically giving your mind more tools to view the world through the senses differently. And that's very, very enlivening. And then one other piece here that's really important is, in this phase, you switch from this notion of everything is happening to me, right? Like, the world is coming at me, and you gain this new level of responsibility, like, I am responsible. And then it starts to shift as you go from level 1 to level 2 into this place of everything is now happening for me.
And can we pause there for a moment?
Yeah.
And I just want to talk to Natalie's question. So Natalie said, put it on the screen for you guys. She's asking, it's a really good question, and I think this may be a concern for some people that arises. It's like, so when we unhook from the conditioned mind, do we lose senses? Well, the first thing we want to realize is at that location, it's what I wrote. You can scroll through the comments and find it. Is that in location 1, you are like, your reality is merged with the mind. And so everything in the mind, this narration that's inside that Elon's talking about, this little voice, you're merged with it. And so you have this, you don't see a separation between awareness, what's aware, and this like dictation, this narration that's happening. And so you're using your 5 senses as the primary way to navigate reality. By the way, most of humanity is still doing this, so it's not like this puts you in like a bad way, but what we want to recognize is that our perceptive reality, what our 5 senses allow us to perceive, is just a very small band of reality. I could prove this to you, okay? Whether we're talking about sound or light, in either case, we're talking about a vibration. I think with sound, the smallest amount of vibration we can perceive is something like 30 hertz per second or something like that, all the way up to 38,000 hertz per second, okay? Now, there are obviously vibrations lower than that and higher than that. And don't quote me exactly on these hertz, but like, give or take, that's the range that we have. So like, here's what we can hear. Now, anything lower than that or higher than that, to us, is silence. Non-existent, okay? And we've all been in a situation where we thought somebody said our name, or we thought we heard something, and we turn around and maybe nothing is there, or not what you believed would be there is there. And so what we want to recognize is that when we test our senses against what is real, what you will find, whether it's your eyes, right? Again, we've all thought we saw something in the distance that wasn't there. Same thing again, by the way, with heat or with color. These are just certain vibrations and frequencies and bands that we can perceive. But we know there's gamma radiation. We know there's infrared radiation, right? Like, we know there's all these bands of colors and things that other animals can see and sense that we simply can't. Does that mean that they're not real? Or does that mean that we just have a band of reality that we're limited to? And so we want to throw a wrench at our 5 senses and understand that while they are a tool for witnessing a part of reality, we cannot see or experience or feel the truth of our reality. And again, we know this from endless studies now, is that your conditioning will predicate how you view your reality, your perceptive reality. I'll give you another example on this, just to kind of like hit this home, because what we want to do is we don't want to be like, oh my God, my 5 senses don't work, but you want to call into question what your 5 senses are creating and be like, you know what they're creating is an illusion. No matter how much I believe in this illusion, no matter how real it seems, it's still not what reality is. Okay, so here's an example. We were talking about Russia. These are real scientific studies that have been done. They will take a palette of color, let's say blue, and they will draw it against a wall, like every different shades of blue. Now they will put an American in front of that color palette, and they say, well, how many shades of blue can you see with your eyes? And let's say there's 35 shades, and the American will say, well, I can see 25 different shades of blue, and then they'll put a Russian person in front of these shades of blue, and the Russian person on average will see like 30 to 32 different shades of blue. Why does that happen? Very simply, because in Russian, there is more descriptive language for shades of color in blue than there is in English. Let that sink in for a moment. There's more descriptive language in Russian for colors than there is in English. And so to the eye, literally, in its reality, it will see more or less colors based on the language that it has to work with. There's this like common belief or saying that when Christopher Columbus was sailing to the New World and the Indians were looking out at the water, they had never seen a ship before. And so that they can see the ripples in the water, and they were trying to understand what was happening, but they actually couldn't see the ship because they have never seen a ship nor heard the word ship. And so their reality, their eyes literally could not perceive it. Okay. And so we want to begin by at least, how do we transform? Well, we start asking questions. We get curious. People who are so sure of their reality are stuck in the matrix of their mind. Now, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They're living their lives, doing what they're doing. However, we want to recognize that if we don't call things into question, then we can't widen our view of reality. And really what we want to get to with these next layers, these next levels of where do we get to and how do we do that, we want to start understanding our true nature. Because if we ever want to be liberated and free in our own lives, in our own reality, then we get to actually experience our true nature. Now, how are you going to experience your true nature when you're taking the conditioning of your mind, and the only way that you can perceive yourself, others, the world, etc., is through these five senses? So if you've never taken the time to question that your five senses are not a great test for reality, boom, there you have it. You can at least start with that and be like, hey, is what I'm seeing real? And again, we know it's not. We just today scientifically can prove that you are seeing about 0.00001% of reality every second. The rest of it is pretty much formulated by your conditioning, the way that your memory works, and your preconceived belief systems. Okay? And this also, by the way, should give you a little bit compassion for yourself and others, understanding that we're all trapped in this matrix. And a lot of times when people have certain belief systems that impair their judgment or maybe cause even harm to other people, it is not because they are like vile human beings. They are just trapped in a certain reality that has never been put into question in a way that fundamentally helped them shift and see more of reality in a different way in true nature. And they're trying to deal with that, right? A lot of people who are in pain, notice in your life, we loop in this pain. And we often deal with the same kind of circumstances over and over and over again. Now, a lot of people say this is suffering. We have learned that this is not suffering. This is actually how the quantum physics, like matrix, works. It has to loop in order to give you opportunity after opportunity to basically like clear your karma, learn from that experience, and grow in ways that your soul came here to grow. If it didn't do that, and it was always a novel experience, you would never learn anything at all. Like humans learn through contrast and repetition. And so we actually need a mechanism that allows for things to loop in our system until we can literally clear it from. And these next two layers that Elon's going to mention here is the process of beginning to actually clear those things so that we can get out of those loops and get out of those matrices.
Yeah. So when you're in phase one of your journey, right? Like exciting, everything's amazing, amazing, amazing. And then inevitably, whether it takes you a year to get there, 5 years to get there, or like Guy and I, because we're really slow, 15 years to get there.
Speak for yourself. I'm on an accelerator path.
You begin to find the edges of that mindset work. And what I mean by that is this, I'll give you an example. How many of you guys, and just let me know in the comment box, how many of you guys have worked on something? It could be a relationship, it could be your health, it could be your money situation, and you've done a lot of work, like you've invested time, money, energy into it, right? And you figured out things. If I said to you, hey, why is it that you keep having this self-sabotage or this pattern show up? You're like, oh, well, because when I was 3 years old, this happened to me, and mom did this, or dad didn't do that, and then this happened. And so now to protect myself, I have and you can give me the whole fucking roadmap, all of it. And yet that thing is still running the show. Like maybe the gaps in between of how often it kicks, maybe those got longer, but inevitably something's going to happen in your life, and that same part that is afraid of being alone or afraid of being abandoned, the same part that feels like it's stupid, the same part that feels like it's a failure, the same part, all of it, like, just keeps popping its head over and over and over. How many of you guys, just let me know in the comment box, know exactly what I'm talking about? Yeah. So Alex is saying, yep, understood it all, but nothing ever changed until I found you two. It's like, and what happens is you hit that part again, and then what do? The mind's like, all right, we need more information. We need more information. We need that next seminar. We need that next program. We need that next code. And you do that thing again. And because, again, it's in the mind work, you keep bumping up against that same thing. And so what happens is, if I can kind of like draw this map, when you start your personal development journey, it's like a meteoric rise. And then this part that I'm talking about right now, it's like you can feel that begin to plateau.
Taper.
And as it begins to plateau, with the plateau, because you've been rising and everything's been going, as this happens, it starts to kick up all these other patterns of, I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough, I'm not worthy, everyone is better than me, this just doesn't work for me, whatever it is. And now the plateau is no longer a plateau, but it actually begins to dip back down, because all the stuff that you did before, you are now doubting. You think you wasted your time, your money, your energy. You think it's all bullshit. And from that lens, you start to look for other things. But because you're already in that place, it becomes very difficult. Yeah, so I see some of you guys are like resonating with this. And again, I know I'm kicking up some stuff. Here's the good news. Like, and the more of you guys that respond to this, to let other people know, like, I want you to get, this is the human experience. It's not that you did anything wrong. In fact, I will offer, and I don't think I've ever said this in this way, I will offer that if you don't feel that part, then you're not actually on the journey, because it is an impossibility to have a meteoric rise like this forever if you were just to do mindset work. It's an impossibility, because at some point you're going to hit that wall, you're going to hit that edge, and that disappointment is going to kick up. And what we're going to talk about next in this like level 2 is, as long as awareness is stuck in here and awareness is doing the mindset work from here, all you're getting is great information on how to manage and understand how things happened, and then manage your way out of them. Like, manage your anger, manage your stress, manage your heartache, manage your disappointment, manage yourself, right? But if you actually tune in, was any of that actually healed? And when I say healed, I mean like fully completed and eradicated out of your system.
Yeah. You are liberated from it.
Yeah, I love that word. You are liberated from it. Like, mindset cannot liberate you from that place, because those aspects of yourself don't live up here. This is like the computer that processes all of it, right? But all of those traumas, all of those heartbreaks, all of those sad moments, they live in here. And your mind has no access to it. It can look down and understand it. It can make sense of it all, but it can't shift anything. So now, right? So phase 1, it's like we go up. Now we're starting to kind of plateau and then even go down. And then how do you get into a phase 2? How do you go from that dip to here? And that, I just want you guys to know, that's what Guy and I have invested the last 6+ years of our lives exploring. So if you are in that state, which I just spoke about, first, I want you to get you're not alone. Second, I want you to get like wonderful. It's a human process. And third, I would invite that you even found us here because your soul already knows that it's time to change the trajectory and go back up. Okay. And so I'm going to share with you what we have found. To switch from level 1 to level 2, awareness you must learn how to shift awareness outside of the mind and then allow that awareness to sit inside the body. Michael Singer calls it the seat of awareness. This, my friends, is where healing actually takes place. Mm-hmm. When you combine awareness with the body, like you can actually shift awareness into, and if that voice in your head we call the subtle mind, you begin to practice subtle body. Mm-hmm. And as awareness sits here, you can learn tools that actually help you heal all of those aspects that have kicked up all of those patterns. So instead of like a doctor where you're like, doctor, my toe hurts. And he's like, here's medicine for your toe to stop hurting, without ever getting curious about like, why does your toe hurt? Maybe your toe hurts because there's a misalignment in your hip or there's a nerve that's pinched in your back. Why are we dealing with the toe if the thing that's constantly causing the toe has nothing to do with the toe? And so mindset is almost this like, you're dealing with the symptom. You're not really dealing with the root cause. Healing, awareness actually goes and starts to deal with the root cause. So we're going all the way back, no understanding necessary, just to witness these places. And once you can bring awareness out of mind and into body, you now transition yourself into phase 2. This is called level 2 awareness, right?
Yeah.
So in the Awareness Effect Academy, this is level 2. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and so I just want to let you guys know, if you are like, because obviously we're talking about it and around it. If you want to put this on the court, you actually want to do this practice that Elon's talking about. You want to, a lot of you guys have done a lot of mindset work. It's fine if you haven't. You can still apply this work regardless, okay? We find that the marriage of the two is the most powerful kind of cocktail that you can get. And you can certainly go right and do the energetic awareness work as well to liberate energy in the body and metabolize it. If you want to learn how to do that and you don't have this resource yet, type meditation in the comment box, and someone from our team will actually send you what we call our active healing meditation. P.S. Even if you hate meditation, even if you think you suck at it, do this meditation, try it. This is not a meditation about learning how to quiet your mind or sitting in silence with nothing happening and just listening to the wind. It's not that. And it's important that you understand that, because a lot of people go into meditation with the idea that the whole thing is about quieting the mind. Here's the truth. Elon and I have been meditating for about a decade. We've been doing about our work for about 20 years. I've sat in silent meditation for 10 straight days. The mind doesn't just quiet itself down. It doesn't work. And even to this day, Elon and I are very proficient practice meditators. There are days where you sit down and the mind is not quiet. And if you sit down and your first thing is like quieting the mind, you're going to be very upset that your mind is not quiet, because the mind doesn't care about your desires. It has its own agenda. It's its own mechanism, and it's playing a role. It's a way that we process life. Beautiful. So a lot of you guys are asking for it. You'll see Corey, Sarah, Tobias, or Jasmine scouring the chat boxes here. They will be in contact with you and send you some resources. There's actually also a 30-day meditation challenge going on inside the group right now. And even if you didn't get started on the day of, it's perfectly fine. Don't do the meditation challenge because you're like, I need to compete with people. Like, it's about cooperating with yourself. Okay? And we do have some cool prizes coming up here on June 9th. And again, if you need information on that, just that's awesome, Stevie. Let us know and stuff like that. But that's how you can apply it. And here's the thing. If you apply meditation with an expectation, you're going to get nowhere. Let me say that again. If you apply, you can quote me on this one. If you apply meditation with an expectation, that rhymes, yes, you are going to get nowhere. You want to sit agendaless. You don't even want to know why you're sitting today. Yep. There's just you coming to sit. let the work reveal itself to you. Let the work dictate why you're sitting in the first place. Because when the outcomes begin, when your own awareness begins teaching your awareness, and it's not Elon and me dictating a map or a territory for you to understand, although they're useful, don't get me wrong. Elon and I consistently have worked with teachers for 20 years. We think it's crazy to not work with a teacher, right? You might disagree, you might agree, but no one in their right mind can see themselves the way that a person who's subjective about your life can mirror your life back to you. It's crucial. And we can tell you, even from energetic healing, we've tried healing on our own, doing our own practices. There, you can do it, don't get me wrong, it works. And there's a limitation to healing yourself by yourself, because we don't live on an island in this world. And our bodies are biologically built for connection. How many of you guys know that you seek connection? You need it, right? Like, there's a reason when we put people in isolation in prisons, they go batshit crazy. There's a reason when you see homeless people on the street without connection, that they have to form another persona to literally talk to in order to try to establish some kind of connection within their system. Okay, so because of that, there's certain healing work that can be done individually, and then there's healing work that has to be done with another person present. There's healing work that has to be done in a group setting, because these are the layers that humanity deals with, and we have trauma at every single layer. And so if you have trauma at every layer, in order to liberate and free that trauma, you also have to do the work at that layer, right? Like, I don't know about you guys, but like, I remember doing like a lot of relationship work for like 6 years, and I was like, oh my God, next time I'm going to be in a loving relationship, I'm going to fucking crush this thing. And then I got in a relationship, and it's like I did no work at all. Why? Because I wasn't in a relationship. I couldn't do that work. I had understanding, but it wasn't applied wisdom. Exactly. And wisdom has to be applied. Right? Yeah. It has to be applied. I had to be with somebody grappling with my programming, with their programming, seeing how things arise, and then looking, how do I get to clean that up now and liberate myself so I can have a more loving relationship. And that's an ongoing process, like it is for all of us, right? We're all evolving, growing, and learning. Last thing here before I hand it back to Elon is, I want to say at that level one, again, it doesn't matter, level one, location one, layer one, these are all interchangeable. And again, we're just naming it. It doesn't even mean that these levels truly exist. There's a sense at that like less conscious level, less aware level, that life is happening to you. It's like you are a kite in the wind. You're kind of a victim of your circumstances. Everything that changes, that doesn't fit into your realm of your expectations, just creates upset in your life. And so the response from that level is to try to create and control more of life. And I don't know about you guys. Huh?
How does that work?
Yeah, and here's the truth. We all know this kind of like, you know, intuitively, is that like you can't control life. You just can't. The one thing, and even that, I'm not exactly sure, is like the one thing you can get good at is how are you going to respond to what's happening. But I can tell you, even the responses that you have biochemically, you're not in control of those either. They just happen. If something goes down in the room and it creates upset for you, you're going to be upset. The real question again, and what you do have some sense of control over, and I hesitate to use that word, is can you now work with what's arising in the system? Instead of squashing it, burying it, trying to manipulate it. Like, that's not being present. That's not the truth of your reality in that moment. You might have really good systems for these things, ways that you manage it, like Elon talked about. However, in essence, when you're managing things, what you're really doing is you're bypassing the actual experience that you're having. People call that compartmentalizing. Oh, I'll compartmentalize my anger with my spouse till later. Cool. Tell me how that works, and let me know that that doesn't show up later in ways that you didn't want it to, when they do the next thing that throws you off, and then you explode much bigger, and you're like, where did that come from? Well, it's that thing that you didn't deal with, that you compartmentalized or managed, right? So it's like, we are having an experience. It is a human experience. We are animals with biochemical, intense emotional responses. And until we understand how to elevate our consciousness to a higher state of awareness that is outside of the conditioned mind, we will always be stuck in this matrix of this conditioning. And that's what truly our work is all about, is showing people how to locate higher states of consciousness, so that as those situations arise, as those emotions and feelings and sensations and distortions arise, is that you build a confidence and capacity, a new foundation in your awareness to sit with and experience those things from, let's call it like your spiritual self instead of your small human self. And until you've located that bigger mind, that bigger awareness, you're always going to be stuck in that game. I don't care how much information you have. I don't care how many books you read. I don't care how many Tony Robbins courses you've gone and done or whatever else that you've gone and did. Like, all that is good and will serve you as you clear things from your system and have to integrate a new life into you. Like, all that stuff is fundamentally beyond important to know and to have that basis in. And that's why we actually teach both, right? Because we do think they're both important. However, if you are truly here in this lifetime and here right now watching and listening to this, we don't think it's a coincidence. You're here most likely to create more well-being in your system, to fundamentally change how you feel internally, which is to feel more safe in your body, in this world, in your spirituality, in your communication, in your self-expression, right? And to connect with people in an authentic way. And if that's what you're here for, then we have not been able to find anything outside of the realm of energy and awareness that allows for people to do that.
And something Guy said before about, doing this work on your own. Look, if I could tell you that you could do these practices on your own and get there, I would. I would love to get to that place where I can just show someone, hey, like, go do these things and here you go. The truth of the matter is this: you, however much work you've done, you are still a product of a human body. The human body is connected to a human mind. The human mind has been tasked from a very, very young age to protect you from all of these things that you have been running away from for decades. And so even when you do mindset work and you how many of you guys know when you found that door? You know the door you need to walk through, right? Like, think of maybe a relationship or something that has to do with your self-worth or something that has to do with like the part that self-sabotages. You know the door. It's not new. You can guide me to it. You can tell me, I've walked to this, but the opening it and walking into that darkness of the unknown, that's where the mind's like, are you kidding me? Oh, hell no. This is what I've been protecting you from for the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. You want to walk there? Are you mad?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so here's the difference. Like, when we do work with people, I want you to imagine, so there's that scenario, you trying to walk through that door by yourself, or imagine this: me and Guy holding your hand, walking next to you on either side. Coaches, people in the community, everyone walking, surrounding you, walking through that same door.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you're going to have way more courage to be able to walk through that, knowing that, you know what, I'm not alone this time. This time I got friends, family, support. Like, I don't have to do this alone. And that is where we create these two incredible healing. Like, the incredible healings happen because we're finally able to walk through, right? Every spiritual text you've ever read, the only way out is through.
Yeah.
Right. And mindset tries to get you to this promised land by finding all these like ninja cheat codes, but like, it doesn't work because the only way out is through. So until you walk through that door, into that darkness, into that unknown, you're just going to keep looping these things over and over. And so back to the levels, right? It's like, once awareness can shift out of here and into here, we can begin to witness through awareness what is actually the body communicating. Because in the same way that the mind remembers everything, so does your body. And when the body gets hit with a certain energetic charge, it's going to clamp up in a certain way to try to protect you. And this is what the mind is actually responding to. So when you're doing mindset work, I want you to get, it's amazing. And it's always in response to the reaction, never to the actual thing that is reacting. So at level 2, now we begin to bring that in there. And you start to really shift into like, wow, this world is really happening for me, not to me, but for me. And you begin to witness all of these things that happen on the inside and liberate from your system by the virtue of you witnessing them with this agendaless awareness. Now, I know you guys are we're throwing a lot at you today, and that's okay. This is really for you to kind of map where you are, right? The how to, I don't want you to get fixated on. The how to is what we teach in our Awareness Effect Academy. We're not going to go into that today, but this is like the map, so you can kind of sense of like, oh wow, this is where I'm at, this is where I'm stuck, this is why I'm feeling this, etc. Now, once you start to shift awareness into here, that dip that you might be experiencing begins to shift, and it starts to shift and it goes up. And once you can marry the mindset work with the energetics, with the awareness effect, it's like napalm on an open fire. You will begin to grow so quickly as you begin to cultivate these practices. Okay. And now you get to reach into another level. There's actually 4. I'm going to touch on 4 for just a second, but here's where things get really cool. So the first step is, we call it like level 2 is like the self-to-self healing practices, right? This is the self-to-self. The next level is, once you get a really good understanding and a really good felt sense of this, what you are then able to do is hold some awareness here and now begin to shift awareness out into your environment. So for anyone that is here because you want to make a difference, you want to make a difference with your kids, you want to make a difference with your husband, you want to make a difference at your workplace, you want to make a difference with your family or in community or whatever it is, once you get a good sense of this and you begin to liberate these things, and there's practices of self-love and compassion, which bring more peace and ease into your system, if you are a vibrational frequency that is walking out through this world, then guess what happens as you begin to change, like with little dials, the frequency that you are in the world? That's going to start to impact people. You ever walk into a home where people are just like stressed, or an environment where everyone in that environment is stressed, and you cannot help but be sucked into that environment where you're like, I don't even know why, but I feel like all like, ugh. Versus if you walked into a room, maybe you've gone to a seminar, or you've been to like a meditation training or a yoga training, and these beautiful places, and you literally walk into this place and it's like, oh, like your entire system just, you feel it down regulate. You can be that transmission for people in your life. That's what begins to happen at level 3. You can't get to level 3 though until you understand me, until you can feel that distinction of like me, not me. You can't impact that environment because everything is whiplashing you. You don't even know what's yours, what's theirs. Am I working on mine? Am I working on theirs? You have no idea. And when you start to shift into that level 3 awareness, where awareness can be here and there, now your environment begins to shift. Okay. This is where things get really, really cool. Like, I mean, stories abound from our clients, some of who are here. The level of mind blown magic that shows up in your life is it doesn't even, like, you sit there and the mind is trying to process what is happening. For example, like, you'll be with someone in your life that the relationship has always been very, very challenging, like always just combative, but you've worked on your parts, right? Like, you've healed and liberated those parts, and you walk into that room and that person is a completely different person. Like, the words coming out of their mouth is different. The way they talk to you is different. The things they offer you is different. You think that you're getting punked. You're like, am I getting pranked right now? What is happening? Who is this person? What did they do? And it's all because not because you had to have like some difficult conversation with them and be like, you know what, mom, every time you say this to me, blah, 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 this happens. And right, like, you don't even have to do any of that anymore. They just shift as you begin to shift. So now you're on this like parabolic rise, because every time you do a meditation, not every time maybe, but like very quickly, new things open up. We call it the awareness effect. It's almost like opening an aperture where you just start to perceive more and more and more of what's happening in here, more of what's happening out there, more what's happening in the energetic world, in the field, and everything becomes, this is kind of what level 3 is. It's not just happening to you, it's happening through you. It's like you are the frequency vibration that things are moving through and starting to paint your reality. And this is where things become so, like, Alex was saying, like, unexplainable. It is so beyond what your mind, because your mind works in linear fashion. This does not work in linear fashion. This is like, I was here, I am broke. Now I upgraded to this other timeline, and in this timeline, all my money worries are concerned.
And I just want to say about that, it's because the conditioned mind is a linear mechanism, but reality itself is quantum in nature, right? That's why we have quantum physics and then regular physics, because physics is measurable in a conditioned mind reality. But when you get beyond that, you start going into a quantum realm, and you got to get that awareness. And this is, you can literally prove it to yourself, is free of time and space. There's no location to it at all. And so it's free to move faster than the speed of light anywhere into the universe that's perceivable, right? Which is really to say infinite time space. And so because of that, kind of like, Alex is saying here, she's saying, I'm manifesting everything within days, clients showing up out of nowhere, making more money, working less. I could go on. Again, I want to just say what we typically say here, which is these were, a lot of times you go into programs and they'll tell you these results are not typical. You have to do this and this. Like here, it's about consistency, right? Like if you want to master something, guess what? You got to be consistent. You guys can come to our weekends. It'll be an amazing experience, alter your life for sure. And if you want it to be sustainable, like guess what? Like the people who are really getting a lot from it, like anything else, they got to be consistent with it. However, the consistency we're talking about here is not great effort on your part. We're talking like 5 to 10 minutes a day of doing anything. If you can't find 5 to 10 minutes a day to do something in your day that's going to build a new habit, then I'm just going to tell you flat out, you're not committed to transformation. You're not really committed to anything. Maybe you're committed to the suffering, and you got to get real with yourself about that. It's like, if I'm not making any habitual changes, then what I'm committed to is what I have. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And then you should, continue to do that and whatever, it is what it is, right? I don't want to go down this path. But my point here is that like you start accessing things that you're just aligning to in your system, and then they can reveal themselves in a quantum fashion. Then you don't really do much. There's not really anything you specifically need to do to make that happen. But in the conditioned world, when we read books and we do the courses and you read most headlines in the marketing or business space, it's like, here are the 5 steps you need to achieve this, or the 3 steps to do that, or the 7-step diet to lose 30 pounds, right? Like the mind and people know this, so they take advantage of it in the marketing space. And that is a way to get there, but requires a lot of work. And that's what we often say, is that we've been misled to believe in this reality that the only way to achieve something is to work really, really hard for it. Now, I'm not putting down hard work. We have evidence for people who work very, very hard and achieve things. However, there are plenty of people in this world who work their asses off and they don't have much to show for it. And we have a lot more of those people than we have of the people who are working really hard and getting there. And so what we really want to get in our reality and in our knowingness is that your reality, right, is what we call reality, is really an organic type of hologram, right? It's just like virtual reality experience. And the way that it works, it's literally communing with you. It's actually communicating with you. And the way that it communicates with you is through vibration and energy. Okay? I don't care how much you understand through the mind, you're not at vibration and you're not at energy. And so what actually gets to shift in order for something to liberate and for these like magical serendipitous things to kind of magically show up in people's lives is the organic hologram is waiting for your energy to shift, to align itself and to reveal itself through that vibration. And so if you are externally focused person on your circumstances, then all you ever do is change your circumstances, but that doesn't change the vibration inside of the system, not one iota. And that's why people end up managing a lot and feeling like they're taking on so much. It's because it's like, this is not changing, but they're taking on more and more and more out here. And it's fucking debilitating, right? Like the difference between being a child and an adult in our world, it's like the adult just feels like they're being compressed. The child is just living from purpose and vibration and frequency. Reality shows up however they want it to. In any moment, it's spontaneous and sporadic and novel and exciting. And then the adult is like responsibility, like this and that, right? And starts putting all this stuff on themselves, and life becomes a burden. You know, it is happening to you, and then some people get to it's happening for me. But what we're really talking about here is an actual perceptive experience that life is actually moving through you and being generated and coming through your system as a vibration, and then arising as a reality hologram that you can sense through your awareness and five senses. But that's always transferable, always evolving, always can change depending on your ability to move through the experiences that are arising in your system. And that's what this work is really about. It's like, how can I build confidence in my system that no matter what arises, I actually know how to feel through it, be aware of it, and learn from what this evolutionary process is really teaching my system.
Yeah. So guys, again, just to recap everything that we shared, right? Levels in the beginning, shooting out of the cannon, so excited, etc. Then we kind of find that like plateauing area. We get into that little bit discouragement phase. And this phase is very, very important, because what you choose to do from here is going to change whether you continue down or you can turn this thing and go back up. If you continue doing what you've been doing, which is trying to acquire more information and gather more information, then chances are you're going to keep going down, because all the books start sounding the same, all the videos start sounding the same, all the coaches start sounding the same. And you're like, I've heard that already. I've heard that. It doesn't make a difference. You keep seeking, right? When you shift awareness from stuck in here into out here and into body is when that transition begins to happen. This is like the new playground where you begin to learn in. And I promise, once you're there, it really is this never ending scale. We are being taught right now, just so you guys know, with people who have meditated in the Himalayas, in caves for 50 plus years, like reincarnated Rinpoches, okay? And they're constantly growing, right? There is no end to what awareness can be aware of. You are just tapping more and more into source. You are finding more and more who you really are, the purpose in life, the clarity in which you can just make things appear that were not there before. So again, if this is something that you want, then again, Guy just put this up. Just type in contact me. We have an amazing team: Tobias, Sarah, Jasmine, Corey, Nikki, Sarah. Like, they're all here to provide you with anything that you need. If you type contact me, someone will be in touch. They're happy to even jump on a quick call with you and just answer some questions and see if what this work is a fit for you. I just want to let you know, this is not for everyone. Like, this work is for people that really are ready to have this level of healing. Like, if the books are satisfying you right now, keep reading books. You know, maybe you haven't gotten to that place yet where all of a sudden this makes sense. But if any of this resonated with you and you're like, wow, this is exactly where I'm at, take it from me. Do not wait till your 15th year to have an epiphany and go, oh shit, I've done this now for 15 years and I still keep feeling stuck, because someone telling you from experience, like, you can't inform your way out of this. We hired coaches in the multiple six figures and could not get out of this, right? That doesn't mean that things that I learned didn't help me. Don't get me wrong. They helped. But that stuff kept looping and looping and looping and looping and looping. And I was like, I can't do with this anymore. I want to feel like a complete healing. I want to be liberated from. I want to move on to the next thing. I don't want to keep dealing with this thing over and over and over. So if that's you, you just type in contact me. Someone will be in touch with you and we'll go from there. We have multitudes of ways, right? You can come and test this thing out at a 2-day event, which we have at the end of June. And after that, we have, like I said, the 3 levels of the Awareness Effect Academy. And depending on where you are in your life, I promise you that one of them is the perfect fit for you to get you moving down this path. So we hope you guys enjoyed this. If this is your first time with us, again, thank you for being here. For all of our other, amazing clients, thank you guys for being here and always sharing your perspective. I think it's more important for people to hear from you than from us. And truth be told, I'm just going to put them out there. But if any of you guys resonate with anything that one of them said today, and you're new here, I'm sure they'd be happy to chat with you. Just reach out to them and be like, hey, can I ask you a quick question or two? And I'm sure they will be more than happy to answer anything that you guys want to hear. I always say better to hear from people that have gone through the work than just from us. So thank you guys as always. Thank you for being here. Looking forward to more and seeing you guys in person.
Recently, I decided to do a crazy experiment with the IELTS test. I went down to Dublin about 2 hours from where I live, and I did the real IELTS test because I wanted to test something that has been bothering me for many, many years. Do me a favor, don't skip ahead and look at the results, all right? Don't skip ahead and look and think, oh, you got that result. Well, a native English speaker who teaches IELTS for a living should be getting a band 9. So, it's kind of like Lewis Hamilton doing the driving test and passing the driving test. It is not such a big deal because this is my job. Instead, what I decided to do was this experiment. So the IELTS test is divided into 4 parts: listening, reading, speaking, and writing. What I decided to do was, for 2 parts of the test, go and look at the most popular advice, the most popular tips and tricks for that part of the test, and follow that blindly. And for the other 2 parts, I looked up the common advice, the most popular tips and tricks for those 2 parts of the test, and decided to do the exact opposite. So don't follow the advice, do the opposite. And then let's see what the scores should be. So let's check out what happened. So starting off with the listening test, the 2 most common tips that you see on popular blogs and YouTube videos are, number 1, really focus on keywords. So when you're looking at the questions, focus in on the keywords. The keywords will reveal the correct answer to you. And the second tip is skip ahead. When you finish a section, go straight away and read the questions and try and find those keywords. So it's a very keyword driven way of doing the listening test. And this is the most popular advice out there. It's not the advice that we give at IELTS Advantage, but it's certainly the advice that millions of people use every test day. So for the listening part, I followed the gurus, just did exactly what they said. And I had to abandon that strategy after the first section, because I found it nearly impossible to focus on what I was doing. A huge part of listening is focusing and being able to focus on the question and focus on the listening at the same time. And you really have to do 3 things. You need to read, listen, and think, and decide the correct answer all at the same time. And I think that I got the first question wrong, because I was really focusing on keywords and then skipping ahead and trying to think about what is happening next, instead of really just doing what I should be doing, which is looking at the question and waiting for the listening and thinking about it more holistically. So I think that I got the first question wrong, and it was an extremely simple question. It was a registration number, a number plate on a car. And I think I got that wrong, because what I was doing was really focusing on keywords and thinking about what was coming next. And what that did was it stopped me actually getting this really simple answer. Like, the first question in the listening test is the easiest one. And I think I got that wrong. And I paid a lot of money for this test and this experiment. And I was thinking to myself after section 1, I better abandon this strategy of focusing on the keywords and then skipping ahead, because my mind was going blank. I couldn't think straight and I couldn't focus on what I was doing. So here's the result. I ended up getting a band 9 for the listening test. But if I had have maintained that strategy, I definitely would have got much lower than a 9. And really, to be honest, I didn't want to embarrass myself. So I followed the common, popular guru thinking, and I think I got the first question wrong, and I abandoned that, and I would not recommend that to anybody because you really just lose focus. And my mind was going blank, and I couldn't really understand what was going on, and that's as a native English speaker. So I did get a band 9, but it was only because I abandoned the strategy after the first section. So a pretty good start, a band 9 so far, but it was quite shocking how difficult I find the first section, and the first section is the easiest section. Moving on to reading, the 3 most common things that you will see online about reading, the popular tips and tricks are skimming, scanning, and keywords. So all you have to do is skim the text, scan the text, look at keywords in the questions, and then magically you're going to find the correct answer. This is all kind of designed to trick your way into getting the correct answer somehow, and to focus on doing it as quickly as possible. It's really about time management, that advice. And I totally disagree with that advice because it is not a time management test. It is a reading test. So what I did instead was basically the opposite of that. I didn't do any skimming. I didn't do any scanning. I did no keyword highlighting or anything like that. What I did was carefully read the text, like really, really carefully read it. Then I went to the questions, and I basically applied the strategies that I teach for each of the different types of questions, thought about them very deeply, read very carefully, no skimming, no scanning, really thinking about the correct answer to each question. And I believe I got 100%, all of them correct. I got a band 9, as you can see up here, by following exactly the opposite of what the gurus teach. And not only that, I got it all done in about 20 minutes. Now, that is not bragging. Anyone who is a native English speaker should be able to get a band 9 in reading by doing that. But if I was skimming, scanning keywords, I think I would have messed it up, because a lot of the questions, skimming is a waste of time. A lot of the questions, looking for keywords is a waste of time. So by focusing on time management, I actually would have wasted a lot of time, ironically, because good time management is not really about time management tips. It is about becoming better at reading and reading carefully and deciding the correct answer based on your understanding of the text and your understanding of the questions. And all of that skimming, scanning, keywords, that kind of gets in the way of it. Now, some of the strategies that I use do deploy some of those things, but in a very limited way, not answering every question in that way. So doing the complete opposite of the gurus, band 9. The next one was speaking. So I did the opposite of what I was supposed to do in speaking, the opposite of what the top tips and tricks. So again, what I did, what are the most common, most popular tips and tricks for speaking? They are, for part 1, memorize answers. You're going to get questions about your job. You're going to get questions about where you live in your home. So memorize some answers. I didn't do that. Use idioms and phrasal verbs and things like that. I didn't use one single idiom the entire time. I was told to use idioms, didn't use them at all. Use a very high level vocabulary, didn't use high level vocabulary. What I did was just answer the questions in as simple language as possible, and only use high level vocabulary when I absolutely had to, when there was no simple way of saying it. But, where are you from? I'm from the place that I'm from. I didn't say I reside or I dwell in, I wasn't using really high level words when I could use simple words. Complex grammar, didn't really focus on using the most complex grammar, the most complex sentences, or the most complex tenses I could think of. If they asked me about the past, I used the past tense. If they asked me what I was thought about the future, I would say, like, I think they might be doing this in the future, or I said Elon Musk has big plans for this. Like, I wasn't using really complex standardized grammar that you'll see online. Number 5, I was told in part 2, using these popular strategies, you must focus on the bullet points in part 2. You must address each of the bullet points. If you don't talk about the bullet points, you will not get a high score. I didn't even look at the bullet points. I just talked about the stuff at the top, the topic at the top. And I just talked naturally about that. And I don't know if I used the bullet points or not, but I didn't really consider them. And then the 6th popular piece of advice is part 3 is very formal, it's very academic, so you should use lots of academic words and talk about it in that kind of formal academic way. I talked about it in a really informal, non-academic, very friendly, conversational way. So I did exactly the opposite of the advice, and I got a band 9. There's a lot of people out there that will tell you if you don't use idioms, you'll get a low score. That is completely false based on, my experience doing the real test. And at IELTS Advantage, we've got like 12 ex-examiners who would agree with me on that. So who is right? Is your YouTube guru right, or is the actual examiner right? A lot of people will say if you miss a bullet point, you will get a low score. A lot of people say if you don't use high-level vocabulary and complex grammar, you will get a low score. This is completely untrue. And this was not because I'm a native English speaker and somehow my pronunciation was so magnificent or that I, got a really high score. It's not done on pronunciation alone. It's not done on fluency alone. It's not done on grammar alone. It's not done on vocabulary alone. In order to get a band 9, you need to be a band 9 for everything. And if you are lacking in 2 of those things, then you're going to get at least an 8.5. That didn't happen. Writing was the most interesting part. So I have seen other YouTubers, IELTS YouTubers, going and doing the real test and getting 6.5, getting 7, 7.5 in the writing, and then blaming the examiner and blaming the writing or blaming the test and all sorts of things. I don't think that's right. I think that's probably because their methods are not very effective. If you are a native English speaker and you're getting 6.57 in the IELTS test, then you're doing something seriously wrong. And that's what I did. What I did was I did a few things that are popular advice, and I believe that they're seriously wrong. So what did I do? I used high-level ideas. So very common advice, very popular advice about the writing test is make sure your ideas are very high level, whatever that means. They're impressive. They would really impress the examiner. Number 2, make sure that your vocabulary is very, very high level, as complex and as high level and as many C2 and C1 words as possible. Never repeat a word. Always vary your language as much as possible. That's very common advice. Number 3, make sure that your ideas are impressive, that they impress the examiner in some way, that the examiner will look at it and think, these are really impressive ideas. And number 4, make sure that your grammar is very complex, that you use many different structures, that you use things like conditionals and multiple different conditionals, and you use multiple different types of tense and complex structures and everything. This made writing the essay really difficult because a few problems came up. Number 1, it took me a long time to try and think of high-level ideas, and I wasted a lot of time. Before I knew it, 8 minutes had gone by, and I was still thinking, what is a really high-level idea? Then when I started writing, what I noticed was there were certain keywords that I didn't know how to vary. So one of the keywords was hobby. Now, there's only a few ways that but it was some people like high-tech hobbies, some people like low-tech hobbies. So the whole thing was about hobbies. So all I was doing while I was writing, instead of thinking, how do I write a clear essay? What I was doing was thinking, how do I change hobbies? Which really isn't that important. The examiner is testing your writing and clear communication in writing. They're not testing how many different variations of the word hobby can you put down. So that made my job really, really difficult. For part one, I was trying to think of something that would impress the examiner. So I was trying to think of something that would be really interesting. It was write a letter to your boss about the dress code. So to impress the examiner, I wrote that I was working in a restaurant called Hooters. Don't know if you know this, but Hooters is like a restaurant where all the ladies wear very skimpy outfits. So I pretended to be a Hooters girl and complain about my outfit, and the men were harassing me and everything. I thought that was funny, impressed the examiner that way. And I tried to use really complex grammar. So what I was doing was actually deleting good, simple sentences with really effective, simple grammar in it and trying to make it more complex. So everything that I did by following the common advice, the popular advice, that made my job much more difficult. And I got a band 8. So I should have got a band 9, but because my job was made so much more difficult, I was a full band below where I really should be. And that's something that you should really think about. You probably deserve a much higher band than you are currently getting. But if you are doing even one of those things, you're not bad at writing. You're just making your life more difficult by following popular advice on YouTube and on blogs that doesn't really help you get a high score. Because what you should be doing is, instead of thinking of high-level ideas, try and think of simple ideas. Simple ideas are easy to write about, easy to think about, easy to explain, easy to think of examples for. High-level vocabulary actually lowers your vocabulary score because you're trying to think of ways of varying your vocabulary and making it more complex and making your job more difficult, and probably your writing less clear. Impressive ideas, it's just an extra thing that you need to think about. You're running out of time. You don't have time to check your work because you were spending all that time trying to think of impressive ideas. And you're probably making grammar mistakes because you're making your grammar more complex. So have a think about that. By following the advice and listening, I nearly messed up my listening test. By doing the opposite, I got a band 9 in reading in 20 minutes. By doing the opposite in speaking, I got a band 9. By doing what the gurus tell you to do, or most of the gurus, not all of them, there's some good coaches and trainers online, not criticizing all of them. I know you guys think that I'm overly critical, but the reason why I'm overly critical is I spent €200 plus €100 getting my writing rechecked. So that's €300 in test fees. I spent €160 on a hotel. I spent €50 on food, breakfast and dinner, because I had to go down and stay there. Spent another €20 on petrol. I took half a day off work. That cost me probably about €500. So I'm close to €1,000 in just doing this test. And I know that you guys spend an equivalent amount of money, and it makes it even worse for you guys, because if you don't get the scores that you need, that means that you can't go and work in that country of your dreams and achieve and earn the money that you deserve. It's easy for me. All I had to do was drive up the road and I'm back into my big house. working in my nice job, getting paid what I deserve. Most people doing the test, when they follow this advice, don't have that choice. What they are told is, you failed the test. Your scores are lower than you hoped for. We're not going to tell you why. And what people normally do, what their normal reaction to that is, I'm dumb, I'm stupid. I need to go and do more tips and tricks, make things more complex, more impressive ideas, learn more idioms. And then they go and fail again. Okay, I need to find another guru and learn even more tips and tricks and hacks and shortcuts, and then they fail again. This is why I get so passionate about this, because we get emails every single day from students saying, I failed because they followed this advice, this common advice. If this common advice can make a native English speaker fail the test by getting a band 8 in writing, and doing the exact opposite leads to a band 9, that might make you think. And if you think, oh, my expertise as an IELTS teacher and as a native English speaker and as, you know, an educated person from Ireland, that means that, you know, of course you would have got a band 9. Go and look at other IELTS experts from native English speakers who've done the test for real. They're not getting band 9 and everything. So makes you think, doesn't it? So hopefully you find this interesting. If you did and you have questions about how do I actually get the scores that I need, well, you just follow exactly what examiners should show you or would advise you to do, which is do the opposite to most of the stuff you see online. Why is it popular? Because that's what you guys want. You want tips and tricks. What you need is something completely different. If you want something completely different, feel free to get in touch with us and we will help you out as much as we can. Thank you very much. Hope that you find that interesting. Special thanks to the people at the IELTS Test Centre. They were amazing. They made me feel really comfortable, really professional. They did their best to reduce nerves amongst the other candidates and things like that. And it was really, really professional. I'll probably make a follow-up video on what it was like to do the computer-based test. If you want that or any other videos in the future, feel free to subscribe or unsubscribe if you don't like the channel, and feel free to give the video a like or a dislike if you didn't think that this video was helpful. Thanks very much and hope to hear from you soon. Bye bye.
Hello and welcome to Shelley Carney Life Coach. It's our Friday happy hour chat, and I'm your host, Shelley Carney, along with my bestie, Toby Younis. Today we're going to talk about active listening. How does it make you feel when somebody really listens to you? I believe you cannot move forward in any relationship unless both people feel they've been heard.
Toby and I want to provide value to our community, and we hope you enjoy the videos we create. We appreciate you being here to engage with us. To help us in return, you can share your ideas and appreciation by clicking on the thumbs up like button, subscribing, clicking on the bell to receive notifications, and writing a positive comment. Then share our videos with your family and friends so we can grow the channel and reach more wonderful people in the future. Thanks.
All right. Thanks for joining us today. Again, I'm Shelley Carney. I'm a podcasting and live streaming host, coach, and consultant, personal development expert, an interviewer, an author, a presenter, an introvert, and a 9 on the Enneagram. I always include that because it can kind of sometimes inform you about a person's personality traits. And we're going to focus a little bit today on interviewer, what it takes to be a good interviewer and to actively listen. Are you paying attention or actively listening? And what's the difference? Do you know the difference?
So I'd like to believe that actively listening ensures that you're engaged in the conversation, as opposed to sometimes like you're sitting in class.
Mm-hmm.
When you're sitting in class and you have a recorder with you, digital recorder, that's participating in a kind of non-committed sense. You may not be ready to engage in the conversation. So if you get called upon, for example, the professor says, hey, Toby, what exactly do I mean by a composite? And if you weren't actively listening, you were just kind of, there. You may not get it, but if you're actively listening, you're engaged in your side of the conversation. So every once in a while, somebody will ask me, what do you find most interesting? What do you find most attractive about a woman? And my response has always been, I like the idea that she can hold up her end of the conversation. And part of that holding up your end of the conversation is actively listening.
Yes. Now, another way of looking at that, when you brought up taking classes, is if, for instance, I'm taking a training with somebody, if I am actively taking notes, even if it's just a recorded video, if I'm actively taking notes and planning on putting things into action that they're explaining to me, then I believe that's a more active listening rather than a passive listening of just, hearing what they say, but not planning to take action on it. But why should we listen? What's in it for me if I listen to other people? We can build our relationships and deepen that bond. We can increase our empathy for others when we hear their side of the story. We enhance our own understanding and people understand us better. And we can learn and develop knowledge. So if they tell me something and I don't know anything about, for instance, when Toby tells his stories about Vietnam, that is not in any way anything that ever happened to me in my life. It's totally new. So listening to his stories informs me, educates me. I get to understand and learn about what it was like for a young man to be in Vietnam during the conflict there. Helps us to solve problems. If we go in already knowing that guy's an idiot and he doesn't know what he's talking about, we're not going to listen to him. We're not going to be able to solve the problem between us. If we come in with an open mind and truly actively listen, then we actually have a chance of solving that problem. And then we inspire positive feelings. When I am listened to, I feel like I'm validated. I feel appreciated. I feel heard and acknowledged. And we can do that for the other person, and we back and forth raise our vibration together.
So is this a good time to interject my sentient sales course?
The whole course?
No, just to talk about what
Sure,
it was.
go ahead.
So there was a period in time.
If you want to go to full screen when you're talking, that would be good too.
Okay, let me do that. So there was a period in time where when I was in Washington, D.C., I was helping other contractors learn how to sell to the federal government. And over a period of about 3 or 4 years, I developed something called a sentient sales course and sentient sales technique. And basically, the sentient sales technique said that when you went in to make a sale, that you did as little talking as possible, that you asked open-ended questions and allowed your prospective customer to speak. And not only did it work as a sales technique, I discovered quite accidentally, actually, that it worked as a relationship development technique. So you could meet someone in a train station. You'd start talking. The more you listen to them, the more attached they become to you in kind of a pseudo-emotional way, right? They just want to hear more of your stories, yet you haven't told any of your stories. You've just asked questions about them. So that's why I called it sentient sales, because it works on that side of the individual. The more you listen to an individual, the more they become kind of connected to you. And you don't have to do anything. You don't have to tell your war stories. You don't have to tell your success stories. You don't have to do anything. You just have to ask them about them. And the more you do that, the more connected they become to you.
That's right. People's favorite subject is themselves.
Yeah.
And that's what Dale Carnegie said in his book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. Is the most popular person at the party that everybody likes so much is the one who just went around and asked everybody questions about themselves and then listened.
So Dale Carnegie and I like that.
Yeah. So next slide. Are you actively listening? Robert Baden-Powell said, if you make listening and observation your occupation, you will gain much more than you can by talk.
That's a great quote.
Yeah, I thought so.
If you make listening and observation your occupation rather than sales or live streaming, it's an interest. It's a good quote. I like it.
That's right. You can learn a lot. How to listen. So we're going to go over these one by one, but let's, this is what's coming up. We're going to talk about how to eliminate distractions, physical engagement, how to be physically engaged in the conversation, how to give reflective feedback, how to put aside judgment so you can have an open conversation, and how to share similar experiences and why we want to do those things.
So this picture that you selected from Pexels, it's interesting because I've seen that young woman a lot.
A lot, yeah.
Yeah. So whoever that photographer is, that's like
friend is a photographer.
Yeah, apparently. But the other thing I just noticed is they're wearing exactly the same coat, reflecting one another. I wonder if that was intentional.
Yeah. Are you actively listening? Malcolm Forbes said the art of conversation lies in listening. And if Malcolm Forbes says that, then it's pretty important.
For me, yeah. I'll take it.
Yeah,
it's pretty. These are people who are highly regarded in their respective industries. So you have to accept the fact that they probably do a lot more listening and talking, as part of what made them successful.
Exactly. Well, and a big part of leadership is being able to listen to the people around you and take that information and put it to use. First, eliminate distractions. So as you can see, this young woman sitting at a table, waiting to have that conversation. She doesn't have a phone or device out, so she's put away all her devices, cleared her mind. She isn't trying to read the paper or study or look out the window, and she's cleared her mind. She's ready for a conversation. She has allowed the time necessary. When somebody wants to talk to you, make sure you ask them, how long of a conversation would you like to have, or how much time do you need? And then set that time aside so that you're not in a rush to get away, or you're distracted because you have another appointment coming up. Find a quiet space so that you don't have a lot of noise interrupting your conversation, and get comfortable. Use the bathroom, make sure you're not super hungry or super thirsty. Be ready to be present.
I was I'm going to do this because I thought that was a good idea. I was having a meeting with my good friend Janet, and we were going to meet at a local restaurant, one that's in Corrales, which is where we often meet. It's not a formal place; it's a very informal, casual restaurant. And they've implemented social distancing things, so you can't. The tables are not close to one another, so it really wasn't noisy, as you actually in comparison to how it usually is, right? Pre-pandemic and hopefully post-pandemic. I look forward to going back to when it's just a noisy place, And as usual, I got there a little bit earlier and she was walking up and I saw her. And usually what I do is I ask her if she'd like some coffee or something to eat. So I put away my stuff. And the last thing that I was doing was I was putting away my phone.
Mhm.
And she said, "Oh, you don't have to put that away." And I said, "Yes, I do. This is your time." And she just smiled and said, "Thank you." Because we all know that the phone or the mobile phone has changed the manner in which we interact with others because we put it right there in front of us.
Right.
My phone has a setting that enables me to turn it over on its face,
Mhm.
and it interprets that as "Don't bug me," don't leave me alone.
Mhm.
I don't want to
Do
hear
not
from you.
disturb.
Do not disturb. Yeah. And I find that very handy because the last thing I want to do, I think it was Frank Sinatra that once, when asked once, I can't remember the question, but what is it that you don't do on a date? And his response was, "You don't look at your watch and you don't yawn." Like, that was his thing.
Right.
I added to that, and you don't pick up your phone.
Right.
And if necessary, you put your phone in your pocket. So don't look at your watch, don't yawn, and leave your phone alone.
Right.
So it doesn't even have to be a date, just a conversation.
And that's just showing respect and caring for the other person.
Yeah.
Are you actively listening? M. Scott Peck said, "You cannot truly listen to anyone and do anything else at the same time." So, good thing to remember. Especially sometimes for parents, we need to think about that because our kids pick up cues from what we're doing. And if we're trying to be on the computer or play with our phones or a tablet or doing something else, and they have something important to talk about, then it's time to put that to the side, at least for a few minutes, and just look at them and let them talk, because that's training them to do the same thing if you want to talk to them. If they grow up seeing you looking at a device or doing another job while they're trying to talk to you, then they'll get the idea that, oh, that's what humans do. That's what people do. That's what I should do. And then when they're a teenager and they won't listen to you because they're playing with their phone, you can remember that you helped to teach them that.
Yeah, it's kind of your fault.
Well, and and I don't blame people because these things happen, but just keep it in mind.
Slides.
Yeah. Next is physical engagement. You want to face the speaker. This is really helpful to engage your body in whatever primary activity you are engaged in. Is face the speaker. That's going to put your body into the conversation. Eye contact. Look into their eyes as they're talking whenever possible. Lean in when you're listening closely. Sometimes I even turn my head if I'm not hearing them well. I turn my head to make sure that my ears can pick up all the sounds that are coming my way. Nod and smile to let them know you are listening and paying attention to what they're saying, and that you are encouraging them to continue with their talking. If you disengage suddenly, they might stop talking and wonder what's happening. Why did you look away? Or if you stopped nodding and smiling, they might think, did I say something that upset you? So continue to nod and smile if you want them to continue to talk. Voice your agreement by just to let them know you're there, especially if you're on the phone. You're going to want to do that because they might think nobody's there. Did my phone cut out? If you're not making any sounds. Also just that extra little bit of encouragement to keep them going. And then touch people when appropriate, mostly on the arm and shoulder like this. Would be good if you are having a conversation where you're giving them support. They're feeling sad or down in any way. That extra little physical touch can help them to feel more comfortable sharing more openly. Peter Drucker said the most important thing in communication is hearing what isn't said. Body language makes up more than 80% of our communication. So that's one of the reasons you want to be very focused in looking at the person, so you can even subconsciously pick up those facial cues that you might otherwise miss if you're looking away. Putting something in between you. It's like, for instance, if you're watching a television program, but you're also scrolling at the same time, you're going to miss a lot of the nuance of the program. I know that I've done that. You know, if I'm watching a program and suddenly I get a text and I start messing around with the text, I've totally forgotten everything that I just saw presented. So the same thing happens when we're having an interaction. You want to be looking at the person and in the moment so that you can pick up those cues that you might not have otherwise noticed if you were looking away.
In one of the schools that I attended in my career, there was a whole section on, you want me to open up the screen here? Don't mind me. There was a whole section on how to use a conversation with an individual as a complete exercise in intelligence gathering, from recalling making notes afterwards, recalling the clothes they wore, how they were sitting, how their face looked, what their expressions were, not just what they were saying, how they were moving their hands, whether or not they kept their hands in their pockets, right? Whether they smoked at the time, right? So it literally was an exercise in collecting intelligence on the individual. And I brought that into the sentient sales technique as a method. I didn't call it collecting intelligence, basically analyzing the individual, going beyond just what you're hearing and using what you're seeing or even smelling. You could always, you know, when you walked into the office of someone who was a smoker, you could smell that, you know, and you wanted to make sure you didn't say anything offensive, even though you weren't a smoker. So it was a complete analysis of the individual and an important part of this listening process because it's absorbing a lot of other things, but not just what you're hearing. So, and you have 5 senses, you know, so you might as well use as many of them as you can. You mentioned touch, right? I don't expect that you're going to go up and taste them, but maybe they could offer you a Tootsie Roll Pop or something. I don't know.
Reflective feedback is next. This is basically, you're not listening to somebody so that you can formulate your reply or what you would do in that situation or give advice. You're listening to understand. You're listening to learn. You're listening to get their information. And in doing that, one of the things we can do is offer that reflective feedback of repeating back what they've said, paraphrasing, saying it in a different way. So what I'm hearing you say is this, is that correct? Check for clarification. Ask for those clarifying questions like, I didn't understand what you said there. You said you started work when you were 21, and what year was that? You can do those clarifying questions just to help you get that information straight in your mind, what they're talking about. Additionally, it's a great opportunity to empathize with somebody, and you could give them feedback such as, that must have been really hard, or I see what you're saying. I hear that. I can understand what you're talking about. Just that empathy without saying, I know exactly how you feel, because of course nobody knows exactly how anybody feels except for themselves. But to empathize is just to give them that support that they're looking for so that they'll continue to speak.
So one of the techniques that I've used in that case is when I can't empathize, if I don't have a similar experience and I'm not able to empathize with the individual, I want to reflect back to them that although I can't empathize, you're telling your story in such a way that I can feel, you're making me feel something, right? And it's not quite empathy, but it is like, that's such a good story. You touched in something inside of me. And I think that's a good way to reflect when they've had an experience that you can't even imagine. You've just never had that kind of thing. I've noticed on Clubhouse where people get up to tell their stories, some of them I can't empathize. I didn't lead that kind of life. But you think to yourself that that story is so well told that you can see how it changed them, how it made them better, and how they seem to have recovered from it. Then, and that creates a good feeling. A sense of good feeling.
Ralph Nichols said, the most basic of all human needs is to understand and be understood. The best way to understand people is to listen to them.
Wow. That's a great quote.
Yeah.
You want to go next one?
Next, we want to talk about putting aside judgment. When you come into a conversation already judging the situation, judging the person, judging their character, judging what they will probably say and what you will probably say, if you've got that mapped out in your mind, then you're not open to having an honest exchange of information. You don't want to come into a conversation judging the person. And this happens a lot with parents and kids. I remember as my son got to be an adult, we had a conversation one day, and I was he was trying to make me feel guilty about something in sort of a passive aggressive way. And I said, I tell you what, from now on, when we have a conversation, I won't judge you and you don't judge me. And let's just go from here. And that really freed some things up for us, that when he wasn't feeling judged, he didn't feel the need to then judge other people. So judge not lest you be judged. And when you come to a conversation without judging somebody or judging what they're going to say, or maybe some action they took that was a mistake, well, if you can say, well, we all make mistakes, and this is where we go from here. Trust can grow when you allow them to be themselves without feeling judged. Your relationships can deepen. Your happiness increases because you're open to receiving happiness, and you're open to having a better relationship, and they are happier that they're not being judged. And then honesty comes easier when when you know that you can come to that person and say, this and this and this happened, and they just listen to you, and then they say, okay, and then what? Or I see, and they're very neutral or even open to receiving what you're saying. Then you feel like, okay, I can be really honest with this person, and it improves your relationship.
Very nice.
Bryant H. McGill said, one of the most sincere forms of respect is actually listening to what another has to say. And I agree. Respect is super important, especially in marriage and partnerships. And that means, again, putting things aside and focusing on your partner when they're talking, and giving them that respect.
Do you feel like I listened to you enough?
Yeah. I'd let you know.
Yeah, you would.
Share similar experience. You don't want to do this like too quickly. Let that person explain their entire experience before you jump in and say, oh, well, that happened to me, or that happened to my brother, because then you're sort of jumping into their story and taking it over. You don't want to hijack somebody's conversation, somebody's story. You want them to be able to tell their whole story, and then you can show understanding and empathy by saying, oh, I hear what you're saying. And, something similar happened to me when I was that age, and I made a mistake, and I, didn't do it any better than you did. So that would reduce their shame and guilt, knowing that you accept them as they are. You're not judging them. You also had a similar experience and made similar decisions and similar mistakes. Then they feel like they are being understood, and it strengthens that bond and reinforces the learning. So for instance, this perhaps is a mother and daughter or grandmother and granddaughter. If the younger one came to the older one and said, I had this bad thing happen, maybe the boyfriend broke up with her or whatever happened, something bad happened, and the mother or grandmother listened to her and then said, when I was your age, something similar happened, and here's how I handled it, and here's what I thought and felt and did, then the younger one could learn from that and see maybe a path forward, whereas before they may have felt like, life will never be better again. And when they hear, oh, they went through the same thing, and look at them now, they're doing great. So we can have that reinforcement of learning and hope for the future.
So I actually have mixed emotions about this one.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is I feel like social media has had an impact on that kind of structure, I'm not a big fan of bearing your soul on social media. And I know people who do, and it upsets me that they do. Not upsets, I'm not going to, there's part of me that wants to say, don't talk about that on social media. But one of the reasons is, one of the things that I've noticed about social media is when we're not together like this, where if I'm telling you something, you start empathizing or at least being aware of what I'm talking about, you can respond to it without respond to it in a way that enables you to say, you know what, I went through that same experience. And not saying, oh, well, here's what happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
one up you.
Right. I think that's what happens on social media. And because it's on social media, no one says, I went through a similar experience. Here's what I did.
Right.
Right. Hoping that they could reinforce that. And sometimes it doesn't do any good to do that. But and it's a lot easier to do when you're face to face. On social media, it's easier to say, really? Well, here's what happened to me. Mm-hmm. And then what did you call it? One up your story, do a one up your story, level up your story, so that now your story becomes more important than whatever pain the person is experiencing.
Right.
Now, again, I'm not a big fan of bearing your soul on social media.
Right.
If you have a problem, call me.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it. And I promise you what's not going to happen is I'm not going to one up you.
Yeah.
I'm going to I'm going to suggest that I had a similar experience, and here's what I did if you're open to that advice.
Right.
So social media has an impact on this.
Yeah, I would save things like technical things, like I was trying to learn how to do such and such, and I bought this piece of software and it's not working, and I need some help. That's great. That's great. Share that stuff on social media, because people can honestly help you with things of that nature. But if it's something personal, like I'm going through a divorce or my kid's on drugs or things of that nature, then you're going to want to talk one-on-one with somebody that's a coach or a therapist or a best friend or a parent or a sibling or whatever. You're going to want to talk that through one-on-one. Putting things out on social media is good if you want advice. If you don't want advice, don't put it out there.
Yeah, that's it, basically.
Yeah.
So, back 2 slides.
Active listening marks you as a leader. As you saw, Malcolm Forbes and some of the other names that we discussed, Peter Drucker, and they focus a lot on listening, because when you listen to the people around you, you can take all their ideas and all their stories, combine them into universal truths, and that can inform the way you live. It attracts others to you, right? We talked about Dale Carnegie, go to a party and ask everybody about themselves, and they get to talk about themselves. They remember you as the person they like the most. It attracts people. creates authority. When you listen to people, it gives you this status of perhaps a coach or a mentor or a parent, or the person who is the one that everybody comes to when they have problems. You are the guru, right? Gives you that authority. It demonstrates a growth mindset when you are open to listening without judging. You say, well, I don't know anything about that. Why don't you share your experience with me? And you just let the person talk. That demonstrates that you're ready to listen and learn. It encourages others to share their story with you. When you don't interrupt them, when you let them speak and you continue to encourage them with your body language, they will continue to flow with their story, and you'll get to learn a lot more about them. And it offers that opportunity to learn. Again, they may have some bits of information that you didn't know anything about, and it could spark something in your mind that helps you in the future to grow your business or have better relationships or whatever it is.
So I am actively listening to your presentation, but I regret the fact that we're not going to get the opportunity to discuss how well drawn that paramecium on the whiteboard is.
Well, as you can see, that teacher is listening to that student. So I have a free gift for you for watching today's video. It's all about conducting interviews. Since we're talking today about being an active listener and working on your listening skills, one of the great ways to practice listening is by interviewing others. So this is an excellent companion to this presentation. It's an ebook. It's your free gift, and it teaches you to master the art of successful interviewing. And that link for this ebook is in the description box of the video.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
That was, I got to tell you that this is the result of the fact that Shelley and I did a presentation on interviewing top 10 interview tips on Tuesday. And between Tuesday and today, Shelley took that and transcribed it. It's not an exact transcription, but took the best out of that presentation and turned it into a download. So I strongly recommend that you download this. And I know at the end, she probably put a link to that presentation.
I did not.
Oh, okay.
I put a different link.
Oh, you did?
Put a link for them to contact us.
Oh, okay.
So that they can learn more.
No, that makes sense. So yeah, that link is in the description box below.
Yeah. Active listeners are great podcast hosts. So if you want to be a great podcast host, you want to practice your listening skills and your interview skills. They're dynamic interviewers, meaning they hold up their end of the conversation so that it's not just the interview guest who's doing all the talking. They are giving that extra fulfilling material that keeps it flowing like a conversation. They're inspired writers because when you listen to others, you're able to write from different viewpoints. You can be much more creative in your writing. They're productive team members because they listen to what their role is and what their goals are, and they act on that information because they've listened well. And they're highly paid coaches because a coach is very much about listening and asking questions and getting more information and getting that person to talk so that they can pull out the answers themselves. And that conversation is the tool for doing that.
So I'm going to leave this slide up rather than opening up because I have a comment to make on it. And that is, when I was in my career in Washington, one of the things that people would hire me to do is write white papers and case studies for them, because white papers and case studies were the marketing tools that some of these high-tech companies that were marketing to the government required. And everyone perceived them as really difficult to do. Like it would take them months to do it. And the reputation I had was that I could go from zero to having a completely published white paper in 30 days, which may sound like a lot, but when you're talking about the technical level white papers that the government expected, And my routine for that was to ask them to give me 10 people that worked on the project team, and make it a variety of people, from leaders to line workers to implementers, etc. And basically, I would interview them as if they were on my podcast. Not that there were podcasts back then, but it was that conversation. Because I'd record every one of them, I would have them transcribed, and it was my conversation with them, the interaction between them and me, and the transcript that was the basis for creating the white paper. And the white paper wasn't just a set of quotes from them; it was actually a storyline that came from the transcript, and I would add where I needed to, but. The important thing about that was you could not do that if you were not actively listening to the individual and what they were talking about, not only for the purpose, because I knew the 10 questions that I would want to ask each of these individuals, but I also knew that they were going to say something that was going to cause me to ask another question. And the reason I recorded them, and usually, if I could, I'd record them on a video camera. And this was back in the days where we used tape, videotape. Because what it enabled me to do was not worry about making notes. And the less time I can spend making notes and paying attention to them, the more valuable that is to me. So if they allowed me to record them, and literally, I don't ever recall somebody saying no. I don't want, are we going to do this on camera? Yes, we're going to do this on camera. It's for my purposes, right? It just makes my job easier. I'll say yes. But it was so that I could see them, not just hear them, and not interrupt myself making notes. I literally have, me in my notebooks. That was a period in time where I did not fill notebooks with these conversations. I just watched and listened and asked questions, and it was an amazing experience. And it's something that became a skill, that you can take into whatever you're doing in the future. So, like us now.
Yeah, that's right. So I invite you to connect with us and schedule a free consulting call to define your social media goals, assess your specific needs, clarify your best options. These are our links, which are also in the description box below the video: messagesandmethods.com, shellycarney.com, tunis.com. Those have all of our links. Those are just our pages with our links, so that you can choose what you want to do or what method you want to use to reach out when you get there. If you want to email, or if you want to call or text or write to us, or whatever it is you prefer to do, reach out on social media, however you like to connect. And we hope that you'll do that.
And as we mentioned earlier, you've got that ebook that Shelly's offering you. Make sure you go pull that down. And then once you've gone through the ebook, go back and follow the links that Shelly has set up for you in that ebook to get more information. So here's something nice for you, Brian says.
Well, thank you, Brian, for being here. And please do share with your family and friends.
So, okay. And
thank you all for being here today. We appreciate you, and we hope that you got something valuable from this conversation. And we will be back tonight at 7 o'clock for AGK Gaming. And again next week for the podcasting and live streaming channel. And if you missed last Tuesday, go back and watch that, because we do give those 10 interviewing tips through video. So check that out as well. Thanks for being here. And for Shelly Carney Life Coach, happy hour on Friday. I am your host, Shelly Carney.
And we'll see you guys. My name is Toby Younis. I'm her co-host. I'm her button pusher. I handle all the technology here, folks. But we will see you tonight on AGK Gaming. We look forward to that. We'll have a lot of fun. We'll start with some Drawful and end up in Among Us.
Yeah.
Hi. So there's this quote I came across about anger, that one moment of patience can save you 100 moments of regret. So the question then becomes, how do you become that person who, in the midst of turbulence and turmoil and angry emotions, are calm? By the end of this video, you'll be able to walk away with practical tips that you could apply right away to improve how you manage your emotions with yourself and your emotions with others. I'm Monica, and I recently graduated with a degree in neuroscience, and I'm now pursuing medicine. I'm really passionate about making psychiatry accessible for everyone. So this video is a part of the Ask an Expert series, where we chat about mental health topics and psychological topics with experts. Today, I am just so honored to have Dr. Conti back. You may remember him from our last live stream, which is accessible from the Ask an Expert live stream playlist. Welcome back, Dr. Conti.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be back.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being back, and I'm so excited for our chat today.
I feel like we have so much to cover and so much information. And I love that you opened saying that we're going to give everyone practical examples, because what we're going to do is give you really real world stuff that you can immediately take after watching this video and help your life find more peace.
Exactly. With something like anger, I feel like it can be so exhausting to just hold it in with yourself, or just be sometimes angry with yourself or angry with others. Like, you know, if only we could find a way to better manage that. And that's exactly what we're just going to be diving into today.
100%. You know, it's fascinating because we are the only ones who have unrestricted access to our minds. And when you think about this, it really is powerful, because if we really truly realize that, then we'll stop giving our power away to other people. Like, we let people who anger us, who do things we don't like, to control our inner world. And once we realize this, we say, wait a minute, I can't do this anymore.
You know, that really brings up a really important point, and like the kind of first main idea that I want to bring up regarding anger, about how to really recognize and control how sometimes anger really comes from within. Because sometimes we often think that we're angry because someone else made us angry, or something has happened that just is the reason why we're angry. But ultimately, it's our decision. It's our ability to control that, what we kind of filter from the world, that ultimately causes us to be angry. So I guess we can just jump right into any kind of practical tips on how to better, you know, have control of your own emotions.
Yeah, the very first thing, and we hit on this last video, but if someone hadn't seen that yet, I want to jump in with this at the beginning, and that is this. I believe there's a difference between what I call the cartoon world and the real world. So our cartoon world, and I call it cartoon world because it's not real. It's the world that it's according to our shoulds. So people should think the way I want them to think. They should feel, they should believe what I want them to believe. They should do what I want them to do. And then there's the real world. So there's our cartoon world, and then there's the real world. And what I've done for my career is help people learn to align their expectations with reality. In other words, so Monica, let's say I'm driving down the road and I got to get somewhere. And when I'm on the road, there's a bunch of traffic. And I say to myself, in my cartoon world, this traffic shouldn't be here. This shouldn't be happening to me right now. I'm going to be really angry. But if I align my expectations with reality, which is anytime I go out on the highway, there could be traffic. Now I'm more prepared for it. Doesn't mean I'll be happy when I see the traffic, but it means I'll be more prepared for it. And I think that's a really good place to anchor our conversation, is that we master what we practice. And if we practice being impulsive and reactive, well, we get really good at that. But if we practice being mindful and in control, well, we get really good at that too.
I love the last part you just said, especially we master what we practice. I remember when I was preparing for exams, just on the topic of like anxiety, I would ask myself, why am I expecting myself to be so calm when on a day-to-day basis, when I don't even have exams, I'm already, sweating all the time, just worried about things. Like, it makes no sense. So just bringing it back to what we were talking about with your example, like having tips to be able to just go through your everyday without, having emotional outbursts is a way that is kind of protected. So when we have those experiences that can, drive our emotions up, it's not, overflowing or is not going crazy. So it's a really good point you brought up there.
Well, it's almost as if I'm talking to you during those moments when you're struggling, I would almost want to have this vision that you're putting on boxing gloves and hitting yourself. And I almost want to stop you from hitting yourself. Like, I shouldn't be upset right now, and I shouldn't be stressed. But if you are, then you're giving yourself the extra problem of, not only am I anxious, but now I have all these shoulds that I shouldn't be anxious. And that makes it even more complicated. So at least be easy on yourself from the beginning and recognize that as human beings, our emotions will ebb and flow. We'll go up, we'll go down. Then that's okay. It's normal. But I think it'll be less extreme if we accept it. And it'll be more extreme if we say, this can't be happening, I can't take this. That's where we really intensify our own emotions.
Amazing. So just already, for those who just joined us, I have written down in my head to, number one, practice being objective, aligning what we kind of see with what we think with what is actually happening. Number two, just being able to master what we practice and hopefully kind of be accepting rather than, just kind of rejecting whatever is coming to us and how we feel. And I wonder if this is really kind of, I think actually this is quite general, like it would apply to anything, but any sort of tips that are more kind of situation specific, whether it's like, I don't know, being angry because you messed up about something, whatever it is.
There we go. Let's go. That's a perfect one. So I quite literally did this morning. I forgot to let my wife know about my schedule, so I confused my schedule for what I have going on this week. So we ultimately remedied it and we fixed it, and I could switch days on things. But in that moment, when I realized that I dropped the ball and I messed up my schedule, I had the immediate thoughts that anybody would have. Like, I practice this every day, day in and day out. But in those first moments when I thought, oh no, I messed this up, my thoughts could go really negative really quickly, and I could get down on myself. What I had to do was say, stop. I'm a human being. Of course, I'm going to make mistakes. I'm not going to minimize it. I'm going to own it. But then I'm going to do the only thing I can do, which is work with what I can do. So I talked to the people about the schedule. We figured out what we could do. We made a plan and we fixed it, because spending a whole bunch of time saying, oh, this is terrible and I'm awful, that would not really be productive. And then that would not help the rest of my day. Matter of fact, I'll give you a little teaching tale that I think can be really helpful for this. So I like this concept. So you, me, we've all messed up, and then we get mad at ourselves when we mess up. So in the land of fools, there was this guy who had 250 cows, and one of his cows accidentally fell off a cliff. And then he said to himself, well, now my herd will never be complete. It's not complete because one of them is missing. So he just started driving the rest of his cows off the cliff. And as he's driving off all 250 cows, somebody says to him, what are you doing? He said, well, my herd will never be complete, so I might as well just get rid of all of them. And the people just hit their heads and laughed at this foolish man who got rid of his 250 cows, all because he messed up on one of them. And it's a teaching tale, so don't worry, no cows were harmed in the making of this metaphor. But the great thing about this lesson is, if we mess up and then we start beating ourselves up, we start to let those mistakes compound. And so it comes back to saying, why am I pushing my metaphorical cows off the edge of the cliff? Yes, I lost one, but that doesn't mean I'm going to drive the rest of them off the cliff.
Yeah, so I think it kind of, when you were giving that story, it really reminds me of the idea of like just taking responsibility. Because at that time, like when that person is like, throwing out their cows or whatever, driving them off the cliff, to them, they're like, oh, like I don't even know what do you think is going on in their minds? Like hypothetically, when someone's just doing something that they know is actually causing something to be worsening the overall outcome. Like what is actually going on?
So I specialize in working with people convicted of violent crimes. This has been the specialty of my profession for what I've done for 2 decades. And what I see is that when people live in shame, they act out of shame. So if I feel like I'm no good, I'm worthless, I'm nothing, then why not hurt myself or others? And there is a difference between guilt and shame. So guilt is feeling bad about something we've done to hurt someone. That's normal. That's healthy. Like if we do something, we feel guilt, we can learn from it. That's okay. Guilt is feeling bad about something we've done. Shame, however, is feeling bad about who we are. And my research for more than 2 decades has shown me that when people live in shame, they act out of shame. So that's what happens in people's minds when they start to get this sense of shame. Well, I'm no good, and so they start to develop this narrative that is really hurtful to their own inner peace first and foremost, but then that starts to go out toward the world. And now I say, well, I already messed up this relationship, so now I'm just going to be angry at the next person, and I'm going to be spiteful to the next person. And so until you stop and reset, it can keep compiling no differently than the person who's pushing the cows off the edge of the cliff.
So that idea of responsibility, how does one then kind of take that responsibility to then say, okay, what I'm doing is wrong. Like maybe it's not the most productive. Let's just say not the most productive. Mm-hmm. And how can I become and channel that into someone I want to be and someone who's like, just doing more healthy decisions, acting more healthily.
So that's such a great question. I think to me, like that exemplifies your insight and consciousness to be able to say, okay, so what do I do? So I think that when we can start to say, now what? Now, what do we do? The past is gone, and there's nothing we can do, no matter how much insight we ever get, to get 1 single second back. The future's hypothetical, hasn't been created yet. The only moment that exists is this moment. And so the question is, what do we do from this moment forward? I did over 100 episodes of a podcast called Tackling Life with NFL legend Ray Lewis, first ballot Hall of Fame football player. And we interviewed an astronaut once. Did I tell you about Reed Wiseman the last time we talked? I mean, I might not have mentioned it, but
I don't think so. I would love to hear it. Yeah.
I don't think I did. So Reed Wiseman was one of my favorite interviews I ever got to do. And he's an astronaut who walked in space. And when you think about the magnitude of that, fewer than 200 people in the history of humanity have walked in space. And yet this astronaut walked in space. I got to speak to him. It was awesome. So one of the things that he said, and I don't remember if it was on our show or off air, but it was this. It was, when you're in space and something goes wrong, you don't have time to think, oh, I can't believe Sally didn't fix that. I can't believe Bill let this happen. The only thing you can do when you're hurling through space in a spaceship is work the problem. What can I do from this moment forward? So to me, there is a brilliance to your question. What do we do now? The past is gone. The future hasn't been created. So what can we do in this moment? And what I say, and this is the most concrete thing that I can give you, is be accurate with your language. Be accurate. It wasn't the end of the world. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. You made a mistake. So what do I do now? Well, I can be accurate with my language. I can stop myself from perpetuating this extreme language. I'm terrible. This was awful. The person who cut me off in traffic, they're a horrible person. No, the car drove a little closer to my car than I wanted it to. The person at work said something that I would have preferred she not say. Like, it's really, when I'm accurate, it really curtails the amount of anger that I'm about to have.
Can I just say, this advice was shared from the last episode of the podcast, and it is life-changing. Since you said that, I have applied it to my own life, not only for just like anger, but just on my day-to-day basis, and it has just elevated my happiness and the way that I see things. So thank you. I'm just going to type it in the chat for anyone here who has missed it, because it's truly life-changing. So thank you so much.
Thank you. No, and I feel grateful that you share it like that and phrase it like that, because what I do at this point in my career, January, I've been doing this work for 25 years. And what I do is at this point in my career, when I do presentations and I do a lot of trainings on yield theory that I created. So we'll do 3-day, 5-day trainings. And what I do is I say, look, these are exciting because I take 25 years of sitting down with people, more than 20,000 hours of clinical experience, being blessed, humbled to sit one-on-one with people where they share their most intimate secrets with me. And I take the information that was truly life-changing, those moments that made a change and helped them shift. And I get to give all of those in like a condensed way. And that's why I get excited about what I share, why I'm excited when you and I speak, why I love how hungry you are for information, because when we can make this information applicable to everyone out there who's watching, it really is a game changer. Life-changing stuff doesn't mean it has to be you have to have these lights come on and the music it goes, wait a minute, this technique, if I apply it day in, day out, will radically shift the way I experience life. That's what it is.
And I think this is perfect because it really draws back to the idea that we mentioned earlier. When I am accurate with my language, I'm better able to disentangle my expectations with my reality. When I thought that I was going to get, just last week when I sat my med school exams, 25% on my exams. Like I was very sure, I was like, I'm going to fail this exam. I'm going to get a 25. I then took a step back. I was like, wait, no. I've studied more than half of this material. My friends have quizzed me on this, and I've been able to answer more than 50% of it. I don't think I'll necessarily fail, but maybe I won't do as well as I wanted to. And even that, like recognizing that, helped me realize what I told myself versus like what the reality really was. And that in turn helped me reduce my anxiety, which, you know, is amazing. So I think being able to apply this for like all the different scenarios, whether it's anger, anxiety, I don't know, like sadness, is a really, really great tool. And with that, I just wanted to pick up on the second point that you mentioned about yield theory, because we've mentioned so many applicable tools. One that I think someone has just mentioned right now, Dasha, how to communicate without getting angry so fast, like these kind of things. But what is the theory behind it? And I know you created yield theory, and you know I would love to learn more about the theory. Sorry, that was so long.
So I would love. So I'm grateful. So here's I'm going to take you back to the beginning. In 1998, I was in my room and I was in a meditation, and I had this vision. And here was the vision. Here's how it kind of came unfolded to me. And I've spent the rest of that time refining it, and now it is an evidence-based approach. It's a theory on counseling, and I wrote about it in Walking Through Anger. But let me show you the initial metaphor. So I was thinking, like, let's say a car is going down the highway the wrong way, and you want to stop that car. Well, you could drive head first into that car, head on, and you could stop that car. But one or both of you is going to get pretty hurt. But what if instead of smashing into this car going the wrong way, instead you say, you know what? I'm going to merge with it, like at a yield sign. I'm going to yield with this car, and I'm going to go with, trying to get my hands on this guy. So I'm going to go with it. Now, as I'm driving with this car, my car next to this car, this is a hypothetical thought experiment. So let's suspend reality. The car says, okay, we're driving in the same direction. Let's save some gas. So I jump in their car, and now I'm seeing out of their windshield. I'm actually seeing the windshield that they're seeing out of. And over time, when they trust me, let's say it's a long enough journey, they get tired. They say, I want you to drive. And now I get to be in their exact chair. And then I can help steer them down a different path. And that was the original metaphor for yield theory. Meet people where they are. Do your best to see from their perspective. And this is more than just walking a metaphorical mile in someone's shoes. This is me imagining that I had a person's cognitive functioning. So I had their intellect, their affective range, their ability to experience emotions, and their life experiences. And what I say, and this is powerful metaphor. This is big. What I say is, I believe that if I would have lived every day as another person, I would have made every single decision they made. And the reason why that's a very big assumption is this. I work with people. I specialize in violence. I work with people convicted of violent crimes. I work with serial murderers. I work with people who are serial rapists. So how can I say if I was them, I would have done everything they did. Well, first of all, it's not a philosophical, logical argument, right? It's an a priori argument that doesn't make logical sense. But here's what it does for me. When I'm able to say, because we often say, well, I had a hard life and I didn't do that, or I had a tough situation and I didn't do that. You had your brain doing that. You had your intellect doing that. So imagine you're that other person. Now, here's what this does. It wipes away judgment for me. So then when I meet people where they are, and let's say someone's really angry, I can listen to that person and I can truly listen without judgment. And I can say, look, the past is gone. I can't change a single second of the past. But if I listen to you and I validate what you're experiencing, now we get you out of that anger and I can help move toward helping you make better decisions. So that's the substance. And ultimately, yield theory comes down to doing three things. Because I told you last time, Monica, I try to make things really simple for people. So I think we're always skeptical of other people. Like we're skeptical, especially if someone disagrees with us. Boy, we could be skeptical all day. But I always say, I want to be skeptical of my own ego. I want to be skeptical of my own thoughts. I want to challenge my own thoughts. So I sat back and I said to myself, well, what do I really do? Like I stand at a cell door in maximum security prisons and I talk to people. I sit in a comfortable Zen setting in my office and I talk to people. What do I do? And I do three things. And this is what I would tell people to do. I listen, I validate, and I explore options. So you're with that family member who's so angry and maybe they're being really self-centered. I've seen a couple comments say, how do I deal with a narcissistic family? And I see that word come up a lot in the chat. And so think about this. They're really self-centered. Your initial thought is, I'm going to go tell them what they need to do differently, but they're not going to hear that. So that's like smashing the car head on. You can tell them they're wrong, but they're not going to listen to you. But if you put yourself behind their eyes and you truly listen to them, and then you validate that experience, like, my goodness, that sounds like that was really awful for you. That sounded like that was really difficult for you. And and here's the key, not just validating, but validate until they feel validated. Because you know as well as I do, we all want to be heard. And if somebody keeps saying things over and over again, that person probably doesn't feel heard. So when we can help them really feel heard, now that we're validating them, now they feel better neurologically. And you know this from neuroscience. When you're angry, you're in your limbic system. You're in your amygdala and you're getting really fired up. That's that fight or flight response. But once you feel validated and that emotional release, now you move to more the frontal cortex, your higher level decision making. And now we can explore options. Now we can say, okay, now where do we go from here? What's the best decision to make from this moment forward? So it's powerful. I know there's a lot to take in, but it's powerful.
So I'm just going to summarize, and just to make sure that I completely understood, at the core of yield theory is to really take someone's perspectives and to try to see what they see and to meet them where they are. Mm-hmm. And to really break it down, it's to really listen, to actually think about the meaning of the words they're saying, not just kind of listening like whatever, like actually, what are they trying to tell me? To validate, to make them actually feel like they are heard, not just being, yes, I'm so sorry. Like, no, like actually listening, validating, and then coming up with solutions that you guys can both agree, like kind of meeting in the middle. That's kind of what I drawn from it.
That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. It's incredible because it's funny because like in this comments, you have tons of people and they're all talking about different things. But I happen to see on one, they go, well, if Monica's shaking her head, she's not listening. And here you go. You just accurately summarized everything I just said. And so sometimes we look at other people and we have a projection that what we're seeing is the truth. When if we truly take time to listen, we go, wait a minute, maybe the world's not unfolding the way I think. And that's challenging our own egos. Honestly, that's one of the toughest things that any of us has to do, because our ego is our sense of self, and our ego wants to say, I'm right and everyone else is wrong. But that's not reality. Reality is we all can challenge our own egos.
And so I have a few follow-up questions, actually. One that has just been coming up from the chat. What do you do in terms of exploring options when the other person is unwilling to explore those options? Because ultimately it takes two to tango, doesn't it?
It does. It does. So my whole career has been, I've spent a lot of time with people who have been mandated to see me. Like, think about this. In the state of California, I had a center for people convicted of violent crimes. Now, once they get out of prison for committing a violent crime, they were sentenced to 52 weeks of anger management. This is outpatient. This is outside of prison. And they had to come to this anger management, and they had to pay for it out of pocket. So you can imagine how angry people were to see me. Now, I could sit and be like, well, they're just angry, they're resistant. Or I can put myself behind their eyes and go, wow, if I just spent time in prison or jail and I got sentenced to do this too, I would be angry as well. And so I would really listen, and I would validate that. And I wouldn't force people to talk. I would say, listen, if you need more time, you need more time. Like, who am I to say when you're ready to speak? And because I wasn't doing it as a technique, I wasn't doing it to say, okay, now you should hurry up and speak. I was being genuine. Like, if you need time to be angry, be angry. And because of that, when you truly let go, then people will be much more likely to actually speak. So if you find someone who's not ready to talk, and you say, well, I did listen and I did validate them, so they should talk now, you're probably jumping to that cartoon world. I validated them enough. Now you're talking about you're talking about your own ego and what you did. And that's why I always say, Monica, and this is a big one for that person who asked that question. When you validate, don't just validate till you check a box and go, see, I did it. Validate until that person actually feels validated. And again, you know this from neuroscience. When people are angry, they're in that limbic system. And when you could watch, if people are speaking to you and there's brain scan, they're under a brain scan, that anger, once you validate them, it dissipates. Now you actually see blood flow in different parts of the brain, specifically going to that frontal cortex. So I always tell people, what I'm saying isn't rocket science. This stuff I'm not saying this is rocket science. It's pretty simple, right? Listen, validate, explore options, but it is neuroscience. This is definitely neuroscience.
Yes, I would just like to say, so when in class, people were saying, what's the best way to kind of dissipate these like emotions sometimes during anger and things like that? Honestly, it's the sleep. Just sleep. In other words, to just take a step back until you feel ready to address it, when other people feel ready to address it, because the reality is that, just like you said, not everyone is ready to let go of whatever they're being angry at. And it's okay to have space, because only through space, only through feeling ready are you able to effectively explore options, whether that is giving space through sleeping, giving space through taking walks, giving space through, meditating. Any of these things are perfectly valid to just take a step back.
Well, you're right. You hit the nail on the head. So think about this. How many times have we all been hangry? We're hungry, so we get agitated and irritable. And we start an argument, and after we eat, we go, "What were we mad about?" We don't even remember, right? Or you stay up arguing in a fight, and it's because you start arguing because honestly, one or both of you is overly tired. So the profound realization is this: when you're hungry, when you're tired, when you're thirsty, when your body's temperature is off, or you're overheated, you're in a part of your brain called the hypothalamus. And that is smack dab in the middle of your limbic system. So it makes a lot of sense that when you're hungry, you feel a little bit more agitated and irritable. When you're overly tired and you haven't slept. So we have this new puppy. She's a 6-month-old Cane Corso. She's awesome. She's so fun. She's beautiful. I wish if she was down here, I'd pull her up so you guys could see. Maybe next time I'll have her.
Oh, yes.
She's so adorable. But she does something. My wife will say she's fussing it out when she's real tired. She'll be like, "Rah," and she looks like if somebody was watching, I go, oh, she's scary. She's not scary to us. She's fussing it out. And how many of us do the same thing? We're angry, we're agitated, we're irritable. So if we could be mindful, maybe now's not the right time to get your point into the other person. But the challenge many of us face is that we're impatient. And so when we want to tell somebody something, we start talking at them rather than with them. And I don't know if I told you about the fool on the mountain last time, but I want to share that. I think this would be a perfect time for people to hear that story.
Let's hear it.
There was a person, he was supposed to lead a group of people up the mountain. So he ran to the top of the mountain, and he got to the top and nobody was with him. They were all at the bottom of the mountain. So he started screaming at them. He's like, you should be up here with me. I started down there. I had it tough. I made it up here. And he's yelling and yelling at them where they should be, but they couldn't even see him, let alone hear him. So he becomes known as the fool on the mountain. And before we judge this fool on the mountain, how many times have you and I and all of the people who are watching us right now, how many times have all of us at times talked at people like, you should understand what I'm saying, like you shouldn't be thinking what you're thinking right now? In those moments, we were no different than that fool on the mountain. And so that's why yield theory is about having the self-discipline to leave where we are and go truly meet others where they are psychologically, what they're ready, willing, and able to hear. And the reality is many times it's going to take more patience than what we want to give. But here's another key. And this is one of those moments that, like, I feel excited for people to hear this, because if I could reach in your heart and have you really feel this, this would be a game changer. And that is when you truly let go and you interact with people and you give them the compassion to say, I'm going to meet you where you are, and you give you the true space. The truth is, when you're truly let go, it'll happen so much faster than what you think. When you actually take the time, you will validate. It'll get you there so much faster.
And patience is really the key of everything, I think. And that's why like during the times when I journal, I always tell myself, how can I be at a place where I feel like whatever could happen to me, I have patience. I have patience for whatever is going to happen to eventually happen. Like to take steps to make sure that whatever I want to happen is going to happen. Sorry. And I think if I could just share some of the things I found really helpful, like mindfulness was truly a key to that. I mean, every single morning I will wake up and I will listen, even 2 minutes of just mindfulness, guided meditation. It has been so helpful to help me be more patient with myself and to be more patient with others. And I think that draws in so closely with being able to then practice yield theory and to reap the benefits from it.
It's that is exactly it. So we have a question here from Will J. He asks, do you have any techniques to become more patient in yourself, to become less impulsive? And Will, I love this question, and hits on what Monica's talking about right there. You heard her use the word practice. We're practicing this. So here's one of the most pragmatic techniques you can possibly do. Here's how you begin to develop patience. Remember that we master what we practice. So if you practice daily, every time something doesn't go the way you think it should, you lash out. Rah, rah, rah. You get really good at that. But so what do we want to do? If we want to develop patience, let's do the opposite. So let's say I'm thirsty. Right now I have a big jar of water. When I'm thirsty, the moment I'm thirsty, instead of grabbing it and downing it, I grab my water and I use the exact phrase that you used, Monica, which is mindfulness. And I say, okay, I am thirsty. It's not the end of the world. Let me take a moment, take a breath. Now, after taking one breath, now I can drink. The next time I go to take a drink of water, I might take 2 breaths. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to consciously say, when I have the impulse to do something, I don't have to satiate it. I don't have to satisfy it immediately. I can take a breath. I can take 2 breaths, 3 to 4. And then I can do this. I can practice this in other areas. That's just the first one that came to my mind. I have water right here. Whatever you want to do, Will, think about whatever you have that you're about to do. Take 1 breath. Now, I'm mindful because I've done this long enough that somebody out there watching goes, well, I practiced that. I tried that once. It didn't work. Well, just the way you can't do 1 push-up and think now you're strong, and you can't do 10 push-ups and think, you have to do them consistently over time. And if you do enough push-ups and you do them consistently over time, you will get stronger. That's a fact. That's a physiological fact. And if you quit doing push-ups for a long period of time, you'll lose that strength. So it's something you have to practice. The same is true with mindfulness. If you practiced it once a long time ago, or you heard about mindfulness, or you get excited when you hear other people talk about how they practice it, that's not you practicing it. You have to actually practice it day in, day out. And I promise you, the more you practice it, the better you'll get at it. And one more last thought on this, Will. If you intentionally throughout your day say, I want to get better at patience today. Well, here's a blessing. The world is going to give you tons of opportunities. The universe can say, here you go. I'm going to give you a bunch of opportunities today, Will. The people you're around, they're going to make you upset. All kind of opportunities. So now what are you going to do? Intentionally, you're going to say, I'm going to practice patience. Just as sure as I would practice weightlifting, by having those weights, I'm going to have all these troublesome moments. I'm going to practice patience.
I love how you brought that up, because when you were saying that, I just thought like people go to exercise to feel healthier, like physically. This is just the same. Practicing mindfulness. It's like going for an exercise, but for your brain. I love it. It's like a little, like, it's not like you go exercise and the next day you'll be like having the figure that you always wanted to have. It takes time. And just like that, like at first I would like to say, like, I was kind of, I don't know, not really sure about whether mindfulness would work or not, because I've just heard it's been so commercialized, things like that. But when I actually was open to it, like addressing that initial doubt and being like, okay, I'm willing to challenge my preconceptions and then practice it, not just for a day, but for a month. And then tell myself, after a month, if I don't like it, that's fine. But like actually having that concrete date, I was actually able to really kind of take in all what mindfulness has to offer. And so I'd like to kind of give that advice, if I may, for, you know, everything that was mentioned today. You might have tried it before, but have you actually like really, really believed in it, like, or at least was open to it? Because if you do something, but then your mind is like, oh, I actually don't really believe in it, you're like fighting yourself, and that's not going to work. You know, like that has been one of my learning points in the past few months. So I thought I'd just share that.
Yeah, I coined a term called the foot in the water principle. And so I got this from my center when I was in California. I'm not there anymore, but when I was in California, my center was in South Lake Tahoe, California. And so Tahoe is a mountain lake. It's a cold lake. So if somebody wants to say that they swam in Tahoe, they can't just tap their toe in the water and be like, oh, I swam in Tahoe. No, if you want to say you swam, you got to dive all the way in. And in the same way, if you practice any of the techniques that we've talked about today, and you do them one time and you go, see, it didn't work. Well, then you were looking for it to not work. And of course, you're going to find that. If you want to see something not work, of course, it won't work. So it's about of doing it, like you said, dedicate yourself for a month to something, practice it constantly. But if you're practicing it, trying to say it doesn't work, I have a really good example for this. So in martial arts, I did martial arts my whole life. And in martial arts, let's say someone comes to a gym and they're trying to learn what to do if someone pushes you. If you're trying to learn what to do and you go up to the teacher and the teacher says, go ahead and push me, and you walk up and you lean all your weight backwards and you just try to push like you're just trying to run backwards, the teacher's going to say, that's not how people push. You don't run around going, oh, let me jump backwards. You push and you go through it. But if you want to walk into that martial arts studio and say, these martial art techniques don't work, see, I go like this and it doesn't, then you're not actually doing it. So if you're going to do mindfulness and not actually do it, then of course you can confirm what your ego wants you to believe, which is that you're right and whatever you believe right now is absolute truth and you have nothing else to learn in your life. Your ego is going to try to convince you of that. But to challenge it, it's going to take effort and practice. But I promise you, it's worth it. It's worth it. Like I'm easy to find in an internet age. I don't give people stuff that doesn't work. And I promise you, this stuff works. It does take effort. We master what we practice.
Absolutely. I know we've covered a lot today. So just to wrap up, I want to give some of my own thoughts and just like summary of some of the tips that you could literally practice right after this video. I think one of my favorite ones is just being accurate with your language, making sure that what you perceive as your expectations actually aligns with what reality is, because that is a great way to reduce, anger, distress, any sort of negative emotions. I've tried it myself and it works. And I'd love to hear from the community if you've tried it as well, and just, get in touch and let me know what works, what doesn't. And we will always be able to have a chat in the future episodes with any further follow-up questions. Another major point that I wanted to bring up again was just the idea about meeting people from where they are. The idea of yield theory, being able to listen, being able to actually validate, and being able to explore options when you feel ready and when others as well feels ready. So I think those are the main takeaway points, but there's just so many wonderful, valuable information that you've shared. Thank you so much, Dr. Conti. for everything. Really,
I appreciate you having me back on. Like I'm excited about what you guys do. You personally do such a great job. Psych2Go does such a great job. You're spreading conscious information and awareness. So I'm grateful to be a part of it. And my door will be open to come back on in the future, because I feel like there is so much more to talk about. There's so many different things. For instance, one person asked if journaling is helpful. And of course it can be helpful. Absolutely. A lot of times it can be helpful just because once you write your ideas down, you crystallize them. So if I write it down, I go, wait, sometimes our anxiety gets so big in our minds and our anger gets so big that we're allowing it to just get bigger and bigger. But then when we write it down, we go, I'm angry because so-and-so expressed an opinion that was different than mine. Oh, wait, that's really not as big as I thought. And so once we crystallize it, that can help a lot. Journaling can be super helpful for people. So if that's something that you like to rely on, that's wonderful. Again, there's so many questions here, and I'm grateful to be a part of this process and coming back on the show for sure.
I know that so many people have just loved things that you've been sharing. And I really want to direct them to your book. Would you like to share a bit about your book? And here we go, everyone.
Walking Through Anger. So Walking Through Anger, and it's really like, if you like how I tell stories, can't figure out the camera, but if you like how I tell stories, I've probably over 100 little teaching tales in this book. Where I love to teach through Zen tales. I was a professor, and I loved when I taught. Every year I taught mostly master's and doctoral students, but once a year I would teach undergraduate students, and we would have up to 200 students in an auditorium. And like, I always knew I wanted to keep their attention, so I would tell stories a bunch. And so when I tell this book, even if you don't struggle with anger, it's really about how do you handle your own intense emotions, whether it's anxiety, depression, and then how do you handle other people when they're in a difficult situation. And I also have that on audiobook too. So I read that book for Audible. So it's on there. So that's one way they can get a hold of me. And then the other one is I have a YouTube channel as well. And so, I'd love for people to check that out.
Amazing. So everything is linked down in the description box below. Until then, please let us know what you would like to hear.
Hi there, Elon here from Satori Prime, and in today's video I want to give you a huge tip about relationships. Now, whether this relationship is with your kids, your spouse, people at work, friends, this is applicable to all. How many times have you been in an interaction with someone and they said something or did something, or maybe didn't say something or didn't do something, and you lost it? Internally, you were just so angry. And that person asked you to come talk to them about it in that moment. And you say something that maybe a few hours or a few days later, you have come to regret. Well, here's pro tip about relationships. When you feel anger, frustration, self-defense mechanisms coming on, leave the conversation. Say something like, you know what? Right now, I'm afraid of what's going to come out of my mouth. I'm going to regret later. And take a time out. Because here's what's happening. In that moment, your body, your mind is completely hijacked. Have you ever tried to be logical with a child in a tantrum? How's that work out? Your logic actually makes them go deeper and deeper into tantrum. They get louder and louder, right? That is exactly what is happening inside your body when you're in that state. You're hijacked. You are no longer there. So, if you want healthy, beautiful, connected, intimate relationships, do yourself a favor. When you feel that emotional state coming on, whatever it might be, ask for permission to leave. Leave. Allow your system to calm down, because what's happened is all these chemicals are surging through your body and you are in full-on fight or flight mode. And it takes anywhere between 30 to 90 minutes for that chemical reaction to calm down. And from everything to go from just your reptilian amygdala part of your brain to actually bring energy back into your prefrontal cortex. And you'll notice that when removed from a certain situation, you can always come back with a clearer mind. clearer vision of what it is you want to communicate, and you don't end up saying things that you're going to regret or have to apologize for later. So remember, next time you get into a heated argument, a heated fight, any sort of interaction, give yourself a timeout. Say, I will come back to you. I just need some time to cool down, and I will come back to you, and then we can have this conversation. And you will notice that your relationships take on a whole new level of intimacy and connection without having to apologize every step of the way, right? Let me know how this tip works for you in the comment box below. If you ever tried this, how it's worked for you. And if you like this video, give it a big thumbs up. Also make sure that you subscribe to our YouTube channel because we are constantly sharing tips.
Welcome to the Mirror Talks podcast, where we deconstruct some of humanity's most disconnecting and limiting assumptions and offer an alternative, a free state of consciousness, unbiased, naturally wise, and genuinely loving. We will shed a more enlightened perspective on everyday experiences to help anyone willing realize their true potential and inspire a contemporary spiritual life lived in service to all. Say goodbye to the man-made paradigms of distorted ideas. Let's become pure, free, and actually intelligent once again.
We just finished recording an episode on deep suffering or deeply afflictive states, whether it's depression, chronic depression, or sort of more of a daily happening, jealousy, or being upset about something and it just sort of takes over your mood, and just how to deal with these states and really how to transmute them and take advantage of them. So one thing I just loved about this episode, and that I think you'll love too, is that in addition to being very technically precise, Bentinho outlines 3 methods for really transmuting these deeply afflictive states. So in addition to being really technical in that way, it's also a meditation of its own. So I was even thinking, as we were recording this episode, I was thinking, like, if I'm in another deeply afflictive state in the future, I'm going to remember this episode and I'm going to come back to it just for a reminder. It's like it's just like piercing the bubble of that of whatever suffering might come up. So really, this is a resource in and of itself. In addition to that, there was a really special, cool ending. Dennis asked a question about social anxiety, which prompted Bentinho to go into just the coolest delineation of how the ego is hiding from us, and really how that mechanism is what causes the suffering and the deeply afflictive states. So it basically comes at it from a whole nother angle. So it was a wonderful episode, really a resource forever, I think. And I know you'll enjoy it.
So welcome back, everyone, to another episode of Mirror Talks. Again, here with me, Kelly and Corey. How are you guys?
Great.
Good.
Awesome.
How are you?
Really good.
Nice.
Actually, really good. Yeah. So, as we're wrapping up the recording of our first season of this podcast, we were feeling into what other episodes to still shoot. And one that stood out pretty evidently is to give people some tools and some perhaps reassurance and some sort of a compassionate, understanding space where they get some acknowledgement for the phenomenon of experiencing deeply afflictive states of mind, states of emotion, and so forth. So what's an afflictive state? An affliction or afflictive literally means something that's causing pain or suffering. So deeply afflictive states are states that just feel like impossible to escape. They have debilitating effects on our mental, emotional, physical well-being. They can even lead to physical illness. It's something that sort of can haunt us along the lines of PTSD. It's something that makes us feel like we don't want to get out of bed in the morning. It derails our sort of sense of purpose and our sense of flow during the day. And so these states are quite common in humanity. And I think everyone who is human will at one point or another experience something like that. So we figured we have addressed the mechanics of the emotional guidance system already, but this is kind of a beast on its own, like how to deal with deep suffering, with intense suffering, with debilitating suffering, with deeply afflictive states. So that's the intention for this session.
Awesome.
If you guys have any prompting question, feel free.
All right. Well, I know a bunch of people who spend a lot of their time, most of their life, in a deeply afflictive state. Like chronic depression or whatever it is, some sort of addiction. So I think it is really quite common. And I wonder, like, for people who this makes up their norm, this is their normal life,
their daily background noise.
Right. How do you break through to someone like that? How do you break through a cycle like that?
If you're that person, right?
Yeah.
So I think I want to refer back to sort of a core structure that people can fall back on. And that is, I'm quoting the law of one, that the path consists of 3 steps. Step 1 is know yourself, know thyself. In other words, understand yourself. And this sentence, know thyself, in this context, it doesn't mean know yourself as the absolute infinite reality, know yourself as God. In this case, know yourself means know what's happening within you, know what's going on in front of your consciousness, know what's going on the screen of your experience, the screen of your life. What's happening within you? Why are you having, first of all, recognize and acknowledge the thoughts and emotions that arise. Like recognize them, acknowledge them.
As opposed to ignoring them or being in denial.
Right, yeah, which would be not knowing them.
Got it.
Right? So know yourself is a process of acknowledgement, of observation, of becoming familiar also with your own patterns and recognizing the patterns in your emotional responses to things. Recognizing the patterns in your thinking and so forth. So a full-bodied knowledge of oneself is ideal. To know yourself as clearly as you can. This is how I typically react in these types of circumstances. This is the bias that I have. This is the belief that I have. These are the preferences that I have. And when this kind of thing happens, this is how I emotionally respond. This is how I respond in terms of action. This is what I'm thinking. This is how I'm feeling. This is when I feel victimized. This is when I feel arrogant, and so forth. Just all of it included. Ideally, the holistic being, the holistic seeker knows themselves fully, knows themselves on all levels as much as possible. There are other priorities than knowing yourself in every detail on all levels, because that could be the study of a million lifetimes, right? So we got to take that with a grain of salt at some point. But the basis is there. The basic instruction is know yourself, understand yourself. Step 2 is accept yourself. So now that you know yourself, now that you see your patterns, now that you've observed your pain and you kind of begin to understand it, or maybe even fully understand it, now it's time to accept/forgive /release/let go of that which you know. To just let it be as it is, to not interfere, to not blame, to not judge, to not hold on, to not constrict, and so on. So again, step 1, know yourself. Step 2, accept that which you now know about yourself, accept yourself. And then, and for the most part, almost only then, does the third step open up, at least in a holistic, integrated manner. You could try to skip to step 3, and some people do, but very few do so successfully. And so I don't recommend it. On the whole, periodically, one can do it, but on the whole, it's important to understand yourself and to accept yourself, to incorporate that. And at step 3, that opens up once we know ourselves and once we accept ourselves. And once, therefore, we're in a sort of a state of peace with ourselves and equilibrium and acceptance. So once we know ourselves and once we've accepted that which we've now discovered about ourselves, the third step opens up, and that is, at least in Law of One, they state it as become the creator. And this is really the step where spirituality in its truest form begins. The first 2 steps are prerequisites, and that's what we're mostly going to talk about today, is like how to accept that, how to attain that self-knowledge on a relative level, knowing my relative self, and accepting my relative self. And relative self simply means anything that moves and changes and has shape and form and dimension and emotional charge and belief systems and so forth. Those things are all relative. They're all contextual. They all exist within the realm of perspectives, belief systems, thoughts and emotions, and physical events. Seemingly physical. So a lot of my work focuses on the third step. Also, a lot of my work focuses on the first two, but a lot of my work focuses on the third step. So we won't talk too much about that today, but it's good to notice or to know that it's part of this 3-step formula, right? So we have to know our relative selves, accept our relative selves, and then it's like our beingness, our mind, body, spirit complex becomes sort of this fit, integrated, whole, potent trampoline for us to take the shuttle up into spirituality, true spirituality. Transcendence, awakening, enlightenment, self-realization, higher states of consciousness, and so on. But how can one have access to that in debilitating states of suffering?
Right.
For the most part, one can't. I mean, it's possible. It's definitely possible. And part of the methods that I'll be prescribing, so to speak, will allow for that access to deepen. So when we are in deeply afflictive states, the experience is that of extreme disconnect from source, from the creator that we are ultimately. So that third step of that true spiritual step, that quantum leaping into self-realization, enlightenment, realizing the oneness and so on, the universal love, we feel very disconnected from that. In fact, that is the pain. That feeling of disconnect, we can never be disconnected, but the feeling of disconnect is generated by some perspective, some belief that has such an opposite view to the truth of God, to the truth of source, to the truth of existence, to the truth of oneness, to the truth of our infinite worth, to the truth of our eternal nature, to the truth of our absolute freedom, to the truth of the cosmic perspective. Our perspective in a deeply afflicted state is so contradicting that infinite abundance, infinite love, and so on, that we feel the contrast between the truth and our perspective so strongly. And it's so strongly that it doesn't typically let us go. It doesn't allow our attention to wander away or to sort of rise up to the higher levels. And so we feel stuck in our bodies, we feel stuck in our emotions to a debilitating extent where we can't even mentally function normally anymore. We don't want to see other people. It's got all kinds of expressions. So for the basic understanding of this contrast between our connection to source, the truth that's always here, and our perspective, I'll just refer people to the episode we did in depth on the purpose of emotions, the emotional guidance system, how to use them, and also and so on. So people can watch that or listen to that, which is actually good prerequisite content for this episode. So now we're just highlighting, we're singling out the experiences that are so distracting that we can't focus on our spirituality anymore, such as chronic depression, sort of existential angst, deep sort of confusion, lethargy because of this deep-rooted sense of unworthiness, perhaps.
Or even temporary jealousy or heartbreak or...
True. Yeah, the responses that we give to certain circumstances, certain catalytic circumstances that then trigger our perspective, our belief that we're lacking something very important to us.
Right.
Which is another way of saying, like, we believe we're disconnected from source. So how to deal with those states if you experience one? Whether it's through like a sudden heartbreak or the death of a loved one, or whether it's just sort of a state that you have become familiar with for quite some time, but it won't let you go, like it's causing you deep suffering every day. There are several ways to handle this that has beneficial ways to deal with it.
Cool.
Without having to use substances and so on. Now, there's a lot of nuances here because it really is a case-by-case basis in the end. So people have to sort of take this general knowledge and apply it in a way that is helpful for them in their situation and their selves. So they have to know themselves and then apply this to themselves in the best way, according to their own intuition. So a few ways that we can use these afflictive states. If the afflictive state is not too intense, because here's the thing, more context, this is important. The reason these states stay with us when they do, when they are there, the reason they don't dissolve is because we're not gaining the understanding and the acceptance that are the first two steps. Because it sucks our consciousness into such a tiny little confined corner or perspective or point of view within the overall infinite existence that we really, in that sense, feel trapped. And because we feel trapped, we lack perspective. If we feel trapped in a little box, we lack the meta view. We lack the overview. We lack context. We see no context. All that we see is that we're suffering, that we're in pain, that our loved ones left us, or some other kind of catalyst. So we only see the details of the event that we select based on our insecurities and our fears. And we only see our perspective. So we're stuck in it. That's why it's so deeply painful. It's because we're lacking understanding. We're lacking perspective in that moment. Understanding and overview or perspective are somewhat synonymous. So if we don't have that perspective, then naturally our perspective is so small that it will contradict the nature of reality. And so we feel that strong emotion. If the afflictive state is not very afflictive, if it's just a general emotion, I would typically recommend people just use the emotional guidance system and they observe their emotion. They observe what they must believe is true in order to feel this way about this event or that person or this happening. And when we have just a general emotion, that's quite easy to do because we're not sucked into it all the way. So we still have some understanding. We still have some context. We still have some overview. We still have some access to the greater picture of things. We still have access to other points of view. Now, this one might be triggering. This one might be painful. But because we have access to, at least to some degree, to other points of view, it's manageable. It's something we can observe. We're not completely locked into it. We're not completely identified with it. And therefore, we have the space to observe it. We have the space to understand it. So then in that case, which more applies to our session about the emotional guidance system for most sort of everyday general emotions and reactions. So let's say there's just an everyday sort of emotion. Something gets triggered in us and it feels very annoying and it feels frustrating and it draws our attention in. However, we can still rationalize. We can still see that it's maybe not entirely true. On some level, maybe we realize that we're being a little irrational. Because we have access to other points of view. But when you're in a deeply afflictive state, you have no access to other points of view, or very, very minimally. Therefore, you might be able from the back of your mind to sort of know that you're no longer being rational, but you don't have access to that point. You're not seeing it from that point of view, right? So again, you're boxed in, you feel imprisoned in your emotional experience. So this is where the understanding part makes sense as well. The more space we have from our present perspective, from our activated perspective, the more distance we have, the more overview we maintain, the more we can understand that no point of view, although it's logical from its own point of view, the perspective is logical from its own point of view. We at the same time can realize that it's not the whole truth. We have access to sort of, we can, what's the word, relativize? Is that a word?
I don't know, but I like it.
Make relative to. We can see, we can compare perspectives and be, well, maybe this is an overreaction. What's going on here? Let me look at it. It doesn't grip us by the gut or the heart and just takes us over. So again, in that case of the general everyday type of emotional reaction or trigger, apply the emotional guidance system and use it as a tool, as a reminder to get to know yourself. So the question, one of the main questions to ask yourself to get to know yourself is, what must I believe? Or what perspective must I have? What definition or belief system must I have in order to have this feeling about this situation? Because again, if you didn't have that belief or definition or perspective, you wouldn't be able to have the emotional feeling. So every emotion is an invitation for us to get to know our perspectives. And this is the process of know yourself, understand yourself. And then once you understand it, like, oh, this is why I feel this way. Because I believe if this person says that I'm not good enough. Great. I've now identified that belief. And I can now relativize that, meaning contextualize that, meaning compare it to other perspectives, other things that I've learned in life, other things that I also believe in and know. And through that comparison or relativizing principle, again, I don't know if that's an English word, but you understand what it means now, to make relative to other perspectives. Because we can do that, we maintain greater access to more of existence, and therefore we feel better than we do in an afflictive state where we only have access to one perspective for the most part. Or it might be a series of perspectives, but it's all rooted in this one sort of core belief that's being triggered. So then moving on from the general emotional triggers to those more deeply afflictive states of deep suffering, intense suffering, debilitating suffering, where our entire sense of self is wrapped up in it and we lose access to the vaster context of existence. And we can no longer make our experience relative to a bigger contextual view, the meta view. What to do when that's the case? When you're just gripped at your very core and there seems to be no way out. And I mean, this is the state people are in when they are contemplating suicide. It's like, I don't know how to get out of this state, right?
I think in many ways, aside from people who are suicidal, it's way more common than we think. Just people actually boxed in this little, completely limited, completely separate. I think it's quite common. I think a lot of people just live their their 9 to 5 work life with this type of a.
Totally, I agree.
Yeah.
So then moving on from our everyday sort of emotions where we don't lose all touch with reality. We don't lose all touch with other perspectives, even just human reality, because I mean, human reality, meaning human perspective, the perspectives that are sort of accepted by all human beings to be true to some degree, the paradigm of the human mind, basically. To me, comparatively to what I know, that is equals suffering. It is an afflictive state. However, compared to the even deeper, more boxed in afflictive states and perspectives that we can have, that's actually a breath of fresh air. It's context. It's what we call reality. Like, oh, I can rationalize. I can see that I'm being kind of irrational, that it's not completely true what I'm thinking. But again, if we then move into those deeply afflictive states where all of our energy is sucked into this box of a perspective, of a belief, then how do we deal with that? Because now, even if we know about the emotional guidance system, we may not have access to it. We may not have access to any kind of wisdom or any feelings of relief or any sense of a bigger perspective. So then how do we deal with that in that moment when we have no inspiration to go on YouTube and watch one of my videos or listen to a guided meditation or meditate ourselves, when it's just so consuming and so distracting? What do we do? What's left? In this type of state of mind, state of attention, state of consciousness, state of emotion, we cannot always go the route of understanding ourselves because we don't have access to it, because understanding requires context. You see, you cannot understand something unless you stand under it, so to speak, unless you're beyond it. So as long as we stand beyond what we're perceiving, as long as we have space around the perspective that's generating the emotion, we can observe it, trace it back to its root belief or perspective, compare that to what else we know about life, what else have we learned, what else do we truly believe, and or faith in our infinite nature, even if we don't fully believe in it yet, but we can compare our painful perspective to something that we've learned in sort of these spiritual teachings, for example, and we can gain faith, and we can in that way ease the emotion, deepen our understanding, and release the core belief and accept ourselves in the process. But if you're completely sucked into the moment energetically and you don't have any access to any of that, what do you do? Like I said, you cannot really understand because you lack perspective. Therefore, the understand yourself step kind of goes out the window. And that's quite okay. We don't always have to understand why we have certain emotions. It's helpful, but we don't always have to. Sometimes not understanding our emotions and having such a deeply afflictive state that completely draws in our attention and boxes us in is a great teaching tool that teaches us other types of understandings, quantum leaps, and it can sort of enforce a self-acceptance at a deeper level because we don't even have the understanding. If we understand something, typically it's easier to accept it because now our rational mind is involved, our logic is involved, our perspective is involved, our conscious mind is involved. But what if you can't understand exactly why you feel the way you feel? You just feel overwhelmed by the feeling. Now you can, in a sense, skip the understanding step. It will always come later anyway. And try to go to the acceptance stage if you can. So here's one way to deal with afflictive states. And to use an analogy to further elucidate the distinction between sort of an everyday emotion that's not super high on the scale of being afflictive versus a deeply afflictive state would be like being on a train station and having many different trains to choose from. You can go on this train, that train, and they go to different directions. So you might experience the train that's right in front of you, but you can get to a next, to a different, platform and take a different train. So you have options. The difference is options. Perspectives are available to you. In a deeply afflictive state, you're already on the train you're on. And what can you do when you're on the train you're on? You can't jump off. You can't choose another train. So it feels very limiting. It feels very constrictive and therefore debilitating. You're on a train you don't want to be on, and you're going in a direction you don't want to be going in. But you're on it, and you can't, the only thing to do would be to jump out of a train, but that would equal suicide, which I would try to avoid. So then you're on this train, and your only option is, therefore, to accept. What is to accept your current state? So, but even the thought, if you're in a truly deeply afflictive state, even the thought of self-acceptance is not always that available.
Right.
So in those more extreme afflictive states, I recommend, there's a couple of things you can do. I'm going to prescribe 3 methods. One is use this as an invitation because you have no other options in that moment to change your feeling state. You always do, but it doesn't seem like you do. You don't feel like you have access to it. You try as hard as you can, but it's not working. So since you have no other options anyway, use this as an opportunity to get to know the ability that you have, the innate ability to direct your focus. So this is different than trying to work with the perspective. So give up working with the perspective. Again, only when you're in a really deeply afflictive state. Otherwise, it can be helpful to deal with perspectives and understand them. But if you can't, then you simply can't. And so in that moment, what I would recommend is grab a hold of your attention itself. Notice that you can direct your attention to something. Now, ideally, this is the God state, for example, the state of awareness, love, light. But sometimes you simply won't be able to do that. Or you will feel like you won't be able to do that. So, but that doesn't matter so much. You can focus your attention on anything that takes you out of the perspective that you're in. It may take some time. So this is practicing concentration. So you're using your deeply afflictive state as a concentration exercise because you have no other options. It's either intense suffering or slightly less suffering with the training of your concentration. So choose anything, the image of a mountain or the concept of space or a feeling in your body that's not affected by the afflictive state. Some feeling of peace, some feeling of stillness, perhaps, in the storm, amidst the storm of your emotions. But the key here is to not try to change what you're experiencing, because you already hopped on the train and you have to wait until the next station. In between, you can't do anything. And right now, your afflictive state can be seen as being on a train in between 2 stations. And at some point it's going to change. Now, some people are on a very long train ride from one station to the next, but the train can be rerouted to an intermittent station that you didn't see coming if you practice concentration. Because focus is everything in these states. You always have access to focus on one thing more than the other, always. This free will is never taken from you, no matter how afflictive your state of emotions is. If you grab a hold of your concentration, of your attention itself, and you direct it onto something that is not directly related to your suffering, like I said, a mountain, or a memory, or space, or if you can, faith in God, faith in that all is well, that a station will come your way. So just simply write this one out. Don't try to change the train because you can't. Don't try to change your emotions because you can't. Don't try to relativize your perspectives because you can't. If you can, great. But if you can't, and you notice repeatedly, I can't, it doesn't work, it continues to even make the emotion bigger and more highlighted. And I feel even worse because it's not working and da-da-da. So then you got to get out of the frustration about your afflictive state as much as you can. Because there's often a lot of layers of frustration and unself-worthiness and lack of self-esteem and all that added onto the afflictive state when we're having it, because we can't change it and we can't function properly. And so we blame ourselves further and judge ourselves further. But this is not due to the afflictive state. This is due to our lack of concentration on something else. Mm. So in those moments where you're on the train, you can't change anything, seemingly, grab a hold of your attention and just focus. Focus as pristinely as you can. Ignore, let be, allow whatever is to be exactly as it is, and take your attention itself and focus it, point it in a different direction. Point it on something that is not that perspective or emotional state. That's not that circumstance. You could call it ignoring. Ignore what is experienced as much as you can, which is better in this case than trying to change it. So you ignore it as often as you can, as frequently as you can, for as long as you can. And this is not something that requires like physical effort. You know, I don't want people to have the image of like squinting eyes and like, wrinkles forming on your forehead, like you're concentrating. It's not that, because that's all part of the afflictive state. So it's like you want to almost drop underneath your current experience. Let it be, give up. Don't try to change it. Realize you can't change it right now. And that's okay. Find some acceptance with that. And instead go one step back to your attention itself, knowing that what's right in front of you, if you open your eyes, is the suffering. But if you close your eyes, symbolically speaking, if you go back one step in your interior experience, you can grab a hold of your attention itself and you can concentrate on something else. It doesn't have to be meaningful, but it can. But not if it conjures up more negative emotions. Because if now, let's say you're now using that, you're grabbing your attention and you're starting to focus on God and the spiritual teachings. But because you have no access to it, all kinds of negative thoughts about it start flowing in and developing a negative relationship to spirituality or to God, or like, why am I experiencing this? God must not love me. So then that's not a productive way. That's not effective to concentrate on that. So in that case, something meaningless is actually more effective. So focus on the substance of wood, for example, like, because I'm just looking at this table right now. It's a beautiful wooden table. And just appreciate the way that the light reflects off and how it shows different textures. And just keep focusing on that. Bring your attention to the detail of something else. And mostly two things happen. One is you begin to take away the energy, the inertia, the momentum behind your perspective. So you're starting to rob it of the fuel that it needs, which is your attention, to survive. So you're actually suffocating the core perspective in that moment that is giving you such a deep afflictive state, such a contracting feeling. And you're depriving it of that fuel, and you're beginning to reroute it. And don't be in a rush with this. Just know this is a long-term game, almost. Nice. Like, it can take you hours. And it's okay. It can take you hours to find some relief. But what's your other option? Right. Your other option is just to further exacerbate what you already have going on, further add fuel to that momentum and further frustrate yourself. So since you have no other option, since you can't go to the beach and hang out with your friends and have fun, since you can't go plan your next most exciting project because you have no energy for it and you're so distracted by these emotions, then really suddenly it sounds quite appealing to focus on a wooden table for 3 hours, right?
That's
because
great.
It's not normally appealing. It wouldn't normally appeal to the ego. But if that gives you even a little bit of relief, when you're in like intense physical pain and it just dissipates by 20%, it's like, you feel even better than when you normally feel when you have no pain and you're just distracted and it's just a random moment.
Yeah.
Because the contrast of going from intense pain to slightly less pain feels like pleasure almost. And you can train this in yourself to concentrate on something meaningless and hold on to that, not with tension, but with subtlety, if you can. So ignore the loud thoughts as much as you can. Let them be, accept them. Don't try to change them because it's not working. Drop into a subtler realm where attention itself becomes aware of itself. And now you can redirect this attention to a completely different view. And it might take practice because you're distracted by your thoughts. So you concentrate little by little, little by little. You notice more details. And what you start to notice after a while of going back to your new, let's say the table that you're focused on, or the image of the mountain, or some feeling in your perspective that's not bothered or that's not somehow affected by the rest of the canvas of your experience. If you can find one little spot in the canvas, in the painting of your present experience, that's somehow not turbulent, that's somehow still or unaffected. And you just develop that sober attitude. Just radically stop wanting it to disappear, the suffering. Radically stop wanting pleasure. Radically stop wanting to change your life. Just stop all that because it's not working. All you do is you suddenly become excited about the simplest, soberest, most mundane thing, which is to focus on wood. And first of all, you start to discover things about wood you never knew. But the most important part here is that you're suffocating the perspective. You stop fueling the perspective that generates the afflictive state. So you'll start to notice more and more and more relief. And now this energy momentum of your attention begins to pick up momentum in a different direction. And you're gaining perspective again. Don't immediately go back, try to understand the suffering because you're not ready yet. You're going to be sucked right into that vortex of momentum. And you're going to be stuck in the same perspective because the more you think about it, the more convincing it seems again. Have you experienced that? Where there's some situation in your life and you have some relief from it for a little bit and you're like, oh, I'm done. Oh, maybe I'm over it or whatever. And then you get some text message or like some picture on Instagram that reminds you of this or that situation or that person that has something to do with. And boom, you start thinking again, this was unfair. This is not good. This is, but this is going to, and immediately you're back in the vortex. And when you're back in that energy of negative, afflictive states and perspectives, it's again going to be pretty hard to get out of it.
Yeah.
So you want, if it's a truly afflictive state, give yourself permission to ignore it for quite some time.
I love that.
Not as an attitude of denial, but as a sign of faith in yourself that you'll come back around to it when you're ready. But right now you don't have the means, meaning understanding or context or perspective or meta view. You don't have the means to deal with it, to understand it, to resolve it, to heal it in a relative way. You got to go and ignore it for a while. And you've got to take your attention away from fueling that perspective. You've got to gain different experiences that are outside of that box, that give you confirmation of your worth, that give you confirmation of your self-esteem, that give you positive self-esteem, that give you confirmation that there is hope, that give you confirmation that there's other things to focus on in life, that give you confirmation that maybe it's not as bad as it seemed. And focusing on a wooden table can be your initial way out of that energy momentum, something meaningless. And it's all about concentration, subtle attention, redirection, repeatedly. Just commit fully to that, because what's the alternative, my friend? It's absolute suffering and pain and destructive behavior. So suddenly, doesn't it sound quite exciting to redirect your attention and concentrate? Place your attention on something that allows you to not be in the perspective that generates that emotional suffering.
Nice. I love the rationalization of that, of just looking at the ultimatum of an afflictive state. Like, if this is my only option, then it makes anything else quite appealing.
Nice.
But I think a lot of times people just don't have the context even enough to make it into an ultimatum. They think they're going to solve it by continuing to think about it and think about it. But so that's what I love, the permission to just.
That's a great point. Yeah. They think that by staying in it, they're somehow going to fix it.
Right.
And this at least gives you a direction of your focus. Because I think one of the worst things about those states is feeling how directionless it is. And you're kind of searching for a direction. You're like searching for a way out, but you just can't find it. And it becomes your whole reality, your whole world. And when there's sort of a way out or a window, it's such a massive relief.
Great. Yep. So the second method, which is very closely related to this one, but it's just sort of the next somewhat more advanced, perhaps, step. And whether or not this is a more advanced step kind of depends on your prior experience with resting in awareness, with resting in sort of pure presence and beingness and awareness aware of itself, or attention aware of attention, or consciousness aware of consciousness. This is a subtle practice. This is the science of self-realization, or the art of self-realization. It's where the self, that witnessing consciousness, becomes aware of its own essence, its own nature, its own presence, its own existence. And then it more and more maintains that existence awareness, that self-existence awareness. If you can do this, that's fantastic. It's the same exact principle as focusing on wood and just staying with it, subtly staying with it, subtly staying with it. Getting distracted by it, returning to it, staying with it, generating a different momentum. If you can apply this principle of concentration on attention itself, then you start to drill in the direction of the well of well-being, the well of joy, the well of love, the well of bliss, the well of transcendence, the well of knowing yourself. So that's great if people can do that. They can just stay with that sense of I am, I exist. And sometimes we give ourselves, from a higher self's point of view, we give ourselves these catalytic events to really purge ourselves of the perspectives that lay dormant within us, that then come out full force, and we have no other perspective, no access to other perspectives. We really feel the full blow of it. But then, because it's so all-consuming, it's a great opportunity to not try to get into it and understand the relative mechanics of our thoughts, but to just sort of bypass it altogether for a period of time, not as an attitude of denial, but as an attitude of faith and just logic, like this is all that works for me right now. And I'll come back to it later when I have the space and the clarity and the perspective I need to change that perspective into a proper understanding of the way reality works, and my true worth, and my true infinite nature, and so on. So if in that moment you can hold on just to attention itself, being aware of itself, then that's sort of a step up that's more beneficial than focusing on the wooden table. But the initial step, if you don't have access to anything that subtle, focus on something that you know you can maintain concentration on, that's less subtle than consciousness, that's more obvious, like the wooden table, which is reflecting light in a certain pattern right now. Or anything. I mean, this is just one example. People should choose whatever they have access to. Doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that you redirect your focus. That's all that matters. So whatever you feel you can focus on, that doesn't generate, that's one requirement, it doesn't generate negative emotions. So you're not focused on a topic that means something to you, that you could conjure up negative thoughts about or beliefs. Hence the wooden table, because most people don't have beliefs or definitions about that. Doesn't matter to them. And if you can maintain that, then you can progress and just hold on to awareness itself, consciousness itself, I exist itself. You could try that immediately if you have prior experience with it. But if not, it'll just frustrate you. Like, oh, I can't find enlightenment. I can't find myself. Da, da, da. So only do that step, the second version of this method, if you know you can. But then it's a great opportunity. Then it's a great catalyst, because now you're forced to concentrate. Whereas when you don't have such an afflictive state, you're easily distracted by your addiction to sense pleasures and sensuality and hope and promise of a better future and this and that, and relationships and validation from others and all these ego boosters, success, You're so distracted by that. But when you're faced with a brick wall or a train that you're on that you cannot step off of, and you've got to experience what you experience, accept it and move your attention. Don't try to change it. In other words, let it be. Let it be exactly as it is. Don't try to change even a single ounce of it. Don't want anything to change from your emotional state. This frees up your attention to focus on something else. Become fascinated with the details at the table. Do this for hours if you need to. Because again, what's the alternative? It's quite exciting suddenly. Do that. If you can't focus on I exist, just the feeling I exist, that's spacious but spaceless, timeless feeling I am. And rest in it, stay with it. And then notice, as soon as you start suffering, you're back in the mind. Great reminder. Normally you're distracted by pleasure, but now that you only know pain when you go out into the mind field, which is kind of like a minefield, then you're instantly remembering, you're instantly reminded in a very obvious, painful way that you've lost attention of I exist. So use this. If you have prior experience with the I am, and this is one of your passions, then especially use the afflictive states to become anchored in that consciousness of consciousness itself. And it doesn't take long then, if that's successful, it doesn't take long for the afflictive state to leave you, to disappear, to diminish over time, but rather rapidly. Sometimes instantly if you sort of hit a new level of freedom and perspective. Because again, emotions are the reaction to a perspective that you're having, because they're guidance. It's a guidance system. So if suddenly you change your perspective by drilling into the I am, that 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 I am, I'm conscious, I'm conscious, I'm conscious, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, I'm aware, and you stay with that, stay with that, stay with that. And as soon as you go out of it, it's like, the feeling is there. Okay, I am. Coax yourself into this repeatedly, subtly, no stress, but concentrate. Give yourself this gift. Ignore the thing, let it be. Focus on I exist, I exist, I exist. Or wooden table, wooden table, wooden table. Clear blue sky, clear blue sky, clear blue sky. What can you learn about the clear blue sky that you've never noticed before? Go there, go there, go there. Fantasize if you must. If you can't concentrate on one state, fantasize a little bit about that one topic that has nothing to do with the things that trigger your emotions. Something meaningless that you could discover some form of beauty in, perhaps even. Not meaning, but beauty. Mystery, awe, some sense of respect. This will change your energy. And then suddenly you have, because you're in a higher frequency, now you have access to different songs coming through the radio, because you've dialed your radio, your body, your mind, your attention to a different range of frequencies. Therefore, the song that you're hearing, the emotions that you're feeling, the response of your emotional guidance system that's now responding to your new perspective, once it's stabilized, is going to be a stable, steady song that is commensurate with how much that perspective is in or out of alignment with source. If it's closer in alignment than your previous perspective, the afflictive state is going to pale in comparison to your next negative state, which will feel very positive comparatively, right? And so you just you bump this up a little bit every time. You move your frequency up, your perspective up. Once over time, over days, over weeks, maybe over months, maybe over years, when you're able to stabilize and you've gained so much new perspective of yourself and of life, and your symbiotic relationship of yourself and life and your self-esteem has changed, now you can look back upon such things without getting sucked into them, because you maintain the overview. Mm-hmm. So now what used to trigger an afflictive emotion becomes more like a general everyday type of emotion that you can now study if you want to, observe and get to understand, why was I feeling that way? Because I believed that situation meant I was abandoned. Now I see I was never abandoned. My higher self, cosmic consciousness, God, it was all present in me that very moment. I just couldn't see it, but I see it now. So now, bringing my current perspective to that sort of past perspective that was at the time all I could see, and therefore the emotions that could respond to that were only negative. Now, I can look at that perspective, even look through the lens of it a little bit, but I can't believe in it anymore, because I've learned too much about life. I've learned too much about my freedom. I've learned too much about my existence. So there's no way that this thought could now convince me to feel that way, to believe that way, and therefore feel that way. This is similar to the relationship episode we did, where I sort of described the process of being in deeply afflictive states about a partner leaving me, and now kind of just that causing a giggle in a way, where I can't believe in that perspective anymore. That cost me so much pain. That seemed to be my entire reality at the time. So emotions are not factual. They're never factual. They're always the opposite of factual, if we take it all the way. Any emotion is evidence that we're not seeing things clearly. But again, we address this in depth in the Emotional Guidance System episode. So again, I refer people to that one. So,
cool. Method 2. I love basically using an afflictive state as meditation boot camp practice.
Enforcer, yeah.
Yeah.
It's your higher self forcing you to sit your ass down and realize more of yourself.
Yeah, drill sergeant.
Yeah.
Love it.
So in that sense, it's a gift, and you can see that. Me looking back on my own afflictive phases in life, I just see how they purged and reprioritized my entire focus. So I'm only grateful for them, and I can only see how benevolent and divine, if you will, or intelligent that guidance system was. But at the time, I couldn't see that for sure. So it's all good. It's all you giving this gift to yourself. I know it doesn't feel that way when you're in it, but you'll see that later on. Have faith in that. That alone can bring you some soothing feelings that will take you a little bit out of that momentum of the afflictive state. Now, another step one could take, which arguably is even more advanced.
Is this the third method?
The third method, yeah, would be to investigate. But I really don't recommend this for most people, because you gotta sort of have this clarity already practiced to a high degree in order to not fall into an intellectualizing process with yourself. But it's asking yourself the question, who is it? What is the me that believes it's the one that's at the end of the stick of this experience? Who is this me? What is this me that believes this experience belongs to, or pertains to, or is happening to, or is created by? Because there is no such me. It is just another idea, a notion, a belief. So by asking that question, it's like our attention turns away from the canvas and back onto the viewer, the assumed participant or experiencer of the experiences, the assumed me or ego or sense of self that we just always throw into the mix. Whatever we see in life, whatever we experience, oh, there it is, the sense of me at the root of that experience. Because without that sense of me, you wouldn't feel like that experience belongs to you or that it affects you. So it's kind of the self-inquiry method as taught in some Advaita Vedanta, Ramana Maharshi. It's the question, what is I? Or who am I? But who am I is a bit more...
So there's connotations to that.
Yeah, there's in English, I think it's sort of a mistranslation, personally, from Nanyar, which is self-inquiry. The English translation, who am I think is quite confusing to people. I think what is I
love that.
Is better, or what is me, or who is me. But who am I is too common tongue language, and it has these connotations to it. So I would recommend the question, what is me? And this draws the attention to the root, the experiencer, which believes it's the victim of its experience, always. And then we can dissolve that notion. And then we become freer and freer and freer from being affected by all the emotions and thoughts and perspectives of a limiting nature. And then God realization becomes really stable and starts to really shine forth. And less do we assume this false identity that then suffers. But this is a more advanced process, and it requires sort of a keenness and a subtlety of mind being already developed. So they're kind of in order. Focus on something meaningless, bring all your concentration to that in as relaxed, as subtle a manner as possible, while you let the rest of your experience just kind of be and go and ignore it. And just start focusing in a different train of thought. Consistency, relentlessly, consistently. What's your better option? Just go and fucking do it. Give yourself that gift. I know it's boring, sober. Yes, it seems like you're ignoring your problems and you can't figure out this thing that you think is so important. It's giving you so much pain. But that's the alternative. And you've been in it probably for days, probably for weeks, probably for months maybe. It's not paying off. The things you think you need to attend to clearly are not the things you need to attend to. You need to shift your focus, your attention. Grab a hold of your attention. Consistently focus on something meaningless. This reroutes the energy. Then when that opens up, you can recognize awareness. You can rest in the I amness. And then you can ask the question, what is the me that I even believe is the experiencer of these emotions? And then you can dissolve the me more and more. And the victim, therefore, this relentless victimization that we have, that we always insert into our experience with no good reason whatsoever. There's no proof for a little me. There's no evidence for it. There's bodies walking around, but that's not evidence of a me inside the body. So it's a core assumption that's causing all the suffering. It's the root misaligned belief. It's that I am a me that's somehow not God. That's somehow different from infinite reality.
Cool. So what was the last afflictive state that you experienced yourself? And which of these methods did you use? If any?
Yeah, I've used all of them, like alternatingly, whatever worked, whatever I had access to in that type of moment, I would use.
I'm asking about the most recent one though, but I'm also curious because earlier you said that like even a normal state of human walking around is an afflictive state for you.
Not a human walking around. It's the human beliefs. It's what we call normal. It's what people see as reality. So reality is quite stable. Our collective reality perspective is quite stable. Where this is what's normal, this is what's not normal. Just because someone says something to you doesn't mean you have to take it personally. Therefore, you can relativize and be back in human reality. Like, oh yeah, those were just a bunch of words. So there's no real reason for me to continue this emotional perspective. Oh, okay, so I'm back in human reality, the human context. But there's so many flawed premises at the foundation of human perspective, what's humanly accepted as normal, that to me, any of those beliefs would feel similar. If I really believed in them, I would feel similarly constricted as someone who believes they've been wronged or this or that. Mm-hmm. So it's just a matter of perspective and what you're anchored in, what state of frequency is your predominant state. And the higher you go in that frequency, the freer you become, the more free you become also from this human paradigm of thought and belief. As for the most recent afflictive state, I honestly wouldn't be able to tell, because an afflictive state, I've had similar echoes as afflictive states in my experience, but they can't quite be compared to when you really believe in them. The closest thing probably was during my sort of process with the negative media kind of attacking me and giving all these distorted images of my work and my intentions and my character, and then all the effects this had on the people around me, the crew, friends around me, and audience and so forth. I think that was the most recent thing that would be somewhat comparable to having afflictive states. I have deep emotional waves occur from time to time, but they're no longer personal, and they always serve some kind of a teaching discourse, or they're always inspiring me towards a certain direction. So it's a type of guidance for what's going on in the collective. I might wake up some days and be overcome with this feeling, but it's not personal. Therefore, it's not really an afflictive state, even if the emotional energy can be very intense and high and backed up with like lots of energy. It's not quite the same as an afflictive state because I'm not locked into that perspective, which is the crucial difference, right?
Yeah.
I don't believe that something is happening to me. It makes all the difference. So while the emotions can be just as intense in terms of their energy appearance, in terms of the feeling of it, as someone in an afflictive state, it's still not an afflictive state because I'm not on a train. I'm experiencing the train fully, I'm experiencing all the nuances of that train. But it's like I'm just a ghost that hovers through the train. It's like a visitor I can view, and I can gain some knowledge from it somehow or channel it into a teaching for people. But it's not me. Like at any point I can exit the train.
Like watching a movie of...
Like watching a movie, exactly.
Yeah.
So there's echoes like that, and there's some collective insights that happen through those kinds of experiences. But because this has gradually shifted to freedom more and more over the course of my life, that's why I can't really say when was my most recent afflictive state. Because even in that period that I just mentioned with the negative media and friendships breaking up and people believing all kinds of nasty things about me, even that was already backed up with a lot of perspective and freedom. So yes, that was the most intense recent memory that felt perhaps the closest to being personal or hitting some kind of a personal assumption of me. But even so, I can't say that it's the same as like when my lover left me when I was 18 years old or something like that. You know? It's a different type of, because there's no real stuckness. There is stickiness to it though. So that's why I would call that the most recent kind of afflictive state, but it was already very malleable. It would only sting in the way that an afflictive state would make you feel stuck for a short amount of time, and then the excess would immediately return. And so it doesn't mean I wouldn't still feel the perspective and emotion. It doesn't mean I wasn't processing it and understanding it and trying to get to the root of what's the most balanced approach to this, from love and wisdom being in unity. So there was a process involved. There was some stickiness involved. But again, it wasn't like I was completely stuck in the experience. So yeah, even though it felt more intense than my lover leaving me at a certain age, like when I was younger, even though these experiences were more intense, they were less afflictive or less constricting. They were less limiting. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So there's a difference there. That's why freedom doesn't have to mean that we have no emotions. I mean, that's a very advanced state of consciousness where there are no emotions consistently. What's more important is that we can let our experience be as it is and relativize and continue to have access to a bigger perspective. That's a more relevant step for where we're at as human species right now. To realize that freedom doesn't mean you don't experience a certain emotion or you don't experience a certain perspective. It means that you're not constricted by it. You can see beyond it while it's happening. So then you can experience more and more simultaneously peace and freedom and bliss and pain and suffering and confusion, which sounds very weird, but you can have a simultaneous experience where they both coexist within the same state of consciousness or space of consciousness.
What about disconnect? Can you like experience disconnect while not having disconnect apply to you?
That's a good way actually of making the distinction. The experience of disconnect hasn't happened for me for a long time, except maybe there were a few very short moments which served a particular purpose, mainly to, for a moment, give me a taste of what it's like again, to be in the shoes of some of the people that I'm sharing my message with. So it generates, because if you don't have that experience of disconnect for, let's say, 2 years in a row, your perspective changes so much. And your perspective of stuckness and victimization changes so much that it becomes kind of difficult to relate to someone who believes they're disconnected, stuck, or victimized. You can understand it, but sometimes I guess I've wanted for myself or needed sort of a reminder of, oh, this is what it feels like when you have no access. So my experience of that is that even that wasn't personal still. That was me from a higher level of my consciousness than my ordinary physical consciousness, giving me a taste, an experience, a disconnect that is very much out of my own free will. That's how that was experienced.
Like within your own free will.
Within my own free will, I was fully aware that I experienced the disconnect, but at the same time, I was fully aware. So I experienced the disconnect as real in that moment, But still, I was fully aware of the fact that I was choosing it for a purpose. Because at some point you just can't disconnect entirely anymore, right? And that's what I hope to give people access to through this kind of work, because it's worth it. It's worth the practice. It's worth the understanding. And it's people's birthright to understand this and to be free and to ever know their connection to Source. And it will heal everything. It will heal everything in our thinking.
I think what you said earlier was important to remember, that we can never truly be disconnected, but only feel that we are disconnected.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And this might be too intellectual to really hit home if you're in an emotional state, but it can still be somewhat helpful if you realize in a moment where you feel so disconnected, if you remember that, first of all, you cannot ever be disconnected from consciousness, from God, from existing, from this infinite creation. And the proof for that in that moment is the fact that you're feeling disconnected. If you know the emotional guidance system and how it operates, because of your connection to the true reality of God, you can feel the emotional guidance system kicking in as the feeling of disconnect when you're believing that you're disconnected. The feeling of disconnect is just an emotion. It's just showing you the contrast of your belief in disconnect with the truth of connection. So the feeling of disconnect is evidence that you're still connected. So it's a bit intellectual perhaps, but I think it can provide people with some relief in those moments if you remember that. Mm-hmm. You can never truly be disconnected. It's impossible. And the proof for that is that you feel disconnected. That's the irony, but so you can use it in that way. Yeah. So when we then enter into a greater state of freedom, we again gain perspective. And as a result, the understanding and the acceptance of ourselves becomes easier. But you cannot accept something from the state of being that is creating that very experience of affliction. So you have to kind of step out of it. Because again, what is understanding? It is having more than one access point or perspective. You can't understand object A if you're not also having object or space B to compare it with. Understanding is a process of comparison. It's a process of contrast. It's a process of context. It's a process of having multiple views. A thing can never understand itself. It needs an observer. Similarly, your thought process cannot understand itself. It needs a different perspective to view that object or that thought. But if you have become so identified, unified with that perspective that's causing the afflictive state, then you can't understand it. So don't even try. Let it be. Focus on your access point to a new perspective, which again can just be meaningless object that you're concentrating on. And then the acceptance of self will follow. The understanding of that will naturally follow over time as you gain access again to greater freedom. If you really gain access to freedom, then it's instantly understood, typically. It's very like, of course, because you just see from such a clear point of view. There's no substance, there's no matter, there's no gravity anymore to the perspective that was impossible to understand when you were in its gravitational field. And you had not a bigger gravitational field of your own to contrast it by, to understand it with. So know yourself, accept yourself, and become the creator. These are very much linked. The more you become the creator, the easier it is to know and understand and accept yourself on a relative level as well. And sometimes not having access to it, to understanding yourself, leads instantly into accepting yourself. And then that opens the door again to knowing the creator. And then when that afflictive emotion again arises, you'll understand it and you'll be able to accept it because you have a new space of consciousness to compare it to understand it by. That's kind of the journey of using, or how I would use anyway, these afflictive states, to resolve them, to understand them, to accept them, and to transcend them.
Yeah, it's helpful to recognize and to remember that it's an afflictive state. I think that the moments where I've been in these kind of experiences, I didn't recognize that it was just a state. It was like this is the end of the world, the end of my world. This is an affliction that I'm never going to get out of. And it just becomes like, oh, this black hole, and not the good kind.
I love the good kind of black hole. Just the right black hole. Oh, it's so great. It's true though.
I know.
There's a delicious black hole and there's a terrible black hole.
Exactly. So yeah, it's so helpful to recognize it's just a state, and that it is happening to you because you can handle it and you actually want to teach yourself through this. And to me, I did feel like, I don't know if I can handle this. I don't know if I can get through this. But now looking back, I can see that the fact I was even experiencing it to begin with was proof that I could handle it and get through this. On a higher level, it's like, my understanding is that it's a really terrible afflictive state is sort of the accumulation of a lot of misunderstandings and misperspectives. And then it's just, you're ready to make a quantum leap. So your higher self just says, okay, take it all at once. You got this.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's so helpful to recognize that you have got this if you're experiencing it and you've chosen it.
Nice.
That is so helpful.
Yeah. And you wouldn't have chosen it if you couldn't handle it.
Beautiful. Because the worst part about it is not even the emotions, it's to believe that you're all alone, that you can't handle it, that God doesn't love you, or that you're somehow unworthy or abandoned. That's the most painful part of these things, that you're a victim of it, that there's no way out of it, that there's no help, no guidance, no love, that's the most painful perspective. It's not even the initial emotional trigger, right? And actually, this reminds me of another method people can apply when it's sort of in between this scale of emotional affliction, between sort of the everyday emotional thing that you can kind of play with and understand and investigate, in between that and the emotion that is just so afflictive that you can't do anything with it. And that is to just sort of bring full presence to the emotional feeling and to feel it without labeling it, right? Now, if you're in a truly, deeply, extremely afflictive state, even that is not doable because you're too close to the perspective that you have, and it'll just conjure up more perspectives of a negative nature, and you'll be distracted by them. So the only thing you can do is radically allow it to be as it is, and therefore ignore it and grab a hold of your attention and place it somewhere else is all you can do. But if it's not quite that extreme, but it is quite painful, it is like a heartbreak kind of thing or something like that. But you have some space to interact with it without completely collapsing in it. Then I can recommend also the simple method of just feeling the feelings, bringing awareness. Awareness is always here. You don't bring it, but allowing the feeling to be experienced and witnessed by awareness, by your consciousness, that innate principle of I am and I know that I am. Allowing yourself to experience the feelings and just maintaining the witnessing state so that you don't go into thoughts about it. You don't define it. You don't label it. You don't try to intellectually understand the emotion. Intellectual insights might come as a result of just feeling the essence of the feeling without additions, without descriptions, just letting it be as it is. And a beautiful thing can happen. Typically, the more advanced we are in these spiritual practices of self-realization, it becomes easier, is that when we just become present to a feeling, we find the golden nugget within it, which is really the entire thing is the golden nugget. In other words, when we stop resisting it with descriptions and labels and definitions and just feel it, just have the courage to feel it just in its raw state, no intellectualizing, no definitions, no descriptions. Stay as empty of describing it as you can. Don't describe your experience. Just be it. Just feel it without getting lost in it. But you can only get lost in the description. So, or definition or belief. So, but to just purely feel it, be fully present to it, you start to over time transmute it. You start to discover something beautiful, which is that every emotion is made up of the same presence, the same love that is the creator in manifest form, in energetic form. So you're starting to access the essential energy manifestation of the infinite creator. That very sort of substratum essential first type of manifestation, that presence energy, that then is the primordial substance for everything else to be made out of. And if you can be with your feelings without labeling them, without getting lost in the sensuality of them, without describing them, without trying to change them, just allowing them to be exactly as they are. If you can find that courage, that stillness, that presence, and then just feel them as they are, they begin to take on a golden shape, a golden color, if you will. They start to sort of radiate something else that's not the described emotion. It is, yes, the emotional feeling is there, but because the definitions are dropped and the acceptance arises, now we start to align ourselves with this primordial energy field, and therefore we start to see the love as the emotion. We start to see the emotion as being love, light energy, that primordial, essential presence energy of God. And then we're transmuting it, and there's a sense of unity and inseparability with it. And then there's no problem because we're not opposing it. We're not resisting it. We're not against it. We're not trying to change it or control it. We're accepting it, and therefore we're becoming one with the essence of it. And that just reveals itself to be this beautiful golden love light, if you will.
That's very cool.
That's beautiful.
It's kind of like the first method then, like being present to the wood or being present to it's like that same focus on.
Yep. Yes, exactly. But if it's a super afflictive state, that we only have access to negative emotions when we're present to our emotions, then you can't quite do that because you'll just get sucked into negative thoughts.
Yeah.
Right. But if it's somewhere in between, sort of a random everyday emotion and a deeply afflictive state, so if it's like a sort of a deep heartbreak, but you're not totally victimized by it, you can see kind of through it and with it, then you can beautifully apply this method, and it's very healing. And you will then, through that process, understand the emotion also. You will understand yourself through the acceptance of it, through the total allowance of it, and then the recognizing the essential energy that makes up the energy of the emotion by just feeling it, by being present to it. It is exactly the same method, actually, mechanically speaking, as focusing on the wood of the table and the way light reflects off of it. Because what you're doing is you're taking your attention away from the definitions and you're shifting it to something else. In this case, the presence of the emotion rather than the thought about the emotion. But if you're present to the emotional feeling, it's still very close to your conditioned, boxed in perspective that generated the emotional response in the first place. So it's not, we don't always have access to this courage, this naked present awareness that recognizes the essence of an emotion to be love and light. If it's too convincing, if it's too painful, so then the only thing we can typically do is sort of ignore it and focus on something else entirely that's not meaningful to us, that doesn't trigger the same thoughts or perspectives. So there's this wide range sort of fluidity to our consciousness, which emotions have a beautiful way of showing us how fluid and malleable our consciousness and our attention and our self-creating, self-conjuring up capacities really are. And we gain this freedom and this malleability through facing those emotions in different ways. But I did want to add that to sort of the in-between type of emotion.
That's great. Beautiful.
Did you have a question?
Yeah. Would these methods also apply for someone that's experiencing afflicted states in a group setting, for instance, or like social encounters? Because I do feel a lot of people like experience like really intense anxiety or different emotions when they're like in a group setting.
Yeah, in my experience, from my own experience, when I was in a truly afflictive state, I would not be in social situations. You know what I mean? I mean, of course, it's possible, it can happen. But typically, I wouldn't be hanging out and sort of being anxious. I would define that as sort of the in-between, maybe. Either the general emotions or a little bit higher than that, a little bit more intense than that. But the truly extremely afflictive states are debilitating. You're not social. You just shut down. You're like, you don't know what to do, You're stuck. In most cases, of course it's possible, but in most cases, I would say in group settings, if you're even already in group settings, typically that type of anxiety is more of an everyday type of nature, and it just comes with the package of your low self-esteem and thinking that you are a person inside of a body, which is impossible. But we believe it. We insert all the time, that back burner sense of self that's on the back burner. It's just there. It's just in the background. I am experiencing this. I am being watched right now. You're not being watched. That's a total assumption. But because we have that sense of me always inserted into the canvas of life, we have to investigate that. But therefore we feel anxious in social circumstances. And then we can bring the presence of awareness to it and not define it. Just allow ourselves to feel the discomfort of the anxiety and not react and flee into thoughts or trying to change it, control it, stop it, avoid it. Just find the courage to be naked with it. Feel the vulnerability of it until it turns ultimately into a feeling of indestructibility. That's the golden you that comes out of it. But initially, just take those small steps to more and more break the chain of describing your experience and trying to change it and avoid it, and just let it be. Develop the courage of naked consciousness, of naked acceptance, naked awareness. Be naked, be naked, be naked, be naked. Allow to be as it is. And then gradually over time, you'll become that interior alchemist, and it will change the color, the shape, the size, the nature, the feeling, the essence of the emotion will be revealed to you. You'll become a discoverer of God's love in all forms. So in social situations, I would suggest the anxiety is based in some ego construct, and therefore you can allow it. For the most part, you can practice that allowance, and you can transmute it. Does that relate to or resonate with your example?
I think so. I don't know. I just loved the energy of it, like discovery of God's love.
Cool. But does that answer your imagined scenario? Or you have a more specific kind of example or question about it?
It does answer mine, but I'm kind of I want to position myself in someone that's maybe not that experienced with like just releasing and being more naked.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you do then? If you're already more experienced in it, then you could teach the same answer to your question. How have you become more able to be more courageous and more naked with your anxiety in social circumstances? What's that first access point that you would recommend to people?
Nice. Good question. It is to not wanting or not efforting to hide something, or believing that there's something wrong, or that I need to hide something, or that I might be afraid something be revealed, exposed.
Yep.
So that's like just creates these pockets where stuckness or anxiety can creep in.
Great.
Which kind of is the same thing that you were saying, like just being naked more and more.
Yep. But I love your specific nuance of that being to drop the fear for the outcome in a way, to drop the fear of being discovered and exposed. Because what we call the ego, that imagined sense of me in the background of every canvas painting experience of our life, it always wants to hide its true falseness. It wants to hide the fact that it's not real. And it's got 10,000 different ways to do that, more probably. And these are all sort of layers of self-deceit, layers of self-control, layers of manipulation, layers of hiding, layers of avoiding, layers of recontextualizing things, layers of describing things in certain ways, layers of justifying things, layers of avoiding certain circumstances, certain people at certain times, all to avoid being seen by you, not by others, by you. But you think it's you trying to avoid. That's because you're hijacked, right? We're hijacked by the false self. It's a hijacker of our sense of self. It's like a little virus. It's like a little COVID-19 called me. And it's hijacked our consciousness, our sense of self. So now we're operating on behalf of COVID-19. So we're wearing masks because we don't want to be seen. We don't want to show our true selves. So we think But actually not the case at all. And if you can see this, you can break through it very quickly. But you got to be ready to be free of your false self, which you think is you. That's the tricky part. It's like you got to be willing to have your ego die in front of you. But if you think you're your ego, you will never want to die.
Wow.
It has hijacked you. It will consistently hide its self-deceiving layers. It will continue to lie and not know that it's lying, or partially know that it's lying, but have yet another layer ready to justify why or how the lie is not really a lie, or how everyone is lying in that way, so it's normal. So to burn through those layers of self-deceit, we need to know that we're not that hijacked version of ourselves. We're not the virus. We're not COVID-19. We're bigger than that. We are bigger than the one that feels anxious in that situation. So instead of us hiding from being exposed in the eyes of others, we need to realize that it's the ego not wanting to be seen by us. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And it's using us and other people to accomplish its aim. So we got to realize that the one who's afraid to be exposed is not us by others. It is the ego by us, using others.
Fuck, I love that so much.
Mm. So if you can see that, you can take a shortcut. You can take a direct route and cut the bastard off at the root, using all the love in the world. Like, love it to death. Be radically slice it off. Nope. I'm not going to lie to myself. I'm not going to believe I am this person that feels anxious about being exposed, because that's not me. It's just this hijacked person that's been in the back of my taxi for all my life, taking on different shapes and sizes and forms and instructing me to go left and right. And I've just been doing its bidding. It hasn't paid me once. Maybe in childhood, when I needed to navigate a tricky emotion or situation where my dad was abusive and I had to protect myself. There's some reason to that, right? So then we create this monster in the back of the seat that keeps us safe. But that's, for most people, not necessary. Now it's just a self-perpetuating story, and then it creates circumstances that seem to mimic that reality being needed, because we're now identified with the voice in our head. But the voice in our head is observable, and anything observable cannot be us. Anything. So the thinker cannot be us. Therefore, the hijacker, the mind, the ego cannot be us. So it's not us afraid to be exposed in the eyes of others. It's our own guest, our little beautiful, loving, monstrous guest in the back seat that doesn't want us to kick it out of our cab. And so it uses us to navigate and lie and manipulate and pretend and all that stuff. Fun, huh?
That's so cool.
But the way to do that is to just gain more courage in naked exposure, because that's how we sever the connection between the hijacker and our true selves, between the analyzing, thinking, egoic mind and our true, ever-present free self, which is already free of whatever we observe. But we identify with what we observe, and we put it in the background of our subconscious, and it continues to operate as if it's its own entity. And we think it is us, and we think it defends us, and it's on behalf of us, but it's not. It's robbing us of all our energy, inspiration, clarity, self-knowledge, truthfulness, sincerity, earnestness, love, compassion, spiritual progress, advancement, and so forth. So it's really not our friend anymore. It's time to let go of that toxic friendship. So expose it to death. Here's my most shameful moment, guys. I've been using all of you in the following way. If you can, that's an extreme example, but you could, if you're ready to part ways with the monster in the backseat, doesn't mean you should hate it, because it has served you. You've invited it in. It's your choice. It's not, it's just offering its services. You've let it into your cap. So when I say monster, yes, it's a monster, but it's really our own allowance. It's us enabling it. So it deserves sort of gratitude. At the same time, it deserves our decision to sever all ties with it. I'm done with you. And at the same time, a feeling of, I love you. Thank you very much for your service, but it's no longer needed. So I'm not trying to imply that we should fight the ego, because that just is more of the same thing. We should love it to death, but radically and decisively, if we want quick progress and quick freedom and quick self-knowledge and quick enlightenment. We need to be ready to part ways. And therefore, it doesn't matter what is exposed, because it's not us that's exposed. It's the ego, the monster in the back seat that we are now becoming aware of. And you can use other people as reflectors to accelerate that. But it takes some courage. What is courage? Courage is, in this context, knowing that you're more than the guy in the back seat, the monster in the back seat. That's all it is. Knowing that you are more than the monster in the back seat of your mind. Once you know that, you have faith, you have courage. Now to expose the monster, it's not so big of a deal, because you know you are more than the monster. You know that they can leave your cab and you'd be fine without them. You no longer need them to protect you. You can now consciously reason and see and decide for yourself what is safe, what's not safe, what is true, what's not true. As a 6-year-old, yeah, you need some protection. So you invite in this monster in the back of your cab. But at some point, you got to kick him out, lovingly. Thank you. Okay. This is your stop,
okay,
isn't
bye-bye.
it? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you. Uh-oh. Bye-bye. Radically, lovingly say, no more. That's not who I am. Find that naked courage to rediscover who you really are and to ditch the hijacker. With love. With gratitude. But not with continuing to enable it. Not with complacency. Not with giving into it. Not with believing in what it says. Courage is the ability to not believe in your own thinking process. To know that you're more than your thoughts. And then exposure becomes less dangerous because you know it's not you that gets exposed. It's the guy in the back of the seat. It's not me. Oh, I've never manipulated. I've never controlled. I've never been false. I've never wanted these false things. I've never wanted safety and security in distorted ways. I've always been pure and free. But I believed I was this voice that is observable. Therefore, how can I be it? So stop believing in it. The real way to believe in yourself is to stop believing in yourself. Stop believing in everything you think is you. That's true faith in yourself. True courage, naked being. Let what come. Let what goes, go. And let it burn up into clarity of consciousness. Be free. Free yourself from yourself. It's the biggest freedom. Because you're not this. You're not what you're defending. So, something like that.
What about any homework?
Kick out the hitchhiker.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's been a long ride. It's been a long road trip with a stranger in the back seat. And you've adopted its toxic thoughts and life philosophy. Imagine at the age of 5 or 6, picking up this hitchhiker out of good intentions. Like, oh, maybe he can help me and I can help him. And ever since you've been road tripping for like 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years, you've been road tripping with this stranger in the back. But then he's no longer a stranger, is he? In fact, if it's just you and the hitchhiker for 60 years in the car, it's going to feel like you're married. It's going to feel like it's exactly who you are. There's going to be no distinction in your sense of self between your true sense of self and the false sense of self. So now you've become one with the toxic thoughts. You've accepted them all as if they are your free will. They've never been your free will because it's never been your soul's priority to be safe, secure, protected, having acquired lots of things and success and status. That's never been your intention, ever. But you've adopted these things as a means to compensate for lack of courage. What's courage? The faith that you are free from anything that's observable, including your own thoughts. When you gain that faith, you'll gain the courage to act on that faith. And then exposing yourself doesn't make much of a difference anymore. In fact, it helps you remove the Band-Aid, this toxic Band-Aid that just keeps the wound festering. Take it off and you'll heal very quickly. But you got to be willing to not believe in yourself. And that takes faith in yourself.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so that's the homework. I mean, do it as you please. But it's just a radical decision of self-honesty, realizing how you've been full of shit, like 100,000 different ways every day. How you've manipulated everything, how you've tried to control everything. And just see that that's never really been you. That'd be the homework. And then you find a lot of your afflictive states will disappear as well. If not all of them. Because part of the voice in the back of your seat, in the back of your mind, that false sense of me, is continuously suggesting that you're lacking things, that you're not worthy, that you're not good enough, that you're not perfect yet, that you don't deserve love, that you can die, that you can lose somebody, that you can lack what you need. It's telling you all this stuff because it's the hitchhiker's own journey. It's not yours, but you've adopted it as truth because it's the only voice you've ever heard for for your adult life and longer. So find a way to lovingly sever that connection with the toxic guest in the back of your mind. See that you're ready to let it go. And the afflictive states will then also very quickly disappear. Because they're not part of who you are. They're false suggestions. Afflictive states are based in false suggestions. Made by the me you think you are on the back of the seat. But you're not. You're the driver. You're free from any hitchhikers. Cool? Any additions? Are we good?
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you.
Have a fabulous day.
Thank you for tuning in to this episode of the Mirror Talks podcast with Bentinho Massaro. If you love these teachings and you want full access to almost all of Bentinho's recorded material, go to bentinhomassaro.tv. Right now, we're offering a free 7-day trial with unlimited access to everything on bentinhomassaro.tv, including curated playlists, guided meditations, and much more. This is our #1 recommendation for you. As a subscriber, you'll get first access to these podcast episodes 2 weeks before they go public. You'll also get access to exclusive Q&As with Bentinho and other content only available to subscribers of bentinhomassaro.tv. Also, Bentinho recently created a free online global enlightenment retreat. It's 8 long-form sessions that coherently guide you through the foundation of his enlightenment teachings. You can watch the free online global enlightenment retreat at bentinhomassaro.tv or on YouTube. If you're interested in the most current and complete overview of Bentinho's work to date, this is where we recommend you start. Another great resource is Trinfinity Academy, Bentinho's free online school for enlightenment, empowerment, and infinity. Each class is concise and clear and distills one key topic at a time, including homework. We strongly recommend you check out Trinfinity Academy if you want to master the mechanics of Bentinho's teachings. Finally, don't underestimate the value of sharing this episode with the people who came to mind as you were watching or listening. It's a service to them and the collective, and it's also the best thing you can do to support us in getting this message far and wide. We also encourage you to like, subscribe, and leave positive reviews and ratings on your preferred platforms, and follow Bentinho on social media, especially Instagram. Thank you